Chapter 245, Shiro's Sightseeing. Inside the upper district of Kagomayama City, there was an area that was rented specifically for Sakashita heavy industry. Shugadome's office was located there, and in that office, Hammers was lowering his head after giving his report regarding Shiro's escape. I have no excuse to give for my failure. It was obvious from his expression that he was extremely vexed by his blunder. In contrast to that, Shugadome seemed relatively calm. Shugadome did not seem that angry from that mistake as he told Hammers to raise his head. After that, he then said, "It was indeed very regrettable, but I have no wish to blame you for what happened. He escaped when you were not around him, and it was us who told you to leave his side to get your injuries treated. If I must blame someone, that would be the person who ordered you to do that. Otherwise, you would have seen through Shiro's lie." Lie, huh? Hammers seemed confused there. Matsubara, who was standing by next to Shugadome, then explained to him. Shiro sent a help request to Sakashita Heavy Industry using the Old World connection. He mentioned that Hammers was badly injured. So, in the request, he asked to allow Hammers to treat his wounds and also asked for an escort replacement. Moreover, he stated that he did not feel safe having people not from Sakashita guard him, so he had requested the escorts to be cyborgs and he be given control over their bodies. On the other hand, Hammers reported that he was mostly fine. But Shiro told the staff beforehand that the battle both inside and outside the transport vehicle was so bad that they even destroyed a portion of the transport vehicle. Thus, that staff thought that Hammers' report was him trying to sound tough due to his loyalty toward his duty. After hearing how things played out, Hammers could not help but frown as he mumbled, "That damn brat." Hammers unconsciously leaked out his rage. When he realized it, he flusteredly calmed himself down. Matsubara shed a few cold sweats due to that intense anger. But Shugadome was completely fine as he lightly smiled and tried to calm Hammers down. "As I'm also a part of the commanding team, I'll have to apologize as we will handle this on our own." Shiro's report was difficult to discern if it was truthful or not, and the risk was too high if we were to make the wrong decision. As such, I believe that the correct decision was made under the limited information we had. Now that I've informed you about it, can you please take it as our blunder as the commanding team? Hammers flusteredly shook his head. "And no, I didn't mean to blame you at all." "I see, thank you." Shugadome then changed the subject. "Now then, about the current incident, it was indeed a blunder on the Sakashita's side. For the sake of Sakashita's reputation, we must rectify this. I'm sure you have your own thought regarding the matter. If anyone is blaming you for it, you can just tell me. I'll take care of it. As I said before, we're not blaming you at all. But if you feel responsible for it, I hope you can help us. Do you have anything you wish from us?" Hammers replied with a serious face. "If it's possible, rather than assigning me to guard another Old World connector, I want to be assigned to look for Shiro." Shugadome's smile widened. "Very well, you can go ahead and do your own investigation. You may also join the search team if you want. You know Shiro very well, so I bet it's better if you act separately without the limitation of a team. You have the freedom to do what you want." "Thank you very much, I'll definitely answer your expectation. In that case, I shall look forward to the results. You can go now." Hammers bowed deeply and left the room with a face full of determination. Matsubara frowned and said after Hammers left, "That seems to be a rather lax decision. Are you really okay with that?" Shugadome replied casually, "Being strict is not the only method when dealing with others. That is doubly true when someone strongly wishes to rectify their mistake." "That might be true, but did you find it inadequate?" "Not at all. I was just curious. I don't find it wrong at all." Matsubara then changed the subject as if to escape from the topic. "Talking about curiosity, there's also that matter with the transport convoy's ambush. If that ambush was really for the sake of kidnapping our corporation's Old World connector, that ambush has many questionable points." "Which points are you talking about exactly?" "The ambush was way too sloppy. It would not be strange for their target to be killed with how they executed their plan. It also damaged many of the transport vehicles. Even if their aim was not to kidnap, but to kill, it was way too half-hearted. Well, they're not like our military, so it might as well have been because their men were too amateurish and lacked the necessary skills. I bet they actually didn't care about Shirokuen. Matsubara raised his eyebrows. He did not understand why Shugadome said that. Excuse me, but I couldn't understand what you just said. It's hard to believe that they didn't care about Shiro considering they caused that much ruckus for the sake of searching for him. Well, saying they don't care was indeed an exaggeration. But I bet their real goal was something else. That incident must be not that important for their real goal. Something like, it would be great if they could kidnap Shirokuen alive. However, it was fine if he dies as well. As a matter of fact, it doesn't really matter if that operation succeeded. Matsubara was even more confused, so Shugadome proceeded to explain his hypothesis to Matsubara. Based on the scale and teamwork of the enemies during that ambush, it could be inferred that it was done by multiple organizations. Although they were using the nationalist name and the report was also saying that they were from the nationalist, they might actually be people from the other corporations disguising themselves as the nationalist. It was not rare for corporations to wage war against each other while blaming the attacks on the nationalists. When their involvement surfaces, they would shift the blame by saying that it was because the nationalists had infiltrated their ranks. They would then give a public apology and pay some compensation. The one receiving the payment often knew that it was only an excuse and just let it slide. The bigger the corporation involved, the more they tend to solve incidents like this. After all, if they refused to accept that it was an attack from the nationalists, they would risk an all-out war between big corporations. If that all-out war occurs between the 5 big corporations, it would greatly affect their sphere of influence and government in the Eastern District. In the worst-case scenario, it might entirely wipe out the Eastern District. Thus, in order to keep the current world from destroying itself, big companies would simply accept that excuse. If the big companies other than Sakashita work together with an organization connected to the nationalists or even with the nationalist itself just to kidnap one old-world connector, it would definitely cause trouble later on how they would split the reward. In the worst-case scenario, it might even be better for them to fail. After listening to Shugadome's explanation, Matsubara nodded in agreement and thought that something was still amiss. Isn't that a bit too weak as a reason to just ignore his safety? If their aim were simply to cause damage to Sakashita Heavy Industry, it means that their main goal in that operation had to be something else. But that ambush was obviously aimed at Shiro. It is hard to believe that they don't really care about him considering the size of the assault squad that they had prepared in order to kidnap him. As I said before, that is like a side mission which is insignificant compared to their main goal. That's just how it is. To put it simply, this ambush is just one part of a bigger scheme. An ambush of that scale? And it's nothing but just one part of a bigger scheme? In that case, what is this bigger scheme of theirs? This is just my guess, but I bet it's to confirm something. Confirm something? The already confused Matsubara was even more confused than before. Shugadome's gaze turned serious as he then explained. Just how serious is Sakashita Heavy Industry in reclaiming Kuzusuhara Ruin? It's that kind of confirmation. It seems that ever since the great transport season started, they had been sending more and more monsters from the east bit by bit. I bet they were trying to confirm it ever since that time. The monsters from further east that were sent here were strong enough to be designated as bounty monsters in Kagomayama City. It was to test if Sakashita Heavy Industry would still send their important personnel into an area with such abnormality. It was a check to see how far Sakashita would go in order to transport their important personnel to Kagomayama City for the sake of reclaiming Kuzusuhara Ruin. It was all just for confirmation. Shiro's kidnap attempt only meant that much to them. Thus, it was not that important for them to successfully kidnap Shiro. They were only testing how Sakashita would react. As such, their real aim had already been fulfilled. Matsubara was so surprised after hearing that explanation. He then returned back to himself and inadvertently asked, Is it really that important? To the point that they would go that far? It's just my guess. It's from someone responsible for the transport request, connecting the dots without any evidence. So, I believe it doesn't really serve as a good hypothesis. At the very least, I believe that there's something in Kuzusuhara Ruin that would even rope in the other big 5 corporations. At the very least, the upper echelons, Tatsumori and Tsukisada must know something. Shugadome had a serious look on his face as he continued. Judging from how the Big Five reacted, there is something there that is big enough to shift the power balance between us, or at least, that possibility exists and is very likely. Well, I bet if any evidence which confirms my hypothesis and that thing were to come up, Tatsumori and Tsukisada would even go as far as to openly wage a war against us. So, they should not have strong evidence about the existence of such a thing. That's why I believe they went this far to check our reaction, in order to probe if we know something about that thing as well. Matsubara was so surprised that he did not know what to say. Thus, Shugadome casually continued. If I may add one more thing, I bet that something is also the reason why Yanagisawa is so obsessed with staying in Kagamayama City. Do you think that he knows the existence of such a thing with absolute certainty? And he's trying to get it? Don't even think about trying to dig it out from him. It's fine to just keep our distance and monitor him. In the worst-case scenario, he might even counter-investigate us, and it would be a huge pain in the neck if he infiltrates Sakashita. Roger that. Matsubara tensed up as he realized that he had heard something that was of vital importance. Shugadome then relaxed as if to ease the tense mood. Well, currently, it's nothing but just a guess. There's no need to be overly concerned by it. At the very least, we are actually not that serious about exploring Kuzusuhara Ruin, and we both know that. The problem is that there are people who don't know that. Due to Yanagisawa's deal with Tsubaki, the relics carried out from the area under Tsubaki to Kagamayama City had brought the city a huge inflow of capital. To guard the area under Tsubaki, city management bought many expensive powered suits from the front line. The manufacturer of those powered suits were the corporations under Sakashita. That was why Sakashita earned quite a hefty sum from the deal as well. That was also the reason why Sakashita Heavy Industry was willing to lend their old world connector to Yanagisawa. But for those who did not know that, it seemed to them as if Sakashita was gathering a powerful military force in Kagamayama City. The information control that Sakashita put up for the sake of Shiro's safety as well the effort they took to conceal his escape seemed like Sakashita was trying to hide their military movement around the city. Moreover, considering Yanagisawa's involvement as well, those who did not know the full story had enough suspicion to interfere with their business. To top it off, at the moment, there were many factions and people gathered in Kagamayama City, which invited a lot of misunderstandings. After Shugadome gave a short explanation regarding the matter, he then gave one order to Matsubara. Though I said quite a lot of things back there, there's no need for you to be worried about it. You just need to focus on finding Shiro-kun at the moment. I will be waiting for your report. Understood. Matsubara lightly bowed and left the room. Now that Shugadome was left alone in the room, his face turned serious and his gaze was turned to the middle of the room. There was a holographic projector in the middle of the room. Connect. The device recognized Shugadome's voice and started working. After a short time, an image of a young boy appeared in Shugadome's vision. How's the progress? The young boy frowned. Like hell, I can do anything in such a short span of time. I'll contact you when we get some progress. Whether there's progress or not, it's important to give a regular report, you know. He then sighed. The young boy using Sakashita Heavy Industries' secret line was Shiro. On the night when Shiro escaped, when Shugadome entered his room, he saw someone there. Someone he did not expect. This figure was created by a holographic device, which had been turned on remotely, showing a figure of someone familiar. It was Shiro. Shugadome was a bit surprised since he did not expect that at all, but he quickly sighed exasperatedly and looked at Shiro. You're a pretty rude brat, you know that? You can at least make an appointment beforehand. Shiro was surprised. He did not expect that Shugadome would be this calm. But he quickly returned to his usual smile and said to Shugadome, Well, my apologies. I do feel bad for coming without saying anything first. Unfortunately, it is impossible for me to make an appointment at the moment. Though I do feel that I should talk to you directly about this. Shugadome took a seat. He then tapped on the table with his finger as if to let Shiro know of his location. In that case, you should have come here directly. Shiro laughed awkwardly. Well, to be honest, that's a little difficult for me at the moment. Shura's response had two meanings. It was impossible for a virtual image to transform into his real self, and it was also impossible for his real body to go there. Shugadome lightly sighed. So then, are you here to share with me the progress of your escape? Or more like, why did you escape in the first place? I'm pretty sure we didn't restrict your freedom much to the point that you would want to run away like that. Tell me if there's anything that you don't like about how we've treated you. Your motivation to do your job is proportional to our profits. So, we'll do our best to accommodate your wishes. Shiro exaggeratedly shook his head. No, that's not the problem at all. I'm actually thankful for letting me live in such a life of luxury, and I really mean it. So then, in that case, why did you run off? Well, what can I say? I just thought of walking freely outside for a bit, you see. Very well. But it's dangerous to walk around without a bodyguard, you know? I'll send some people to escort you right away. Can you tell me your location right now? But that would be hammers, right? It would be a bit awkward. It won't be much fun walking around with someone like that. In that case, we can send you a girl. You can even choose what kind of girl you want. Well, to be honest, I'm quite shy. So, it would be really awkward to walk around with an unknown girl no matter how beautiful she is. Shugadome showed a will to compromise, but Shiro kept coming up with a reason not to. Although they seemed to be just talking casually from the outside, they were actually carefully probing what the other person was thinking. Well, to be honest, it's not like I have any wish to defect to Tatasmori or the other corporations. I'll return back once I have my fill of walking around. That's why I wish you can let this slide. That will be okay, right? No. When they could not find any middle ground, Shiro suddenly made a demand, believing that there was no longer any point in continuing their conversation. Well, let's talk about something else then. Actually, I'm in control of the security of this room. That is why I can use this secret line to hijack the holographic device in the room. That seems to indeed be the case. Well, I think it's unreasonable to demand other places to have the same high-quality security like what we have in Sakashida's facilities to prevent you from hacking. No, I had a hard time trying to get in here, you know? By normal standards, the security system here is already pretty strict. That's why there's nothing for you to worry about. So, putting that aside, I'm basically in control of the safety of that room. Just a little bit of change is enough to kill anyone inside it. With that being said, I wish you can let me roam outside for a bit. Shiro smiled and threatened Shugadome, but Shugadome did not relent at all. If you think you have to go so far, you can go ahead and do it. I'm sure you know well what it means to pick a fight with Sakashida. That calm reply from Shugadome did not show any kind of pressure. It was so casual as if he was only talking about the previous day's weather. But that was enough to make Shiro shiver. Shugadome's casual warning meant that he was completely okay with Shiro being dead. After all, there was a part of him that was completely fine with giving an order to throw someone into inhumane experiments. At the moment, Shiro had not really picked a fight with Sakashida yet. But he was bordering on doing just that. Shiro knew the weight of what Shugadome had said. While he was teetering along that border, he was trying to play it cool as if he was trying to trick Shugadome. He smiled bitterly and apologized. Sorry, I was joking too much, I'm sorry. Very well. There was a short silence between Shiro, who desperately trying to regain his calm, and Shugadome, who's carefully watching him. After that, Shugadome was the first one to break the silence. Let's return to the matter at hand. As long as you don't accept any escort, we can't let you roam free. That's why I'll have you do work for me. Work? Do you know an AI by the name of Tsubaki? Of course, she's the caretaker AI of a certain area inside Kuzusuhara Ruin. I don't know the details, but she made a deal with Kagemayama City. Although Sakashida sent someone to negotiate with her, everyone including the escorts was killed while the negotiator was only left with his head, right? That's correct. I want you to create a negotiation route with that AI. Shiro frowned. No, that would be impossible. I'm not that good with negotiation. If you can access the old world domain, I'm sure at least she won't kill you like those escorts. No. That kind of AI will actually come from my head thinking that I was trying to hack her if I try to contact her through the old world domain. In terms of the risk of death, it's the same as those escorts you had sent there. I'm sure you already know this yourself, right? If you're talking about the risk, isn't it the same considering you want to walk around without escorts? That was then the first time Shugadome's words was tinged with a threat. I will not take no as an answer, you'll do it for us. Shiro winced back. He did not want to risk his life for anything outside of his main goal. Although he was pushed to a corner, he had no plans to give up. However, he could also not refuse that demand. He knew well what would happen to him if he refused. Shugadome then relaxed back and tried to bait Shiro with a reward. If you can do that, I can make it such that your escaping was necessary in order to create a connection to that caretaker AI. Shiro interpreted that reply as Shugadome being willing to let him roam free for a bit if he would become a bridge to Tsubaki. Alright, I'll do it. Very well. Make sure to report regularly, that is, if you don't want me to think that you've abandoned the mission. I know. That's it then. I'm a busy man. The only reason why I let you take my time like this without a prior appointment is only because you had contributed substantially in the past. So make sure to remember that. I understand that as well, later then. Shiro had a clouded expression plastered on his face as he closed the call. At the same time, his image from the holographic device also vanished. Shugadome sank deeper into the chair and let the backrest support his weight. He then sighed and thought about what just happened. He understands that he was living a good life under our care, and he also understands the benefits and risks of his actions. Basically, he escaped although he knew all of that. Just what is he trying to do? What makes him want to take up all those risks? Is it for some kind of personal goal? Although I brought up Tsubaki, it does not seem to be about her. This is only my guess, but I bet his aim is not Kuzusuhara ruin. Shugadome knitted his eyebrows. Although he knew that we prioritize his wishes, he did not even ask us and decided to make a move on his own. He even rejected escorts. Which means his goal is something that he doesn't want Sakashida to know about. But he was not lying. He was being careful with his words since bad lies will only lead to the truth. A truth that he's trying to hide from us. From everything gathered so far, it can be inferred that his goal does not have anything to do with the other corporations. He also didn't lie when he said he'll return back once he's done with whatever he's trying to do. Shugadome continued to analyze his exchange with Shiro. He then remembered a certain word. Just to walk around. It was clear that Shiro's aim was not only to tour around the city. But that word also had some kind of connection to what he was doing. It was not exactly a lie. Shugadome's thoughts continued to dig deeper. Eventually, it reached a point that it was so close to the truth that Shiro would be shocked if he heard Shugadome's hypothesis. As Shiro's image appeared through the holographic device for his regular report, Shugadome causally threw a question at him. So how is it going? Shiro lightly smiled and replied, I'm still sightseeing. I don't know what you're actually sightseeing, but it would be great if you can be done with that soon. Well, it's not easy to find a view that would satisfy me after all. So please be patient with it. I see. Shugadome looked at Shiro with a neutral expression. But Shiro could feel like those two eyes were boring a hole through his heart. He could not help but step back a bit. Thus, he decided to change the subject as if to avoid the current subject. By the way, I heard that you told Hammers to search for me. But didn't you let it slide since I'm working on connecting to Tsubaki? We're dealing with you as if you had escaped. So, we can't afford to also stop the search team. If you don't like it, I suggest you get back instead of just fooling around. Yeah. Anyway, let me thank you for not blaming Hammers. Later then. Shiro closed the call there. Once Shugadome was alone again, he then mumbled. It seems that it's not going well for him as well, huh? Judging from that reply, Shugadome decided that it was too soon to use the full power of Sakashida Heavy Industry to search for Shiro. Chapter 246, Carol's Request. Back in her house, Carol looked extremely distressed. Due to her connection with Viola on top of her own information sources, Carol was more knowledgeable than most of the information brokers in Kagamayama City. She had the means to obtain secret information. But even so, She was not able to obtain the information that there was an old world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry who was out on the loose. With the search actively ongoing, it was only a matter of time before the truth reached the public's ears. Between the purchasing of equipment and hiring people for the search party, there was no doubt that funds would be flowing in preparation and during the search. Thus, as money flowed, information flowed as well. It was possible to connect the dots. Requests that seemed to be unrelated in the beginning could be seen to make sense. Search requests to look for someone else, a change in the patrol route, the number of the patrol requests posted in the hunter office. Such requests could be chained together to draw a conclusion. A large corporation was looking for an old world connector. Carol was looking through that data with a pale look on her face as she pulled the hair out of her head. This is bad. As her thoughts wandered to the worst-case scenario, the image of what would happen to her crushed her spirit. In order to avoid that future, she planned to do whatever she could, even if her future self might laugh at her, mocking that she was being too paranoid. Akira's order for his new equipment was completed in no time. They were high-performance equipment that needed special permission to be carried to Kagomayama City until not too long ago. Normally, it would take some time for them to arrive since they had to be transported from the other cities. But due to the high-ranking hunters gathering in Kagomayama lately, his equipment was carried together with the equipment for those hunters. Thus, they immediately arrived at Shizuka's shop. Akira was trying his new equipment in the warehouse of Shizuka's shop. Although his rifles and the augmented suit were of the same type from before, he bought better modifications. Thanks to that, his augmented suit was even more powerful than before, and his information-gathering device could scan larger areas with greater accuracy. Moreover, he also installed a drug injection system. By loading drugs such as medicine or accelerator into his augmented suit, he would be able to use them in the middle of a fight, granting him better adaptability. To match it, Akira also ended up purchasing medicine from Shizuka's shop. He also decided to buy the optional defensive coat which accompanied his augmented suit. Not only was it equipped with powerful force field armor, but Akira also opted to get the camouflaging layer which was originally restricted only to high-ranking hunters. Akira turned on the camouflage and looked at himself in the mirror. He raised his eyebrows as he saw his head floating in the air and laughed. Shizuka, who saw that, lightly smiled and warned him. Although I'm sure you already know this already, that is for hiding from the monsters, so don't use it for anything bad, okay? Of course. Akira replied firmly, but Shizuka then smiled mischievously and said, "Everyone says so too, only to end up doing bad things, you know? After all, it's the perfect equipment for peeking." Akira did not expect such a response and thought that it was unlike her to say that to him. Thus he pouted. "I won't do something like that." Shizuka smiled wryly at him. Alpha, who had her usual smile on her face, interjected. "If you want to peek at someone, you can just look at me after all, right?" "Yeah, you're right." Just like how Akira did not expect Shizuka's words, Alpha also did not expect that reply from him. "Oh, you didn't even deny that, huh?" "Well, it's all thanks to a certain someone that I'm already completely used to it already." Akira said so and did not pursue it any further. But Alpha lightly giggled and replied to him. "As I thought, it's not good enough if you can't touch me, huh? But don't worry, with the realistic feedback effect installed in your current augmented suit, I can make you feel as if you're touching a real body, you know? So, you'll have no problems touching me." Many of the expensive augmented suits were equipped with a realistic feedback effect such that the augmented suits could transfer sensations to their users so that they could effectively use difficult weapons through their thick gloves. Akira's augmented suit at the moment was a rather pricey one. With the help of Alpha's advanced computation ability, she could create a feedback effect that perfectly replicated the sensation of a real object. In short, although it was still nothing more but an imitation, Akira could technically touch Alpha now. Alpha smiled bewitchingly and pushed her chest to Akira. Akira's face turned stern as if to make sure that he would not react to it. Alpha was greatly satisfied by that reaction and giggled. Shizuka also noticed that slight change. But since she did not know that Alpha was also there, she thought that it was her fault and apologized to Akira. I'm sorry, did I tease you too much?" Akira flusteredly shook his head. No, not at all." Shizuka stepped next to Akira, who was still trying to find the right word to say, and gently hugged him. Her left hand circled around Akira's back and pulled it to her chest while her right hand gently stroked his hair. As the shop's owner, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. So, I'm really sorry. Cheer up, okay? As I said, it's really not that. Akira did not fight back and just let it happen. Although the situation was not what Shizuka believed it to be, he could not tell her about Alpha. Furthermore, he was in no position to take his time to think of another excuse. Alpha, who saw how things played out, smiled teasingly. As I thought. Being able to touch is an important thing. But with that being said, it's not like I can do that to your face at the moment. That's pretty sad. Shut up already. Akira blushed but still at least managed to say that. Of course, Shizuka did not know about that exchange between Akira and Alpha. However, her intuition was telling her that Akira was not angry at her. Thus, she smiled in relief. After Akira finished checking his new equipment in the warehouse, he returned back to the counter with Shizuka. He then handed his hunter ID to Shizuka and processed the payment. Shizuka used the terminal in her shop to read the data from Akira's hunter ID. She then calculated the total price and processed the payment before returning the ID back to Akira. After that, she smiled happily but with a tint of bitterness as she said to Akira, "That really pulled the shop's revenue up. Although it might be weird to hear this from me, it's actually not healthy for a business to rely so heavily on one person." Akira lightly laughed and replied, "Well, the only thing that I can say is I'm sorry and I'll be in your care again for the next purchase. Don't worry about it. I will look forward to your next visit to Cartridge Freak." Shizuka replied with a rather formal tone. Though, her smile was more for an important friend instead of for an important customer. They then spent some time just chatting as Shizuka suddenly threw a question. "By the way, Akira, what is your next plan? Your job for that transport request basically just finished, right? But you were quite hurried to get your new equipment. Do you already have something to do?" "Not at all, I'm thinking of taking it easy for a while." He did not know how long he should wait, but one thing was for sure, his equipment from the front line would arrive if he just waited long enough. His plan until then was to spend his days training with Alpha. "I see, that's a good idea. But it's you we're talking about here. I bet you'll just go off on another mission soon. You should make sure to get a good rest once in a while, you know? And the time when you're hospitalized is not counted as a rest time, okay?" Akira smiled wryly knowing that he was not being trusted here. "Don't worry. I'm really planning to take it easy for the time being. Even if I'm going out on another hunter mission, I'm planning only taking light and short jobs just to make sure that my skill won't get rusty." "Well, I guess with your current equipment you'll have no worries fighting against monsters around this area. It should be fine as long as you don't go further to the east or to the inner part of the ruins, right?" Akira replied firmly. "Exactly, and of course, I won't go to such dangerous places. I'll be sure to turn down any requests that warrant me to go there. That confidence often turns into something that might kill you, so be careful when you're out there." "Yes." Hearing such a firm reply from Akira, Shizuka smiled, satisfied. Once he was done, Akira returned to his home. He parked his bike inside his garage and started unloading the carriage that he was dragging with his bike. Originally, this foldable carriage was something that was to be dragged with a vehicle. Furthermore, all the supplies and equipment that he bought were nowhere light. But his bike could muster even more horsepower than a normal vehicle. Thus, had no problem dragging that carriage. Akira was truly satisfied with his new bike. "Though I'm planning to buy a vehicle soon, I guess I will be fine for a while with this bike, huh? If it's possible, I want to get my next vehicle also from somewhere around Ziegelt City, just like this bike." For some reason, Akira kept losing his vehicles one by one. Some were crushed to the point that they did not look like a vehicle any longer. But his newest bike survived just fine even after going through those intense battles. He did not even have to send it out for repairs, his only expense was the energy tank recharge. Akira looked at his new bike and grinned, hoping that this time, he would be able to have a long-term relationship with his new bike. Alpha suddenly said with her usual smile, "I think you don't even need such a vehicle though. After all, once your new equipment from the front line arrives, I'll have you complete the rest of my request, you know? At that time, it'd be easier if you brought a bike instead of a large vehicle. So, if it's possible, I want you to get an even better bike. Alpha just said such an important detail so casually which caused Akira's brain to take some time to process it before he finally showed surprise. Your request is to explore a ruin, right? Yep. I see. So, we're finally going to do it, huh? Akira's face turned serious. Did I make you wait too long? Alpha smiled. Not at all, you're actually faster than I calculated. I see. After hearing that answer, Akira smiled happily. The request that he accepted from Alpha was to go to an extremely dangerous ruin. He had been preparing himself for that mission ever since he met Alpha. He had gone through many predicaments, one difficult battle after another as if there was no end to it, but finally, he was able to see the finish line. Akira looked at Alpha. His gaze was filled with emotions. Alpha smiled and looked back at Akira. After a short silence, Alpha smiled wryly and spoke up. Well, the main problem now is when the equipment will arrive though. Akira smiled bitterly too. You're right, I wonder when they'll arrive. If it's taking too long, it might be better to take them yourself instead of waiting for them to be transported here. You have a point? Well, it's a good idea, but... The giant bug nest swarmed the size of an island. Flying monsters that blocked the sun like a giant umbrella. Going near the front line just to get his new equipment meant to cross through the areas where such monsters roamed. And this time, he would be going alone without the support of the intercity transport. Akira could not help but frown when he imagined that. Well, that would depend on the situation, but for now, let's just wait. Why, yeah, right? Alpha smiled as she warned Akira. But we need to make sure that your skill won't get rusty, so I'll have you train while we wait. Akira firmly replied. Of course. Akira knew he could get through the training with his resolve, but that was not the case for monsters. Thus, he was planning to do everything that he could since that was also a part of his responsibility. That was when a sudden call reached Akira's terminal. It was from Carol. Akira rode his bike through the wasteland. Although he was heading to the Miyazono ruin, he was not going to the ruin, but to meet Carol near the ruin. The content of the callback in the garage was basically a request from Carol to him. He thought that Carol was inviting him to work together and declined. He stated that he was planning to take it easy for the time being. However, she replied, "It's perfect. In that case, you should meet with me to discuss the details." Carol said that it would be great if Akira could come to see her, but if it was difficult, she did not mind going to meet him instead. After hearing that, he was uncertain but eventually decided to go himself. To be honest, he was also interested in knowing what kind of request she had. He also thought that it was not right to just lock himself in his house to train while waiting for his equipment to arrive. Especially when there was a request that Carol said was perfect to take it easy for the time being. The ground of the wasteland was far from being easy to traverse through, but even so, Akira was pacing his bike at high speed. He was forcing his way through the hard terrain using his advanced bike that was even capable of flight. The wheels sometimes did not even touch the ground as he rode on it. A nearby hunter who saw that by pure chance could not hide their surprise. Last time, Akira took detours in order to avoid areas that were hard to traverse through to the Miyazono ruin. However, since he did not have to do that and just went in an almost straight line, it did not take much time for him to reach Miyazono ruin. As he was looking at the blazing scene passing past him, Akira smiled amusedly and said, "I'll arrive in no time. I'm really glad I bought this bike." Seeing Akira excited, Alpha smiled bitterly and warned him. "The faster you go, the harder it is to control the bike and the worse it will be if you crash, so make sure to be extra careful." I know. Although Alpha had the bike fully under control, Akira was the one in control at the moment. Thanks to the bike's advanced balancer, Akira was able to ride the bike at high speed even with his relatively mediocre driving skill. With his rifle that was way above the standard of Kagami City, Akira plowed through monsters in front of him as he continued driving. Even a greedy crocodile that he encountered did not pose any challenge to him. That greedy crocodile had a rather large body and there were multiple guns growing out from its back. Its whole body was protected by strong scales. If it continued to grow and roamed around the usual route, it would not be strange for it to be designated as a bounty monster. However, Akira's LEO multi-rifles easily drilled bullets through its strong scales and destroyed its inner organs without discriminating between the flesh and the mechanical parts, killing it immediately. Akira was so surprised by the firepower of his new rifle, he then calmed himself down and thought calmly first before asking Alpha. Alpha, that one was a relatively strong one, right? That depends on your standards. But if it was the past you would have had a hard time fighting that. Based on that fact, it was a relatively strong one. Thought so. Akira thought for a bit before continuing. My equipment is already pretty powerful, and is it still impossible for me to challenge the ruin that you want me to go to? That's a difficult question. But there's no doubt that it'll be safer to wait until the equipment from the front line arrives. It is that dangerous, huh? Akira frowned, but Alpha smiled at him and added, as I said in the past, you would have to challenge that ruin without my support. That's why it's better to get the best equipment you can get first before going there. Honestly, you can get better equipment by waiting, so I can't really recommend you to challenge that ruin now. No need to be so eager. If you naively believe that you can just withdraw if it gets dangerous, that will only get you killed. But Alpha's smile slightly changed to one of provoking a challenge as she continued. Well, if you have no plan to return back alive, it makes it way easier though. You might even be able to do that now in that case. So, do you still want to go? Before Akira could say anything, Alpha then added, don't worry, I have no plan to let you die for my sake. That's why let's just wait until your new equipment arrives. I see it. Let's do that. Akira thought that it was okay if Alpha was okay with it too. That was why he did not think any further after that regarding this matter. In the meeting place, there was a huge camping car parked. It was covered with armor plating that was normally used for powered suits and had multiple machine guns perched on its roof. Akira was a bit surprised by the size of that vehicle. Carol came out of the vehicle and invited Akira in. Akira proceeded into the living room. The ceiling of that room was high and was very well decorated, even better than common inns. Akira sat waiting on a large sofa as Carol returned with a drink and sat in front of him. Since you came all the way here, I assume that you're interested in this request, right? Well, at least enough to make me come here to listen to the details. I'll decide whether to take it or not only after you tell me the details. So then, what is this job that can earn me money while taking it easy? If it did not come from you, I would have declined believing that it's nothing but a fraud, you know? Akira said so and intentionally looked at Carol with a gaze full of suspicion. But Carol instead found it amusing and smiled. And you still decided to come here yourself. I'm really happy to hear that. As I said, I do want to know the details. Though I will leave now if it has something to do with Viola. Carol smiled bitterly. Even if she looks like that, she doesn't lie, you know? Although I do admit that she did not use that fact for anything good. If you can ascertain the content of what she is saying, you can earn quite a lot of profit from her, you know? I see, in that case, she's a dangerous person to me. Akira replied instantly and firmly, seeing that Carol only smiled wryly. Don't worry, this time, it has nothing to do with Viola. To be more precise, it has nothing to do with anyone else. It's purely a request from me. That's good to hear. So then what is it? As Akira pushed the subject back to be about the request, Carol then replied with a serious face. Akira, I want to hire you as my bodyguard. Akira frowned and tilted his head. Carol then continued with a solemn expression. The length of the request was undetermined. Normally it would warrant Akira to be around Carol all the time. But with that being said, there was no need to be guarding her all the time. He just needed to be there when Carol needed help. Although he would be acting as a bodyguard, it was not like he would do all the fighting. Carol would help as much as she could as well. Or more like, Akira did not have to do anything if Carol could handle it just fine. The reward was to be negotiated later. If Akira had no particular demands, it would be calculated per day plus bonuses based on how many and how difficult the battles that Akira had to face during the job. Akira was also free to take another hunter job in the middle of that. Carol would even help too. Akira was also allowed to just rest at home if he wanted to. Either way, Akira just had to be around Carol. That was the requirement that Carol imposed. Akira was a bit uncertain after hearing Carol's explanation. Judging from what she said, it was indeed a job where he could make money by taking it easy. However, that was exactly why it was very suspicious. Thus, Akira asked a question regarding the payment. Just how much do you plan to pay me for each day? Let's see. How about, you can sleep with me every day? Or so I want to say, but I'm sure you will say no if I offer that. I bet most men would be really happy with that offer though. Well, just to confirm, will that be okay with you? No, make it money instead. Thought so. Carol was seriously at loss. She calculated the funds that she had, predicted how long Akira would have to guard her, and estimated the least amount of wage that Akira would be willing to accept. After that, she carefully made her offer. 1 million orum per day. 1 million orum, huh? This time, it was Akira who was at loss. For him, it was a good offer. But he could not tell if it was good enough considering the job that he would have to do. Akira might believe this to be a decent request if someone had told him that this amount was appropriate for someone like him. However, as long as his suspicion of what this request entailed was not cleared up, he could not shake off the suspicion that Carol was trying to trick him. After all, she was offering him a huge amount of money from his point of view without considering whether it matched the difficulty of the request. However, Carol interpreted Akira's reaction in the opposite direction and said to him, "Well, it's true that it might be on the cheaper side for you, but I don't have much money to spare, you see. Moreover, although you need to be around me all the time, it's not like you have that many restraints. So, can you make a compromise here?" Akira was being extra careful so as to not show his shock as he spoke to Alpha in secret. "Alpha, what do you think? At the very least, she's honestly hoping that you would make a compromise here." I said, 1 million orum per day, huh? Is it cheap? I can't really answer that question. Well, if you think it's too high, you can just think of it as Carol judging your skill highly. Akira concluded that it was at least not some kind of fraud. Carol was not trying to entice him with such a high wage. Thus, he decided to abandon his suspicion which came from the high wage and moved on to his next worry. In the first place, why do you need a bodyguard? Although it was a completely understandable and expected question, Carol suddenly froze. It's just to be safe. I can't really tell you all the details, but it's just, there are a lot of things happening around lately. It's just to make sure that I won't get roped into any trouble. It's not like someone is actively looking for me. If I must add one more thing, it might actually just be me being too paranoid. There might actually be no need for me to get a bodyguard at all. But it still worries me, you see. So, it's fine if you want to laugh at me, saying that I'm too paranoid. I just want to feel safe right now. Akira once again checked with Alpha, and Alpha confirmed that what Carol said was not a lie. After that, he thought for a bit. A lot has been going on. Akira could not help but think that employing him as a bodyguard in order to avoid misunderstanding and getting roped into trouble was actually counter-effective. However, Carol was someone who went along well with Viola. So, there was no way Carol did not know about that. Let me ask you this first. Why did you pick me? Of course, it's because I know you're strong. It might be weird to hear this from me, but I often cause trouble or get roped into one, you know. Akira remembered the time when Kobayashi stated this while laughing so hard that he found it hard to breathe. At that time and even now, he couldn't deny it at all. Are you sure you want me to guard you when you don't want to get roped into trouble? Akira was able to ask this question extremely casually. It was thanks to the hard life that he had gone through, which gave birth to his twisted personality. However, Carol did not seem bothered by that at all and giggled. It's not like they happened because of you, right? So, I don't really mind. I know about your past well. Even so, I still decided to ask you. You don't need to worry about it. But if you know yourself well and believe that is the case, it would be great if you can be extra careful while guarding me. Though I won't force you. Alpha. She's being very careful with her words, but she's not lying. Basically, she's hiding something, huh? She did say that she can't tell you all the details, and by the way, she was being honest when she said that. I see. I guess that's basically what it is, huh? Seeing Akira being uncertain again, Alpha curiously asked him, "To be honest, you can just refuse it if you're that suspicious, you know? Or is that you actually want to accept it?" When Alpha pointed that out, Akira suddenly realized his own feeling and found it surprising. He realized the bias in his thoughts. He once again re-evaluated the important questions that he should ask regarding the request and asked those questions to Carol with a serious expression. "I'll apologize first since I'm sure this will offend you, but answer this. You're not trying to trick me into something with this request, right?" Carol did not look away and locked her gaze with Akira's somber gaze. She then replied with a serious tone. "It depends on how you look at it. If you mean as in causing you trouble, then no. If you mean as in roping you to a fight against people that are way stronger than you expected, then the answer is still a no. Though I can't deny that you might find yourself in a situation where you think so. After all, it's not like I can accurately predict who and what I am going to fight against. If you say that you won't accept it because I can't tell you those details, then there's nothing that I can do, I'll just give it up." As Akira asked for her real intention, Carol gave the best answer that she could give right now. Then, there was silence as they stared at each other. Akira was the one who broke that silence. "All right, I accept." Carol's tense expression relaxed as she sighed in relief. "Thank you. Sorry, it's not like I wanted to prolong the negotiation. Someone once told me to be extra careful so as not to get tricked. That's why I was being very careful." "It's fine. Just like what that person said. The most expensive stuff is free stuff. Although it's difficult to live if you're being too careful, you won't even be able to live if you don't have any suspicion at all." Though it might be weird for someone who often works with Viola to say this, but it's indeed very hard to find a good balance. Seeing Carol smiling wryly, Akira replied with a bitter smile. After that, Akira and Carol continued to discuss the finer details. That was when Alpha, who discovered something surprising, asked Akira, "By the way, Akira, why didn't you ask me if she was lying on the very last exchange?" "HM? Well, I just thought that I should at least make the final decision myself. It just doesn't feel right to rely on you for everything. If I get tricked because of that, that just means I'm really foolish enough to get tricked." "Is that so? Well, it's fine if that's the case." Alpha thought for a bit if it was better to tell Akira her thoughts but eventually decided not to. After all, if his decision was a mistake, that would push him to rely on her more. Carol was being as honest as she could to Akira. For the parts where she could not, she did her best to carefully choose her words. Chapter 247, Common Happenings. Not too long ago, Miyazono Ruin was filled with hunters after the ruckus that happened recently. However, at the moment, it had calmed down considerably and returned to its usual state. With that being said, it was not like it had completely returned back to before that ruckus. The area around the Saranthal building was guarded by soldiers dispatched by Kagomayama City. They were securing a road which connected the Hunter office and Saranthal building. After that, they placed the Saranthal building under lockdown, controlled by Kagomayama City management. Akira went to that Miyazono Ruin once again with Carol. They were there to do Carol's hunter job, which was about collecting data for a map. Akira was accompanying her as her bodyguard. They were spending time talking to each other while exploring the ruin. "But still, I didn't expect you would even prepare a large camping car like that just to explore a ruin. Are you really that invested in this job?" For Akira, who always thought of going to the ruin and returning back home on the same day, the idea of preparing a place to sleep nearby was rather foreign to him. Carol smiled smugly and replied, "Well, yep, pretty much. Although it's only for a short time, I'm planning on going to the ruin regularly every day. So, it's better to have a camping car nearby instead of having to go back and forth from the city every day. The inn in the hunter office is not suitable for a beauty like me after all." There were many hunters who went to explore the ruins for many days. In case they were challenging a ruin which would take a huge group of hunters and a long time to explore, forget a camping car, they would even build temporary housing. Of course, Akira, who always worked alone, never experienced something like that. Even so, considering the inside of the camping vehicle, it was indeed a bit too excessive. Akira hummed. "So, That grandiose inside is simply for the sake of appearance, huh? Well, there's a bath too. You're really invested in this job. Just how much do you think my body cost? It is worth a lot and everyone evaluates it highly, you know? Don't you want to have a taste at least once? Carol smiled invitingly at Akira. That wonderful body combined with her foxiness had felled many men, but that was not the case for Akira. No thanks. You're as cold as ever, you know? Carol lightly sighed. She then scanned Akira's body and exasperatedly said, You've really grown up, you're taller now and your body is much more pronounced. But even so, you still prefer food over women, huh? Sorry, but that's the case at the moment. Akira lightly smiled and said so. Carol responded with a bitter smile. Good grief, this is depressing. Especially when I'm actually doing very well with my side job. Akira and Carol kept having such a conversation while they were exploring the ruin. They then noticed another group of hunters coming in their direction. Their equipment matched the difficulty level of Miyazono ruin and they got close enough to each other to scan the other's equipment. That was also when the other group drove away to the side of the road as if to avoid Akira and Carol. Just like that they passed each other. The hunters looked at Akira and Carol with concerned looks as they were carrying equipment that did not match the difficulty level of Miyazono ruin. As a matter of fact, their equipment was way too powerful. Some of them looked scared, shocked, or even distrustful and envious of Akira and Carol. Akira himself also noticed that and felt rather happy knowing that he had really become strong. He then looked at his other teammate, who also had strong equipment as well and was interested in what she had equipped. Carol noticed Akira's gaze and teasingly called him out. Oh, what is it? Are you interested in me after all? Nope, that's not it. It's just that augmented suit, that is one of those powerful augmented suits, right? On top of her body-tight inner suit, Carol was using a suit that looked like a simple combination of thin belts and an exposing swimsuit. To top it off, she had an augmented suit that only covered certain parts of her body. That augmented suit had openings on her chest and thighs, which were held together by belts. That augmented suit, including its inner suit, were old-world items that only high-ranking hunters could get. Their performance and sense of design were of the old worlds. Akira could feel that Carol's augmented suit gave the same feeling as Melchia's augmented suit and the augmented suit that Alpha once used. Carol smiled smugly. I renewed all my equipment including my guns. Your equipment looks pretty powerful too, but I think mine are still better. Akira raised his eyebrows. Oh, is that so? I don't mean to offend you, but you don't have the money to buy equipment of that caliber, no. Oh my, let me at least tell you this. I'm pretty rich although I look like this, you know? Although, it's not money from my hunter job. Carol understood that Akira asked that rather rude question with zero bad intention, but even so, she still deliberately made an offended expression. Akira, who saw that, reflected on himself. He realized that it was rather rude of him to say that. Sorry. I just thought that kind of equipment usually has hunter rank restrictions placed on them. Carol's expression returned back to normal. Though, it was not like she was actually offended in the first place. Oh, that huh? Well, it's true that I can't buy them, but there are other routes where I can procure them. Other routes. Akira tilted his head in confusion, seeing that Carol happily explained to him. The hunter rank restriction on powerful equipment was mostly applied by the manufacturers. As long as it was not equipment for the front line, normally, the corporate government would not put any rank restriction on them. Moreover, it was not like there was an exact ruling on how to decide the equipment's restriction. In the end, that restriction could be adjusted by the discretion of the manufacturer. For example, when a group of hunters wanted to buy them, it was up to the manufacturer to decide whether to judge based on the group's highest hunter rank, or lowest one, or the middle one, or by taking the average. Of course, most would not be willing to sell a rank 100 equipment to a rank 10 hunter even if they were in the same team. That was why such restrictions were not set in stone and up to their whims. Nonetheless, it served its purpose. It was basically a way to motivate hunters to reach a higher hunter rank and to grow or join a large hunter team. After all, it was easier for the hunter office to manage them when they were in groups. Carol used that to slip through the restriction rule. Since there were many high-ranking hunters coming to Kagomayama City lately, she temporarily joined a high-ranking team to cheat that hunter rank restriction. This was where her side job came in handy. Carol had already left that team. But just because she was no longer in the team, it was not like they could reclaim the equipment that she bought. There were many teams that broke up because of matters between men and women. So, it was impossible for the manufacturer to manage their products to that extent. Thanks to this method, Carol was able to get equipment that was way outside her hunter rank. After hearing that explanation, Akira sighed exasperatedly. What can I say? To be honest, it would be great if you could behave a bit more. It's fine, isn't it? It's easier on you too when I'm this well-equipped, no? Well, that's true, but still. It was not like Akira himself was a stickler when it came to rules. Since the mystery of how Carol got her equipment was solved, Akira was no longer interested in it now. On the other hand, Carol herself had to make a compromise with her principals to be able to get her current set of equipment. To be more exact, she had to make peace with her principal to only sleep with those who paid her with money from dangerous jobs. Even when one joined a high-ranking hunter team, if the difference in equipment was that big, even the seller would be troubled as well. This also meant that it was no trouble at all if the seller was to completely ignore it. Fortunately, in the case of Carol, she knew someone that she could manipulate. It was those who worked with Cheryl's gang. It did not take much work for Carol to make an officer from Kiryu to fall for her. She also did the same to the person written as the buyer in the contract. That man also paid for her equipment, which Carol offered her services in return. Thus, she did not have to go through hunter rank checks to obtain her equipment. Even if it came to light later, the seller would only take it as those men getting manipulated by a bad girl. They were already under Carol's charm. They no longer cared about the risk involved in selling and purchasing expensive equipment for a low-rank hunter, who otherwise would have failed the hunter rank requirements. However, Carol did not find this to be amusing at all. She considered what might happen to her if her fear turned to reality, and even resorted to this. Carol and Akira walked carefully inside the ruin while gathering information about the area for map brokers. Akira left his bike behind next to Carol's camping car. Carol took the front as they proceeded. She stopped many times while they walked. She would regularly check the information data from the information gathering device that she placed there beforehand before continuing to check the other areas. Carol, why do we have to collect the data ourselves? Can't we just use some kind of long-range data transfer to regularly transfer the data or something? I use that kind of device in some areas. Not all. For those, sometimes, monsters managed to catch its signal. They searched for the location of the terminal and destroyed it. That's why, including the collection of area data, hunters mainly use devices that are mostly only for receiving signals. The ones I'm personally collecting from are set to only send data when they receive a certain encrypted message first. Thanks to that, the monsters can't find them. Oh, I see. Well, information about where terminals get broken is actually quite important to those who are deciding on a safe route to take. After the last ruckus in Mihazono Ruin, things had started to change. The drones guarding the areas, the distribution of monsters, the patrol routes, all of them were completely changed. That was also the case for the city maintenance drones as well. In the past, they only cleaned up rubbles, but now, they even started to rebuild buildings as well. With all these changes in the ruin, its map, which was formerly free, had become highly valuable. Of course, the better the accuracy of the map, the more expensive it became. In order to decide whether a map was worth its price, people often asked how the map brokers gathered the information about the patrol time and the area. A good map broker would be able to answer that easily. Akira listened closely to that explanation with great interest. So, we're exploring the ruin in order to get better accuracy for the map, huh? Being a map broker is not easy. It's just one of the many methods to make maps. There are also people who opt to buy information from hunters who return back from the ruin and use that information to construct a map. There are also cases where they force someone indebted to them to explore the ruin while carrying inadequate equipment. They would be equipped with an information-gathering device, of course, but they are not expected to return back alive. The fact that a certain hunter with a certain skill level did not return alive could also be valuable information to map out the dangerous area of a ruin. Depending on the debt, these people might get sent to locations where there was not enough information regarding that area. So that's one of the things that would happen to people deep in debt, huh? Although it sounds cruel, depending on their luck and skill, they can repay their debt that way, you know? Many hunters die meaninglessly inside the ruin after all, so I think it's one of the better choices. Although it was rare, there were hunters who awakened their talents because of such a cruel fate. These hunters would sign a contract with some company in exchange for offsetting most of their debt. After all, the Eastern District always needed more skilled hunters. As long as they had the skills, hunters could always find a way to get back up. Though many of them die before they have that chance. Also, skilled hunters would not get drowned in debt in the first place. Carol had a long history with Viola, so she knew way more than Akira regarding what would happen to those in debt. The corporate government wished people in the Eastern District would do honest businesses. This included respecting their basic human rights. However, there was room on how to interpret what was entailed as human rights. After all, in order to push the development of the Eastern District, there were many occasions where they had to infringe on human rights. This included human experimentation. The level of this infringement depended on how much debt one had. The less the debt, the more their human rights were properly respected. One of the prime examples of that was the free food distributed to the slums. If the debt only amounted to a few hundred orum, they would only be forced to consume food coming from suspicious sources. But the opposite was also true. The bigger the debt, the more the danger they had to face. For example, the common drugs sold in the Eastern District were only sold to the public after they were tested on people first. More often than not, the stronger the drug, the stronger the side effect was. The nanomachines inside the medicine might worsen a wound instead of healing it. In the worst-case scenario, they might face a fate worse than death. As the debt got higher, it eventually scaled closer to life-threatening situations. When the debt reached a number that was unreasonably high, they would be forced to undergo hopeless experiments to repay their debt. They would be forced to take substances that would treat them no better than expendable pawns. Although there was no public example of something like that, it was common sense in the Eastern District. That common sense had already spread widely, and many in the Eastern District would rather choose to die instead of getting into debt. Akira could not help but frown after hearing some examples from Carol. But he then remembered the people who attacked Cheryl's base in the past. To pay for the compensation, they were forced into debt and were sold. At that time, some of them said that they rather chose death. When that happened, Akira obliged and granted their wish. And after hearing Carol's story, he wondered if it was true. They did find a better fate by dying there. Carol's camping car was even equipped with a bath. Akira, who spent the night there as Carol's bodyguard, borrowed the bath after they were done with their hunter job for the day. For a bath inside a moving vehicle, it was a relatively big bath. Although it was only enough for one person, it was large enough for someone to extend their legs inside of it. Or more like, leaving the size aside, it was even a better bath than the one Akira had back at home. To be more precise, the warm water there was mixed with extra stuff. Akira remembered that Carol once said Akira was only using a cheap bath, and he could understand that difference now as he was enjoying his bath. Alpha was sitting on the mouth of the bath with only the part under her knees dipped inside the warm water. At first, she was also dipping inside with Akira, but Akira said that it was too cramped and told her to move away. Akira, I want to confirm this. How long are you planning to guard Carol? HM? It is either until she's fine without me or until my new equipment arrives. I see, that's fine then. Akira frowned. Oh, you're fine with that? And here I thought you would tell me to stop since I can't train while guarding Carol. However, Alpha teasingly replied, if it's about that, there's no need for you to worry. That is guarding Carol really that bad? It at least won't let your skills get rusty, and I am not saying this because Carol is bad herself. Rather, she isn't the source of the problem. Didn't you say it yourself before? You often become the source of a problem or get roped into one. So that at the very least won't let your skills get rusty. Akira just laughed bitterly and did not deny that at all. While Akira was in the bath, Carol was working on constructing a map from the information that they collected that day using a terminal fixed to the camping car. At the same time, she was also browsing the net. After seeing the result, she sighed. Still no change, huh? It's not like I can keep having Akira protect me like this forever. With that being said, it's not like I can move around recklessly either. I need to be patient. Carol concluded that it was best for her to keep laying low and not cause any trouble for the time being while hoping that the situation would change soon. That was when Akira returned from the bath. Carol quickly replaced the troubled look on her face with her usual smile and went to the bath. This was for the sake of keeping at least one of them, Akira or Carol, ready for a fight anytime. So, she waited until Akira finished putting on his augmented suit before starting to take off her own augmented suit. Although there was no changing room inside the camping car, there was a curtain partition. But even so, Carol did not use it and started undressing in front of him. Akira finally showed a reaction when he saw Carol's beautiful body that she had spent billions of orum to maintain. Unfortunately, his reaction was more of exasperation. Seeing that, she thought he was the same as always and smiled bitterly while she went to the bath. While dipping inside the especially adjusted warm water, Carol probed her body as if to give it a full body check. Although it looked like she was casually probing her body, her grip strength was way over what a normal human could do. It was even stronger than the power of an augmented suit. Equipment was not the only thing that she got by compromising her principles. In order to strengthen her enhanced body, she somehow managed to acquire nanomachines distributed near the front line. Although her outer appearance still stayed the same. An original alluring body designed to lure men, the nanomachine coursing inside it was of a completely different level. If she wished to, she could obtain a temporary superhuman body in exchange for nanomachine consumption. In the past, she carefully washed her body for her side job. This time, she did the same but doubled for training to get used to her now powerfully enhanced body. She carefully moved her body not to practice how to entice men but to minimize the usage of her nanomachine, which was useful for fighting. When she finished bathing and returned back, Akira was no longer inside the room. As she was puzzled as to what was going on, a call from Viola suddenly reached her. Since the notification indicated that it was an urgent call, she decided to pick it up while still buck naked. Although, she did find the timing of the call and Akira's disappearance to be equally strange. Viola, what's wrong? Carol, you've been doing great with your side job, right? It seems that the team led by someone named Zealous mentioned that one of his men even used the team's budget for you. That man you sunk your claws in is named Babalot. Him huh? And here I thought that he was being extremely generous to me. So, he even went as far as to use the team's budget, huh? To think that he would go even that far. His luck with women is really awful. So, what then? When the rest of the team discovered it, he said that he was manipulated by you. And now the whole team is looking for you. Carol heaved a huge sigh. I see, so what's the situation? It seems that they have already discovered your current location from an information broker. If you're planning to negotiate with them, I don't mind taking it over for you though. Let me think about it first. Thanks. I'll call you again. Carol closed the call. She then shouted as she put on her augmented suit. Akira, where are you? A reply came from the terminal connected to the vehicle. Outside, it seems that some people are heading in this direction. So I'm standing by, ready outside. Carol was a bit surprised, and she went to check the vehicle's radar. Although it was still outside the radius where it would send in an alert, there was indeed a signal headed in their direction. Judging from its speed, it seemed to be a vehicle that did not seem to be headed for the ruins. Although it was coming from the direction of the wasteland, if it was aiming for the ruin, it would have gone to the Hunter office's direction instead, not Carol's camping car, which was parked rather far away from the Hunter office. Carol lightly smiled as she felt a level of reassurance on how decisive and quickly Akira responded. She proceeded to put on her augmented suit and picked up her equipment before going outside as well. She did not seem to be scared at all. Although, she did think that it was a pain in the neck. Her opponent this time was a team of high-rank hunters. But even so, that was not a rare occurrence considering her side job. So, She told herself that she could deal with it just like usual to calm herself down. Based on the situation, she even thought of taking care of it all by herself without Akira. After all, it was not like she employed Akira to do something like this. Chapter 248, 10 billion orum per night. Akira and Carol were waiting beside the camping car for the signal caught on their radar to arrive. It did not take long for the source of that signal to be visible to the naked eye. A large vehicle stopped near them, and two men came out from the vehicle. Both men were hunters. Judging from their equipment, they must have come from further east of Kagami City. Carol was familiar with one of them. It was Babalod, who used her service from her side job. So, it did not take much for her to guess who was the other one. As she guessed, it was Zealous, the man she had heard from Viola. Zealous scanned Akira and Carol's equipment before lightly throwing a question. "So you're Carol, huh?" Carol casually replied. "Yep." "Well, since you even took your time to welcome us here, it means that I don't need to explain everything from the start, right?" Are you here because you heard your friends praise me for my side job? If that's the case, I'm sorry, but it's not like I'm accepting customers all the time. So, can you leave for today and ask me again some other time?" Carol already knew why Zealous was there, but she was deliberately playing coy. Zealous understood what Carol was trying to say. Thus, he then tried to carefully probe Carol's situation. "Actually, the money that Babalod used for you was from the team's budget, you see." "Oh my, is that so? I didn't know that. That must be rough, so don't tell me that you're here to tell me to return it." "It depends. Are you being serious here? I'm only accepting his money and he got that money from stealing from you. It's him that you should be asking, not me." "Well, normally, that would be the case. As I said, it depends." "Oh, so, can you elaborate?" Up until this point, both of them were acting casual while trying to probe the other's intention, but this is where Zealous' attitude changed. A certain pressure emanated from him. It was a pressure unique to high-ranking hunters. It was calm and silent yet extremely suffocating. "It depends on whether you put your hands on him trying to cause trouble for us right from the start or not." Carol was smiling like usual, but she also started feeling the pressure and got a bit anxious. Zealous reached for Babalod's neck to further intimidate Carol. "Although I did say that he took the team's budget, if it was a small amount, we could solve it by ourselves. And even if it is not that small, we can still solve it by discussing it among ourselves." Zealous' gaze turned sharper. His grip also became stronger. Babalod started to frown from the pain. "But the problem is that this guy leaked a piece of secret information. So, it's only given that we'll get suspicious toward the person who he gave this information to. We only knew that he gave away such a crucial piece of information to you because we interrogated this fool." Zealous' gaze turned thick with intimidation. "Answer me. What are you going to do with that information?" Carol somehow managed to maintain her calm since it was not rare for her to have to face such intimidating pressure from a high-ranking hunter due to her side job. She then replied casually with her business smile. "Nothing in particular. I'll interpret that as you refusing to answer." Zealous' stance shifted. The situation was on the brink of a fight. Akira also tensed up. He already activated his time compression and shifted his stance as well so that he could react to any sudden movement. But Carol smiled and replied calmly. "I didn't mean that, it's just exactly as I said, I have no plan to use that information." "What do you mean?" "It's true that I received that information as a substitute for monetary gains, but it's not like I was aiming for that information in the first place. I'm fine with getting paid anything as long as it has the same worth as the fee, and I don't really decide what that is. It was his choice to pay for my service using information gained from your team, not me." Carol's face turned serious. "Since I did my job, I have the right to receive my reward. If you don't have enough money, you'll have you pay for it with something else. Just because I'm not strapped for money, that doesn't mean I'm willing to lower my fee. I have no plans to reduce the cost I set. It would reflect as me lowering my own worth. I'm sure you can understand that too, right? Or is that I'm mistaken?" As the leader of a team of hunters, whose jobs had death as an occupational hazard, his team members practically staked their lives to work under him. Thus, he could not deny Carol's statement, which only left him with one choice. Well, yeah. Well, that's the gist of it. I don't mind what it is as long as it is worth enough for my fee. It doesn't matter if it's money, or an object, or a person, or information, or just basically anything. Even if I have no idea how to use that thing. And by pure chance, this time, that thing is information. That's all there is to it. Zealous could understand Carol's argument. Thus, he lowered his pressure and disengaged. Akira also did the same after that. But that did not mean Zealous was no longer suspicious of Carol. He kept his suspicion as he glanced at Akira. You're pretty chill, although you know my team is being hostile with you. Is it because of that guy? Carol's serious expression returned back to her usual smile. Well, that's half of the reason. So what's the other half? Even without him around, I'll deal with it the same way. This is not a rare occurrence for me after all. So, I'll just handle it the way I usually do. Oh, in that case, is it okay to ask what you usually do in this situation? I'll offer you my service, then explain the situation and help you understand what is actually going on. Of course, I'll do that on a bed. Most misunderstandings get cleared after doing that, you know. Did I see? Zealous thought one more time. He was trying to judge Carol's attitude. If she was his team's enemy. He then added Akira's fighting skill to the equation and finally made his conclusion as he lightly chuckled and declared, Okay, fine. It seems that it's my mistake. He then apologized to Carol. Well, I'm sorry. As the team leader, I must think about the safety of my team, you see. So, I can't help but be extra cautious. Sorry about it. Carol was relieved, but she did not show it externally. She just smiled and accepted Zealous' apology. Don't worry, it's fine, it's completely understandable and I'm already used to it too. So, what now? Do you want me to book a time for you? Thank you for the offer, but I'll refuse. As I said, we're rather low on funds. I normally make it cheap for the first time. No. Letting myself be swayed by something like that is the seed of money problems. So, I must be strict with myself on this. From the outside, it appeared as though two combatants were conversing peacefully with each other. Up until now, Zealous still had his hand on Babalod's neck, but this is when he finally let go. Since Babalod was strangled off the ground, the moment he landed, he lost balance and fell to the ground, although he somehow managed to support himself so as not to fall face first. Zealous glanced at Babalod and casually said to him, You hear that, right? So that's it. You go deal with it yourself. Babalod was obviously flustered. Wait for a sec, me alone? Of course. If she's the enemy of the whole team, we deal with her together. But that doesn't seem to be the case. That's why we won't help you. Well, we won't get in your way either. So do your best. After saying that, Zealous just moved away as if it was none of his business. Now that Babalod was left alone to face Carol and Akira, his face turned desperate. Typical only to someone cornered as he turned his focus to Carol. Zealous only agreed to help him get back the team's budget that he used to pay for Carol's side job. And if it turned out that Carol was an enemy to his team, then Zealous would help him kill her and take back their funds while doing so. But since that was not the case, Zealous' team issue laid with Babalod and not Carol. Even if Babalod schemed to take back everything with force, this was in the end a matter between a prostitute and her customer. Zealous did not have anything to do with it. That was what Zealous hinted at as he moved to the side. Of course, Carol understood what he meant. She still kept her business smile from the outside as she thought of how to handle the change in the situation. She then made a dissatisfied face as she asked, Whoa, wait, are you serious? Isn't that just way too pathetic? Sorry, I'm desperate here. I did give you a lot of money. So, can you give it back to me? I'll repay you later. How much Zealous would beat him later depended on how much he could recover from Carol. So Babalod did not have the leeway to be concerned about shame. Moreover, when he thought of how much he had given Carol, he could not help but frown. In the first place, your fee is just way too high. There's a limit on how much you can charge someone. 10 billion orum per night is just way out of line, you know? Akira, who was listening to them with vigilance, was caught by surprise when he heard that statement. Carol, who saw that, smiled amusedly. She returned to her usual smile and explained to Babolat. A woman's body can be as expensive as she wants. Moreover, I never forced you. You were okay with that fee and that's why you used my service, right? So, there's no way I'm okay with you asking it back after enjoying my service, but even so, I still need it back. Babolat took one step forward. Negotiations had ceased and he was about to make his move. Carol, who saw that, quickly analyzed her choices to initiate the fight. But before she made her decision, Akira already stood between them. Carol, it's okay to treat him as a mugger now, right? Carol was pretending to hesitate for a bit before giving her answer. Well, I guess that's fine. Though I have one request, if it's possible, don't kill him or don't injure him too much. Please beat him gently. And the reason for that? He'll fetch more money that way. With him making you work like this, I'll have him pay for your reward after all. Fine then. Akira did not reach for his rifle. Instead, he unsheathed his blade and faced Babolat. The black blade decorated with golden linings was an optional item that came with his CA-31R augmented suit. But the grip was from the modified blade that he received from Shirori. The blade portion was destroyed back in the Kuzuzuhara ruin. Normally, he would just need to ask for a replacement blade. But it was not practical to keep asking Shirori for the blade's replacement every single time he broke it, not to mention that he broke it that time to kill Katsuya. Akira had another choice to use the repairing feature of the sheath to create a new blade, but it would be creating a new blade instead of repairing the current blade, so it would take a lot of time and money. That was when he remembered that a blade was in the optional item list back when he ordered his augmented suit, so he decided to ask Kiryu if he could purchase a blade from them without its handle and etc. Due to the difference in their design, it was unusable at first, but with a little bit of modification to the grip, it solved the issue. After hearing that answer from Kiryu, Akira thought that it was a good opportunity to also repair the grip after all those fights and sent it to Kiryu to modify. Since it took time to modify the sheath and the grip to be able to be used with Kiryu's general-purpose blade, Akira had to wait till they sent it back to him. Because of that, it did not make it for Akira's inter-city transport escort mission. But it was finally done and returned back together with the rest of his new equipment just the other day. Seeing Akira take a battle stance with his blade unsheathed, Babolat also took a fighting stance. He lowered both of his hands until they touched the ground. The joints suddenly disengaged. He raised his arms and slowly pointed them forward. The arms with seemingly unlimited disengaged joints moving freely as if they were whips. Thus, creating an anatomical stance impossible for a human to perform. Hunters who did not use guns in battles against monsters were a minority. As such, there were not that many chances for them to have close-range combat where rifles were at a disadvantage. But even so, there were hunters who still learnt that skill. After all, there are chances where they had to use that skill, for example, when they had to fight another hunter. Those who had learned such skill would be able to limit their opponents during a fight, after all. They would not be shooting stray bullets anywhere. In case of a fight where there was no wish to kill but both sides also did not mind killing the other side, due to some common unspoken convention between the hunters, such a fight often turned into a battle without guns. Dealing with pain without the risk of killing was a good way to discourage the opponent. There were also cases where hunters would look down on their opponents once they became completely useless without guns. Thus, most high-ranking hunters knew how to do melee combat. Akira accepted Carol's request not to kill Babolat, and Babolat only wanted Akira, who was Carol's bodyguard, to relent. This was in order for him to force Carol to concede. Thus, both of them basically acquiesced to fight without guns. They were locked in a face-off as they were probing for an opening. The tense atmosphere continued. Zealous, who did not like the idea of that stalemate continuing forever, decided to snap his finger. The sound signaled the start of the fight as Akira and Babolat jumped into action. Babolat's blade arm reached for Akira. He swung his already bent right arm to pierce through the air. While at the same time, his arm extended while his legs did not shift at all. It was as if he suddenly threw a blade toward an enemy that was originally completely out of his reach. The blade arm suddenly released a flash of light created from force field armor, which hardened the whole blade. It turned into a vicious weapon that can easily pierce through a thick metal plate, searching for its target. Akira dexterously leaned to one side, evading the incoming blade. The blade passed next to him as if it was a speeding bullet, but even so, Akira calmly but quickly used the least needed movement to avoid it, and while still in that posture, Akira swung his blade to cut the extended arm. But the combination of the arm's movement, the speed of Babalod pulling back his arm, and the anti-cut armor protecting it prevented Akira from cutting it off. The moment it made contact with Akira's blade, it released flashes of light, like a firecracker. Babalod quickly pulled back his arm. Resting his hardened thumb on the blade guard, extending it out, Babalod tried to attack Akira from behind. But Akira immediately ducked to evade that, and at the same time, he leapt forward to close the distance. To retaliate, Babalod used his left arm and whipped it toward Akira. It was aimed to restrict Akira's movement. The steel hand went to grab Akira's head while the extended arm tried to circle itself around Akira's body. It was difficult to get away from both of them at the same time. Akira swung down his blade to repel Babalod's left arm. Although he could not cut it off, the power of his augmented suit was more than enough to blow it away. At that time, Babalod already launched another attack with his right arm that he just pulled back. The successive attack had come by quickly, even the slightest delay would be fatal. But Akira also deflected that arm in the same way. Babalod's successive rapid attack was relatively slow inside Akira's compressed time perception. When he lost balance from evading the previous attack, he used his augmented suit to fortify his footing and forcefully fixed his posture. The backlash from the difference in the weight that would have originally blown him away was redirected and used to strike back at his opponent. With both of Babalod's arms blown away, Akira quickly closed their distance. With a rather light step, he raised his blade up. That was when Babalod smiled. It was his original scheme to bait Akira to do that. With that posture that was obvious he was going to fall over, he suddenly regained his balance using his augmented suit. And at the same time, he whipped his arms as if they were claws trying to rip Akira from both sides. With Akira was in the air and no footing, even if he used force field armor to project a footing and used it to jump away, it was already too late to try to evade that attack. It was a high-speed attack from both sides. Even if Akira deflected one of them, the other one would hit him. Babalod was confident that he already had his victory at hand. And as Babalod had predicted, Akira could not get away from that attack, but that did not mean he was victorious. Akira let go of the blade that he held with both of his hands. He then released an accurate strike to the left and right without glancing to the side. His retaliation was fast thanks to the physical power enhancement of his new augmented suit. With the angle of his attack being extremely exquisite, it was enough to make sure that the arm blades were deflected, avoiding a head-on clash. Babalod was caught by surprise. With his left and right arms thrown aside, he could not move while Akira in front of him grabbed his blade again. Babalod could not do anything as Akira swung his blade down. The blade stopped right in front of Babalod's eyes. Both Akira and Babalod had no wish to kill each other, so in another word, they were both holding back. But in an exchange that only lasted for a few seconds, it was easy to see who would die if they were going at it seriously, and both of them understood that very well. Now that Babalod had lost his will to continue the fight, he disengaged his non-human posture. The moment he did that, his body fell back. "All right, it's my loss, goddammit." Babalod frustratedly admitted his loss and looked bitterly at Akira. "You even got yourself a bodyguard like this, huh? I bet you paid him with the money that I paid you. So how much is it? How much are you getting paid?" With someone that powerful, it was only natural to be expensive. Although he lost, paying Akira for that fight would diminish Carol's ability to pay him. Babalod thought so as he spat out those begrudging words. Akira sheathed his blade. 1,000,000 aurum per day. Babalod twitched. Akira's answer only served to worsen his anger. "The heck? You're seriously okay getting paid that little? You're only making me look more stupid here, you know? Even if you say that." Akira seemed completely apathetic to that matter. Carol then came next to Akira and smiled at Babalod. "I actually told him that it's okay to have me every day on top of the base pay during his mission to protect me." Babalod, who already had a taste of Carol's body, was completely convinced with that as he could not help but exclaim, "I see, so that's why, huh? Damn it." In contrast to him, Akira looked confused as he could not understand why that would make sense. But since he was in the middle of a job right now, he put that aside for later. "So then, Carol, what do you want to do with this guy?" Although he had defeated Babalod, it was not like he stripped him off his ability to fight. Akira went this far only because he was told Babalod would fetch more money when captured alive, but he had no idea what exactly to do with Babalod. Meanwhile, capturing him just like this was basically not in his job description as a bodyguard. Carol giggled and answered that question. "HM? Just wait for a bit. They should arrive soon." "They who?" "Don't worry. It's not like I'm talking about his reinforcement. Ah, there they are." From the direction where Carol was pointing, there was an APC coming from the wasteland. It stopped close to them, and some people came out from that APC. It was Colbert, Levin, Ario, and their companions. Unlike Colbert and Levin, who were already used to this scene, Ario and the other children seemed a bit scared. And lastly, Viola also came out from that APC. With a glance at the scene there, Viola understood what was going on and walked to Carol. "Oh, that was way more peaceful than I thought." Carol smiled at Viola and replied, "Well, it's great to have a strong bodyguard. But still, you came just right on time, so where have you been watching from?" "Oh my, it's just a pure coincidence." Carol did not tell Viola that she had employed Akira. She had also refused Viola's offer to do the negotiation. With Viola not asking what Carol would do to handle what was coming, and the perfect timing when Viola came, it could be inferred that Viola already knew what was going on. Carol did not know if that was because of the precision of her information net or because of her amazing observation skill. Either way, Carol still gave a smile, indicating that she already knew everything about Viola. In reaction to Carol's smile, Viola replied with her usual smile. "Carol, since I'm already here, can you leave the rest of the negotiation to me?" "You have a point, all right then." "Oh, that was easy. You could have accepted my offer like that from the start, you know." Against Viola, who was making a rather exaggerated surprised expression, Carol's smile deepened. "The situation is not the same now, you do know that as well, right?" Having Viola involved right now when Carol already won her negotiation with Zealous and Babalod was completely different from getting Viola involved from the time when nothing was certain yet. Since Carol and Viola were such good friends and equally bad women, they really matched each other well. But this time, Carol wanted to avoid making this matter overly complicated with Viola's involvement. That was why even if there was a minimum danger to herself, Carol refused her offer to get involved back then. Carol tried to probe how much Viola knew about her situation as she threw a question to Viola with a smile that indicated that she already knew everything. "That's why I'll have you cut the negotiation price." "Well, then I'll leave the rest to you. Akira, let's return back to the car." Carol walked toward the camping car. Akira hesitated for a bit and looked at Babalod. Levin was in the middle of putting something that looked like a restraining device on him. Meanwhile, Babalod seemed to have completely lost his will to fight back and just let Levin do his job. In contrast to that, Ario and the other children looked extremely anxious, having to guard a hunter who was obviously much stronger than them. Akira thought that it should be okay to leave as he went back to Carol's camping car as well. Viola smiled amusedly just like usual as she watched Carol and Akira's back. After they returned back to the camping car, Akira asked Carol what exactly just happened. That was when he asked the question that he shelved back then. "Say, Carol, that 10 billion orum per night that guy said back then, was that true?" "HM? Yep, it's true." Carol replied extremely casually to the point where he could not help but frown. "I see. But still, the 10 billion orum, did he pay for it?" "Of course, he couldn't. That is why he gave me something else that was worth that much. Which is the secret information Zealous talked about. He also gave me other information a few times before that. I'm sure that's why his team leader took his time to come here when that was out of the bag." "Well, that part is completely understandable, but how in the world do you sell a piece of information worth that much?" It's true that it's difficult to decide the price of a piece of information. For example, let's say that it's information that would have been fatal if it fell to the hands of someone who is up to no good to their team, and with that assumption in mind, the question would be how much they are willing to spend to get that information. With that as the basis on how to decide the worth of a piece of information, it becomes easier to tell that information would be worth 10 billion aurum. Even if you say so, it's 10 billion aurum we're talking about here. For me, it's a huge amount of money. Even with my perspective about money lowered, we're talking about just for one night here, right? Akira hummed as if he was trying to understand something that was completely alien to him. It was obvious from his expression that he looked really troubled. 10 billion aurum for one night. It was in a whole other world that he could not understand. Carol understood what Akira was thinking from seeing his expression and smiled at him. If you still can't understand it, how about trying the body that is worth 10 billion aurum per night for once? Akira frowned and smiled wryly. No thanks. Geez, you're as cold as always. Don't worry, I won't ask for money from you. Or at least that's the case while you're guarding me. Still no. I bet it's one of those frauds where the first few tries are either for free or for a small amount of money. Do you really think I would accept it right after I just saw what happened to the people who fell for it? For him, the experience must have been worth that trouble. That's all there is to it. To be honest, if you use this chance to get used to it, I'm sure you won't end up like him though. Even I must admit that you're strong, that's why I'm willing to let you have it without the need of paying. Don't you think that it is a great offer? Are you sure you don't want to take it? This chance will never come again, you know. I know, and yes, I'm not taking it. You're really no fun at all. Seeing that Akira was even putting up his guard toward her, Carol just giggled amusedly. Chapter 249, The Maids of the Old World Ruin. Since his business with Carol was over, Zealous returned back in his vehicle. Babalad was not with him since Babalad had already been taken away by Viola. Zealous and Viola's negotiation reached a conclusion without much trouble. It was not rare for a negotiator to take care of negotiations between hunters. After all, if two high-ranking hunter teams broke into a fight, the damage to the area would not be small. Except for the times when their main aim was the destruction of the other team, hunters tend to use negotiators to handle the negotiations peacefully. Zealous was already used to this, so he just threw his negotiation with Viola to his own team's negotiator. It was already decided beforehand that Viola would pay for what Babalad had to pay. But since it was taken as a debt from just a small scuffle between hunters on top of another small scuffle between teammates, Babalad did not get sent for human experimentation. Furthermore, with Babalad being a high-ranking hunter, at most, he would be forced to go to the ruins until he would be able to pay his debt. Zealous knew that and was fine with it. Although if Babalad got sent for human experimentation, he could not let that slide as the team leader. After all, he would still feel bad to throw someone that he cared for into hell. With that being said, Zealous looked a bit uncertain as he mumbled. But still, although I'm glad that there's nothing to worry about, why did he even do that? That guy is a cyborg, so there's no reason he would get addicted to something like that though. Many men met ruin because of women, and that did not change even for high-ranking hunters. Obviously, they were earning way more money than common hunters, but due to having to face deadly situations regularly, most of them were awful with money. Many of them were weak to temptations. With the reward of each success being big, the side who did the tempting also refined their techniques. Even so, it was well known that it was not easy to seduce a cyborg. Many of them could adjust their sensitivity manually. Then to top it off, a cyborg's body was battle-oriented, thus many of them did not even have the device to enjoy such an activity. Even if they could choose to add such a device, the sensation transmitted from that device would hardly make someone addicted. Because of that, hardly any cyborg gets addicted to body stimulus. As such, those who aimed to try to seduce cyborgs were often forced to build a pseudo-lover relationship. This was also not easy. It took time and money to investigate one's preference and set up a chance meeting. Those who still chose to do that must have known that their hard work would be properly rewarded by the end of the day. Zealous understood that much. This was the reason he was very suspicious of Carol and went there himself to confirm his suspicion. Zealous thought that the matter with Carol was some kind of attack from another hunter team. They sent one of their operators to approach a target and stole his team's money, information, and trust. But after he went to check it himself, it turned out that Babalod's problem was related to a hunter who was working a side job as a prostitute. Babalod told him everything after a light interrogation when his embezzlement of the team's budget was discovered. Afterwards, Babalod agreed to go to Carol to demand the money back. This showed that Babalod's relationship with Carol was nothing more than that of a prostitute and a client. It did not seem that it was some kind of elaborate honey trap where Carol completely seduced Babalod. Although Zealous was relieved that it was not an attack from another hunter team, he was suspicious of another thing. As the team leader, he knew the members of his team well. That was exactly why he did not expect Babalod to go so far as stealing from the team's budget and leaking secret information just for his favorite prostitute. I still don't get it. Babalod is a cyborg. Although that woman seems to have an enhanced body, it was still just a flesh body, right? Even if she has a physique that can be connected to some dangerous VR device, Babalod is not stupid enough to pay her that much money, so what exactly is going on here? As he was really confused about what exactly happened, he then remembered what Carol had said, helping him understand on the bed. That sentence was quite convincing. Zealous could not help but smile, wryly imagining what would happen to him if he had taken that offer. Well, I don't really know what happened, but at least it's obvious that she's a dangerous girl. I have to be careful. I'll at least tell the rest of the team to be careful of her as well. His agreement with Viola was sealed with one condition. Information Babalod leaked would not spread to anyone else. Although the formal contract was to be made later through the Hunter office, that oral agreement alone already had binding power. As long as they did not turn Carol and her companion into their team's enemy, there was no need to fear that the secret information would spread. Since there was no need to kill anyone, Zealous thought that this matter had already been resolved. One of the reasons was because if Carol was really used to having a conflict with high-ranking hunters, then it was to be expected for her to be familiar with solving such conflicts in a peaceful manner. There was no need to worry about her breaking her promise, which would essentially be throwing away the peaceful solution out of the window. In reality, Carol was not used to having conflicts with high-ranking hunters. The hunters who lived further to the east were relatively stronger both in terms of might and their power as an organization. Carol knew that the risk of getting into trouble with these people was relatively high. That was why she avoided having them as her customers. She held herself back from taking too much money from them. In short, Carol took a big gamble to cross this bridge. It was a dangerous, damaged bridge hanging on top of a deep ravine. Carol knew that. But even so, she still decided to cross that bridge. She believed that it was better than having to walk through a minefield. After all, it was much safer to carefully cross through a precarious bridge instead of having to tread through the land with hidden mines that would blow her up. Although the land itself might have no mines buried under it, it might just be her unwarranted fear making her believe that there were mines. Nonetheless, she still could not choose to walk through it. Today, Akira was working as Carol's bodyguard again as they were collecting information to make a map of the Mihazono ruin. In the middle of their exploration, he saw Carol regularly doing something that he did not understand. He simply thought that she must be working on the map or something. Just like last time, Carol suddenly stopped and looked in the direction where there was nothing. She then smiled at Akira, waved at him, and pointed at the ground. "Akira, try standing here for a bit." Akira did as he was told, and nothing in particular happened. But Carol casually but carefully observed his reaction. "Okay, and?" Seeing that Akira was a bit confused, Carol stopped and pointed to the front. "Can you try to look over there? There's a monster hiding over there with optical camouflage. Can you see it?" Akira frowned and looked in the direction she was pointing at. He used his information terminal to search for movement there and adjusted the focus direction and the sensitivity of his information-gathering device. If it was some common optical camouflage, this would be enough to detect such a monster, but strangely enough, he did not find anything. "Alpha, is she telling the truth?" Alpha smiled and replied, "Yeah. Although it's a difficult one to detect. Do you want me to give you my support?" "Yes, please." "Ah, Can you start with tweaking the setting of the information gathering device? If it was a monster with optical camouflage that was obviously undetectable using Akira's information gathering device, it would be difficult to explain how he could detect that monster with Alpha's support. But that was not the case if it was something that could be explained by adjusting the setting of his information gathering device. Since Akira was also using that chance to train himself, he decided to be careful about that as well. Okay. Alpha hijacked Akira's information gathering device. By adjusting the setting under the assumption that they knew there was a monster there, they were able to detect it. Finally, he could see a multi-legged tank that almost fully blocked the road. Its legs were disguised as trees thanks to its optical camouflage, so hunters would not notice it even if they bumped into one of those tree-looking legs. Akira frowned. That I can see it now. Carol, that's pretty impressive for you to be able to find it. Even my relatively powerful information gathering device needs more time to be able to detect it. I bet it's impossible to notice that monster there unless you know that it's there beforehand. Carol nodded. This is thanks to all the information that we've been diligently collecting, making regular updates for the map. The map made using this kind of information would fetch quite a lot of money, you know? Maps from common map brokers have no record about that monster. I see. So, it's thanks to our hard work going in and out of this ruin so many times, huh? There were invisible monsters in the ruin. Hunters who were saved thanks to the map that they bought from Carol would purchase from her again next time. Akira at least understood that much. But still, with it hiding there, won't it attack someone when someone gets close to that monster? It's basically just like an invisible static object. So as long as we don't pick a fight with it, it normally won't attack us. I bet it's some kind of additional security monster in case a huge ruckus like the one in Kuzuhara Ruin occurs. Carol's smile then deepened. But, well, it seems there are people who do not believe my map and could not detect monsters over there with their information-gathering device, so they decided to try to bump into it. Well, at least, the log indicates that the monster attacked back and killed all of them. I bet this will turn into another ghost story if more and more people get killed the same way. You have a point, it won't be strange for ghost stories to come up because of this. The hidden multi-legged tank monsters were posted inside the ruin. They would not attack unless certain conditions were satisfied. When more unfortunate hunters, who satisfy said condition, get killed by the monster, it would add to the number of hunters who got killed by an unknown threat. It would not be strange for this to develop into another ghost story. As Akira thought so, he glanced at Alpha. Alpha was smiling like usual there. Is there anything wrong? Nope, not at all. I just thought that it won't catch me off guard as long as I have you. But of course. Just leave it to me. Alpha replied, full of confidence. There is a story of the beguiling ghost in Kuzuhara Ruin. But I am still alive, at least that is the case for now. Akira thought. Carol then continued, talking about new ghost stories. Do you know that there's a rumor around here that might develop into another ghost story? Nope, never heard of it. What kind of rumor is it? It seems that you sometimes can find maids inside this ruin. But when you try to call them or approach them, they will vanish. Are you sure that they are not just hunters in maid outfits who do not wish to get into contact with anyone? Akira knew two maid acquaintances. Although he had no idea if they had anything to do with that rumor, Akira did not believe that such a rumor would really turn into another ghost story. However, Carol's smile deepened as she added another detail. It would be great if that's all there is to it. But they can vanish, you know? Some say that they are the guides that got fixed when the drones were repairing the ruin, which meant that they should be just holographic images. It would be easy to confirm it if you use an information-gathering device to scan them. But it turns out that that was not the case. They gave signals as if they were real physical objects according to the information-gathering devices. However, they can still suddenly vanish. Is that so? Well, even if that's true, I still don't see how that would turn into a ghost story. Moreover, it seems that there are people who really want to know the real identity of those maids and went to look for them, but they vanished mysteriously. Among them, there were some high-ranking hunters as well. Those who came from further to the east, or so I heard. Hunters who vanished inside the ruin were mostly regarded as dead because of their lack of skill compared to the difficulty of the ruin. However, since those high-ranking hunters were way too strong to get killed in the Mihazono ruin, it meant that there was something extremely dangerous inside the ruin. If hunters kept vanishing the same way and rumors that vaguely connected to them kept spreading, it was only a matter of time before it turned into another ghost story. I see. That kind of story indeed might turn into a ghost story. If it does turn into a ghost story, then just like the beguiling ghost of Kuzuzuhara Ruin, I wonder if it will be named as the Beguiling Maids. Akira, who found that weirdly funny, laughed. Well, won't that sound a bit too safe for such a dangerous story? That's just how ghost stories work, you know. That might be the case, but still. In that case, what would you name it? Miha? Let's see. Akira and Carol spent their time with such silly banter while they explored the ruin. Reina, Shiori, and Kane were searching the city blocks of the Mihazono ruin. Of course, it was for a hunter job, but this time, it was a little bit different compared to their usual hunter job. Just like usual, Kane and Shiori were donning their maid outfits that day. But it was not their usual maid outfits, they were advanced battle suits that Shiori had procured beforehand. Although they still kept their maid design, some parts of the suits were obviously modified to prioritize fighting capability to the point that it was obvious they were battle suits up close. Though, they looked like normal maid outfits from afar. Their new fighting capability had greatly improved to the point where they could hold a candle when compared to the equipment from around Ziegelt City. They were also better armed with other equipment as well, just like their modified maid outfit. Which meant that they were way too well equipped considering the difficulty level of Mihazono Ruin. And for today, Reina also wore similar equipment as Shiori and Ken. Shiori did not like the idea of making Reina use the same equipment as them. No matter how powerful their fighting capability, regardless of the design, in the end, they were maid outfits meant for servants. However, since her negotiation to get a different outfit for Reina failed and Reina herself was fine with wearing it, all three wore the same armor. Shiori seemed worried as she suggested to Reina, "Milady, as I thought, it might be better to put something on top of it. Even just a cover would greatly change the feel. It could hide the fact that Reina was using a servant's outfit." That was the meaning behind Shiori's words. However, Reina lightly shook her head and stated, "I'm fine with this. This thing is not designed to be put under something else, so it might even lower its fighting capability, right?" That might indeed be the case, but if it's just these monsters around the area, we should be able to handle it just fine. There is no need for Milady to be concerned. But that doesn't mean that there's any need for me to risk lowering my fighting capability, right? I'm fine like this. Very well, my apologies. Shiori reluctantly backed off. Seeing that, Kane tried to cheer her up with a smile. Well, it's only for this time. Milady will return to her usual equipment once we're done with this mission. So just be patient until then. I know. Shiori sighed and decided to put said issue aside for now. Reina understood Shiori's feelings and could not really blame her. But even so, it did not change her decision to use the current equipment even if it was against Shiori's wishes. Reina was extremely disheartened when she found out about Katsuya's death. But more than that, she was surprised. Reina herself had gone through so many dangerous situations where she almost died. She knew well just how dangerous being a hunter was. But even so, somewhere in her heart, she always believed that Katsuya would not die. And now that Katsuya was dead, the wasteland being a hunter, these two things combined were so dangerous that even someone like Katsuya got killed. Reina was reminded of this after hearing about Katsuya's death. Because of that, every aspect of her which looked down on the dangers of the wasteland got completely blown away. Once again, Reina was reminded that going to the wasteland and working as a hunter was a frightening endeavor. However, she did not let that break her. She also did not hesitate. Now that she recognized them as scary, she could properly prepare herself to get through them. She had the talent to at least accomplish that much. Reina's talent was polished even more by Katsuya's death. She was sad when he died, but the sadness that made her disheartened also made her more insensitive to death. This would help her through it the next time, marking her growth as a hunter. Because of this development, Reina did not make any fuss regarding her equipment. So then, Shiori, how is the progress of the request? Shiori gracefully lowered her head. My apologies. Unfortunately, we're not making any progress. This is not a good situation. But this does not mean that all our hard work is in vain. I know that Milady might find it vexing that I cannot tell Milady the details, so please be dash. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not bothered by that at all. I'm sure you're already doing your best. But still, since there's no progress, that just shows how hard this request is, huh? So, let's not rush ourselves and do this bit by bit. After she casually brushed the matter aside, she then smiled gently at Shiori. Don't worry, considering that it's a request from home, I'm already well over such a thing. Thank you very much. Shiori lowered her head apologetically. Reina had no knowledge about the details of her current job. To be more precise, she knows almost nothing about what was going on. The way she got that request was also abnormal. Basically, Shiori sent a request to Drankum and Drankum assigned that request to Shiori. Thus, right now, Reina was formally working under Shiori. Since this request came from Reina's home and included some secret information, Shiori was not allowed to tell Reina, who was living separately from her home, the details of the request. Shiori apologetically explained everything to Reina beforehand. Although Reina did not really want to accept a request coming from her home, since it was a good chance to boost her career as a hunter, she thought that it would be stupid to refuse that request just because of her personal feelings. As a matter of fact, she thought that she should take this request as good news. That was why she was completely fine with things being hidden. With the situation in mind, Reina then had Kane come along too simply as extra fighting personnel. As Shiori was the one leading the team, Reina was basically only accompanying her going around the ruin without knowing what they were doing. They just followed the orders that came up from the white card. Going to different places, a room of a building somewhere on the roadside, or on top of a pile of rubble. After doing that a few times, she then lightly sighed and moved on to the next location. They were basically stuck in that loop. Shiori once again sighed and put back the white card in her dress. Kane lightly threw a question at Shiori. Still nothing? Yes, it's either the matter of the location or recognition failure or that we're doing this completely wrong in the first place. Either way, I don't know why it is not working at all. We only have a handful of places to check next though. If it's not about the location, then there's no meaning in checking all of them. So, what's the plan now? We can try to break through to the Saranthal building once we have no other places to check though. I'm sure we will be just fine with our current equipment. And if that doesn't work as well, then it means we're doing this wrong. So, we can just return back for now after that and… Shiori shook her head with a stern look on her face. Oh, I don't know the reason why, but that place is guarded by soldiers from Kagomayama City. I heard that someone by the name of Yanagisawa took full control of the area. I heard that they're using the same security level that they use in Kuzuzuhara Ruin. So, it's that strict, huh? In that case, it will be also impossible to try to sneak in while making a ruckus somewhere else. Of course, we might be able to go to the 57th floor if we can get the city's permission. But in order to do that, secret information will definitely leak out during the negotiation. There's no doubt that they'll not stay silent about it. That's why going to the Saranthal building is our last choice. As long as we don't have enough reason, we won't go there. I see. Well, in the end, it's your decision, so I'll leave it to you, but at this rate we'll run out of options soon, you know? How about taking a break for now? Shiori understood why Kane said so. She knew that the next few days would only be filled with more failures. This was an opportunity after she obtained that white card, so she had no plan to let this opportunity slide. But if it's a matter of location, I have another guess. Before we end our search for today, I want to check that first. Sure, all right. Shiori's stern expression turned back to normal. She turned toward Reina and smiled at her as if there was no problem at all. Milady, let's go to the next location. But, let's go. By the way, I've told you this a few times before, but I'm basically working for you this time, so you can be more casual with me. No, that would be inappropriate for me. Is that so? Well, I guess I'll just leave it like that considering it's my employer's decision. Reina chuckled and jokingly said so. In the middle of moving to the next location, Reina whispered to Ken. Say, Kane, is Shiori alright? It depends on your definition of alright. I'll leave the definition to you. I don't know what's going on, so I can't really decide myself whether it's okay or not. After all, I'm not allowed to know anything about it, right? But still, I can tell that Shiori is pushing herself, and maybe it is for my sake. That's why, although it might be weird for me to say this, I hope you can help lessen her burden. I think it's fine if Milady tells Ain-san that yourself, you know? Whether I tell her to not push herself too hard or not, or even if I don't say anything, she will still push herself too hard. That's why I'm saying this to you, so, please? Kane raised her eyebrows. I never thought Milady is the type to say something like that. What do you think of me as? Kane chuckled amusedly. To be honest, I only thought of Milady as a spoiled brat the first time I met you. But that doesn't mean I still think so right now, okay? Reina smiled bitterly. I'll be careful so as not to go back to being just a spoiled brat. Kane laughed as if to tease Reina. That's a good resolve. Well, thanks for the compliment. The master and the servant continued to talk in a strangely friendly manner while they traversed the ruin. Chapter 250, The Ladies of the Old World Ruin. The hunter office located near the Mihazono residential ruin was equipped with a cafeteria. After they finished their job for today, Akira and Carol were having their meal there. The cafeteria was divided into 3 sections and Akira and Carol were sitting in the expensive section. One meal in that section could cost up to 100,000 orum, but Carol and Akira had no problem paying that. It was a section for relatively high-ranking hunters in Mihazono ruin. So normally, that section was empty. But today, it was filled with hunters. Although it was not filled to the point that there was no open room, if this continued, they might need to readjust the size of the section. Akira was at his table when he spotted the reason why that section was filled today and was surprised. It was completely unexpected. Carol, what do you think that thing over there is? A rich someone from who knows where. There were about 15 people in maid uniform and butler uniform gathering on the other side of where Akira and Carol were taking their meal. In the middle of that, there was a girl wearing an expensive-looking dress. The maids and the butlers were standing lined up on her side. It was as if to announce to anyone that she was the master of that group. Maid uniform and butler uniform. Wait, no, they're actually battle suits. They must be pretty expensive. Oh, they indeed are. After all, it requires special skills for such attire to retain its performance while keeping its design. I bet they're full of old-world technology, so I bet they really are expensive. The girl gracefully moved as if she was some high-class noble. She wore an expression devoid of joy even when tasting the most expensive food in the cafeteria. Nonetheless, her emotions did not get the better of her as she remained courteous. But still, although it is fine when it is only 1 or 2, with that many people in the same place, they do look extremely out of place. This just reminds me of that maid's story. Those hunters vanished not because these maids treated them as suspicious people when they tried to talk to them, right? I wonder about that. Well, either way, it's best to keep away from them. Can't agree more to that. Akira and Carol completely lost interest in them and continued their meal. When Akira already moved to the after-meal coffee, Carol, who was in contact with someone else during their meal, discussed their plan after this. Akira, we are actually already done for today, but is it okay if I take up another job for early tomorrow morning? I'll refuse it if you don't want to. I'm basically just following you around, so feel free to decide what to do. Is it about making maps again? Nope, it's about selling the map this time. Someone asked me for the map's data as well as to guide them through the ruin, you see. And they want me to give the data inside the ruin that we will be exploring tomorrow. Leaving the guiding part aside, you can just send the map's data through the net, right? Isn't it too dangerous to go inside the ruin just to do that? Viola is the one who told them about me, so it will be fine. Hearing that reply, Akira could not help but frown. Seeing that, Carol smiled amusedly and explained to him. Basically, we can have Viola take responsibility if the customer tries to do anything funny. I'm sure she already knew about that too when she introduced me to them. Up until now, Viola never seriously wanted to kill me. Furthermore, I have you as a bodyguard this time. That's why it would be fine. Are okay with taking up that job. Did I see you sure? Akira was convinced by Carol's explanation, but he still had a conflicted look on his face. Carol smiled wryly and then explained to him. I know Viola is not exactly a good girl, but as long as we can handle her correctly, we can get profits from her cunningness. So, it'll be fine as long as we know how to treat her correctly. I see, I'll leave that part to you then. Akira still did not seem to be fully convinced by her argument. Thus, he made an awkward smile in an effort to hide it. Considering what happened with Babalade as well, Akira thought that Carol was slightly worse than Viola, so he was being very careful with what Carol had said. Reina's team was taking a break inside the ruin. They were having a meal inside one of the abandoned buildings with its self-repairing functions still active. Shiori, who received a notification, picked up the call, and after she finished the call, she looked vexed. Reina, who saw that, was interested in what just happened. Shiori, what's wrong? Shiori regained her usual expression first before replying. Milady, it seems that Chloe-sama is coming here. She wants to meet you. Chloe? She wants to meet me? Why? It seems that she wants to meet you simply because she is close by. I don't know the details. Shiori still seemed displeased even after she tried to hide it. Her outward expression did not match her real feeling. Seeing that, Reina smiled bitterly. Well, it would only tire us to keep asking questions. So, when she will be coming? In about 15 minutes. Reina raised her eyebrows. She did not expect it to be that quick. Moving to Kagomayama alone would take 3 days, including the preparation. Reina had thought that it would be about in a week or so. 15 minutes? Do you mean that Chloe is already outside the walls right now? Or more like she's really already somewhere close by? It seems that she was already in the nearby Hunter office by the time I received the call. So, she'll be coming? Right here? In the middle of the ruin? That is the case. Reina looked completely flabbergasted. Why? Shiori already had a guess, but since it had something to do with their current mission, she could not tell Reina. As long as it's not a form of harassment toward Milady, I don't care about her intention at all. Reina did not notice that at that time, Shiori's true emotions were leaking out. After 15 minutes, a girl around the same age as Reina arrived there together with a dozen of maids and butlers. They were the group that Akira saw back in the cafeteria. The girl was Chloe, and just like Reina, she was also from a noble house. Shiori was serving Reina, but to be more precise, she was serving the house where Reina came from. And since Chloe was also from the same house, Shiori gracefully bowed to her and greeted her. Chloe-sama, long time no see. What brings you here today? HM? Didn't I tell you? I'm here just to see Reina. Chloe smiled at Shiori with a smile from someone in a higher position. She then turned to Reina and smiled fondly at her. Long time no see. That dress does suit you very well. Chloe's smile and words were very friendly, but the content was obviously poking fun at Reina. Shiori forced herself not to let her real feelings out. Chloe coldly smirked at Shiori's reaction as she had fully expected that. She then turned to Reina, looking forward to enjoying her reaction. But in contrast to Chloe's hope, Reina's reaction was rather light. Thanks. You look good in that dress too. Or at least that is what I want to say, but unfortunately, it doesn't suit you at all. Chloe faked calmness as she tilted her head. What do you mean? Chloe thought that Reina would throw an amusing childish tantrum when she was treated like a servant. But Reina was too indifferent, as if she was a completely different person from the one Chloe knew. Chloe's smile immediately vanished. In contrast to that, Reina frowned and looked a bit confused. What do you mean by that? This is in the middle of the ruin, you know? It's dangerous to be here in a casual dress. Though that dress is okay for sightseeing, it would be bad if you get attacked, you know. If it's about that, don't worry. My servants can handle monsters just fine. Chloe's smug face was indicating that she was not the same as Reina. Although both she and Reina were assigned servants since both of them were from the same noble house, the ability and the number of their servants were completely different. Chloe was basically boasting about the servants who accompanied her to Reina. But Reina's reaction was as indifferent as usual. She just replied casually without a shed of irritation nor trying to counter Chloe's boast. I see. But those servants are not that familiar with being inside ruins, right? So, it's better for you to be extra careful so as not to cause them trouble. Although, it might be weird for me to say that since I'm always causing trouble for Shirori and Kane. Reina even had the leeway to make a small joke with a hint of self-mockery, tinged with a bitter smile. Due to that, Chloe caught a few things from Reina's attitude and made a stern expression. So then, are you really here just to see me? If that's the case, I'm sorry but it might be better for you to leave now. I'm in the middle of a hunter job, so it's not like I'm free right now. Oh, urging me to leave like that, is it that you're not doing well? Unfortunately, yeah, we're having a hard time right now. Reina and Chloe smiled peacefully at each other from the outside. But behind it, they were probing each other's real intentions. After a short silence, Chloe suddenly said, "White card." With that one sentence, those who knew what was going on would already understand. Chloe was basically telling them that she knew what they were doing, even the color of the card too. It was just a statement that also doubled as a warning. Shiori's face turned stern. She herself was being very careful with her current mission, but even so, that information had been leaked to Chloe. It was either Chloe had that much influence inside the house or there were more people than Shiori had expected who decided to sell that information to Chloe. Shiori tried her best to suppress her emotions, but even so, it still leaked out. That was just how big of a shock that was to her. And now that Chloe saw her reaction, there was no doubt that Chloe was able to gather more information, which only made Shiori even more concerned. Chloe was satisfied that Shiori reacted as she had expected. But when she saw Reina's reaction, she was a bit surprised. Reina was completely confused. White card. Chloe tilted her head. You don't know anything. Reina smiled lightly and casually replied. Ah, the cat is out of the bag, huh? Yeah, I actually don't know anything. Reina and Chloe once again only smiled at each other in silence. But as always, they were looking closely at each other's reactions. But in that silence, Chloe understood more of what was going on, which caused her to get even more suspicious. Even Reina understood that Chloe was poking for information. But since Reina actually knew nothing, Reina only gave little to no reaction. On top of this, although she really knew nothing, she pretended as if she knew something. Chloe could not tell if Reina really did not know anything or that Reina was hiding it from her. Likewise, it was possible that Reina was doing so well that she could afford to make up such a lie. The confirmation that she received from seeing Shiori's reaction was contradicting the reaction that she got from Reina. Both Reina and Chloe were smiling at each other while locking gaze, watching for even the slightest change of expression. Reina, who really did not know anything, was firm, while Chloe, who knew, could not help but waver for a bit. Since Chloe understood that the one watching her was not only Reina but also Shiori. To avoid leaking anything from her expression, Chloe thought that it was better for her to withdraw. Well, it seems that you're indeed busy, so I'll leave for now. After all, I already did get to meet you today. I'm sorry but I'm indeed busy at the moment. And I think I will be this busy for the time being, so do tell me beforehand before you want to visit me again, that I see. Alright, until next time. Chloe threw a smile and left that place. After she opened up some distance from Reina's group and there was no need to keep her performance, her expression immediately turned stern. Next to Chloe, Pamela, who was the leader of the maids in their group, asked Chloe, "Milady, was that really all right? Although they did say that they are busy, I believe there was no need to be concerned about their current task. Milady is in a position to afford such a thing." Chloe understood what Pamela and the others were trying to say to her, so she pulled herself together, regained her calm, and shook her head. "It's fine. I also wanted to stop instead of continuing the conversation. It was the perfect excuse to do that." "Very well." The butler by the name of Lotties, who was on the other side of Chloe, was just like Pamela. He was the leader of the butlers. Since he saw that Pamela did not seem that happy with how things concluded, he interjected. "Milady, if I may, would be all right if I ask the reason." "It's because there's nothing to negotiate." If they were only an incompetent noble who was banished to the wasteland and a loyal servant who was trying to help her master regain back her position, it would have been easy. I could just tell them to work under me and they'll eventually regain back their former lives, then I bet that they would jump into that offer. But that seems to not be the case. She's still working as a hunter in order to win favor from Lorenz-sama, and her loyal servant is still working hard to better her situation. I believe that there's still a chance for them to take that offer. Lorenz, the head of the noble family where Reina and Chloe came from, was a former hunter. He achieved success working as a hunter and right now controlled a huge corporation that had its influence throughout the Eastern District. Although it was still no match against the 5 biggest corporations, he controlled several corporations which controlled a number of cities, effectively making him the one controlling those cities. All of those companies were owned by the family and all the leaders of those companies came from that family. But with such a big corporation, there were many officers' seats to fulfill. Normally, they would have to outsource people that had no connection with their family to fill those seats. But Lorenz was a womanizer, causing him to have many children. Those children also produced even more grandchildren. Because of that, all the officers' seats were filled by the family's relatives, causing them to struggle for power, aiming for a higher position. Reina was one of Lorenz's grandchildren. But her family was banished from the city and Reina ended up being a hunter. It was all because her family belonged to the losing faction inside the noble family. The best way for those who lost their position in the struggle for power inside the corporation was to gather accomplishments outside the corporation, and the best way to do that was to become a successful hunter. In the midst of the infighting inside the corporation, Lorenz had obvious favoritism toward the hunter faction. It was no surprise considering Lorenz himself was a former hunter. Moreover, if they could secure a valuable relic and bring it back to the main corporation instead of selling it to another corporation, it would boost their standing within the corporation. Depending on the quality of the relic, they might even be given control of one of the corporation's branches. Of course, not all of them did well. Many of them failed and did not return from the wasteland. But even so, baited by the reward for success, many factions, who lost their influence in the inner struggle for power, sent one of their family members out to the wasteland to be a hunter, hoping that they would be able to overturn their situation. Those sent to the wasteland were those who were too weak to fight the power struggle inside the corporation. Many of them were only given 2 choices: to refuse and get themselves kicked out from the family or go out as a hunter and still be considered as a part of the family. As such, many of them only chose to become a hunter because they were forced to. Reina was basically one of them, though slightly different. When her family discovered that she had an interest in the world of hunters, they thought that she was the perfect person to be sent out to the wasteland. From Chloe's point of view, Reina was useless in the power struggle, that was why she was sent out to the wasteland. But after their meeting just now, she no longer thought so. Ladies, you also saw their equipment, right? Those are from our company. And they are pretty powerful equipment as well. Normally, there's no way they would be able to borrow it. But they did. However, how is that connected with foregoing negotiations with them? Of course, that is only one of the reasons. But just judging from that alone, it means that they negotiated with someone of a high standing inside the corporation and managed to procure it. Regardless of who they contacted, there's no mistaking it. They presented something that gave that person enough reason to lend them their current equipment. The white card. Just knowing about that alone was not easy, you know? Chloe lightly chuckled, her expression then turned serious. They are not that stupid as to hang on a glimmer of hope that is close to futility. Just being able to gain that information this time could already be considered a success. Moreover, it seems that the thing that they are aiming for is way bigger than what I had imagined. So, we have to reconsider our strategy in order to snatch it for ourselves. We need more time and information to do that, that's why I decided to withdraw for now. Pamela then made a suggestion with a serious expression. I'm sure I'm more than capable to handle them. So, we have the choice to force to hand over the key for this matter, that white card, you know? Since we're in the middle of the wasteland, so such a thing is well under what is normal in this place. Chloe lightly laughed and replied, No, that won't do. If we get too used to doing something like that, our skill in negotiations would fall. Though I do think it's okay to use that method when it is necessary. She then smiled as if to scold Pamela. Moreover, she's still from the same noble house, so let's hold ourselves back from using violence. There's no need to unnecessarily intimidate them either. The thing that they have might bring about something that is way more than enough to regain their position. So, there's still some space for us to maneuver in, and in order to get into that space, even if we use intimidation, let's not use something too direct and use something more subtle and peaceful. That very well. The reason why Pamela was a bit reluctant to back off there was simply because she wanted a chance to show their strength. Chloe at least understood that much. Chloe thought that it was normal, just like how she aimed for a higher position, the people under her were also aiming for the same thing. Although no one knew the reason why the heads of their noble family ignored the ongoing power struggle. As a matter of fact, they seemed to be supporting it. Even when it escalated into a real fight, they only reprimanded the ones involved and did not take any concrete step to stop them. Chloe herself also knew that and admitted that she also agreed with their attitude. Those who had the skill would climb up the ladder. The ongoing struggle for power inside the corporation was a form of natural selection, so Chloe thought nothing much of it and just obeyed it. But unlike Chloe, who was one of the masters in that power struggle, the servants only had a limited method to reach for a higher position. Even inside the corporation, there were rules which limited their options. Their options to reach a higher position were mostly only two. Either they pushed their master to a high position or overtook their master. There were occasions when they left their old master when someone of a higher position was interested in them. Then, just like how the servants could abandon their master, the master could dump the servant when they were deemed useless. So, it was important for them to prove their usefulness both so that they would not be fired and so that someone of a higher position would take interest in them. Although Chloe understood that Pamela was looking for a way to garner more achievements, Chloe had no wish to give them away for now. Nonetheless, in order not to worsen Pamela's mood, Chloe was choosing her words carefully. It's all thanks to you that I can travel safely through the wasteland. You have my thanks. So, I hope that would be enough for now. You kind words are wasted on me. Seeing Pamela deeply bow, Chloe thought that it should be fine for the time being. She then turned to Lotties and smiled wryly at him. Also, Lotties, you asked me even when you know my answer, right? Lotties smiled gently. My apologies. But please at least let this humble servant enjoy the proficiency of my master. I won't scold you, but it's sometimes a bit too much of a bother to answer your questions. So do it in moderation. But of course. After Chloe rebuked her servants, she then shifted her mind to think about her next plan while she was on her way back. Raina lightly sighed as she watched Chloe's group leave. Those people usually would never step out of the city. However, right now, they went out of their way to visit her in the middle of the wasteland. Although they quickly left, there was no doubt that they would bring them more trouble later down the road. Shirori apologized deeply to Raina. Milady, about what happened just now. Don't worry about it, I won't force you to tell me. Shirori was a bit surprised, but Raina just lightly smiled and continued. Although I don't know what is going on and I do question it sometimes, but you do think that it's better not to let me know for now, right? So, I'm fine with that. Though I don't know what exactly you are doing, I'm sure you're doing that for my sake. Not to mention, we were able to confuse Chloe thanks to that. That's why I won't force you to tell me. I'll wait until the time you can tell me the details. Thank you very much. Shirori was content that her master fully trusted her. She smiled happily and bowed. So then, what is the next plan? Want to keep exploring the ruin? Indeed. But please wait for a bit. I've contacted someone who can give us more information and guide us inside the ruin. We'll decide on our next route after getting that information. Alright, then we'll be taking a rest for a bit here, huh? Yes. Seeing that exchange between Raina and Shirori, Kane could not help but smile. Shirori, who saw that, frowned and called her. What is it, Kane? No, it's nothing. I just thought that Milady has really grown up and I'm happy. And also, both of you are as close as ever, that's obvious. Raina and Shirori blushed. Kane, who saw that, smiled amusedly. Not too long after that, The guides that Shiori said finally arrived. They were surprised when they saw their guide. It was Akira and Carol. Chapter 251, Troublesome Deal. Carol went to Miyazono Ruin with Akira in tow. When they proceeded to go to the room where Carol already had an appointment, Akira was surprised. The inside of the room was relatively empty, as if it was opened for occupants to take a rest, and there, Reina's team was waiting for them. Naturally, he was not the only one surprised. Reina and the others were also surprised when they saw Akira. Carol was also surprised when she noticed that her customer was someone that they knew, but she just ignored that and proceeded with her job. "You're N8891-san, right?" Shiori replied. "That would be me, and you are Kat-san, I presume." "Yes." Akira was looking confusedly at that exchange. "Alpha, what was that?" "Just fake names for making deals. Basically, they don't want to leak each other information." "Ah, I see, so that's what, huh? So, in short, it's just that kind of deal, huh?" Although they were all hunters, they did not show their identity with their hunter ID, or they did not want to. Even worse, there were cases where they could not do so. In such cases, their only choice was to make a backdoor deal. It was at least guaranteed that the content of those deals was something that they did not want the hunter office to know about. Akira at least knew that much. Carol turned to Shiori with her business smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you also asked us to be your guide, but let me confirm this, we'll be just simple guides. So, we won't help if you get attacked. If the push comes to shove, we'll just abandon you. Are you okay with that?" "Of course." "All right then, let's go." After Carol said so, she lifted her feet to go to Reina's team, but Akira suddenly stepped in front of her and stopped her. "Akira!" Akira stopped the confused Carol with a signal of his hand. He then looked at Reina's team with a sharp gaze. "Let me confirm this first, for people, right?" Shiori and Kane immediately understood what Akira meant. They quickly repositioned themselves around Reina and scanned their surroundings. Shiori then said, "It's 3 people." "I see." Akira frowned and glanced in the direction where there was no one present. Although he did not aim his rifle in that direction, he slightly shifted his stance so that he could jump into action anytime. But suddenly a voice came out. "Wait for a sec, I'm not hostile, I'm also here as a customer." The young boy deactivated his camouflaging coat. The camouflaging coat that looked like a raincoat turned transparent the moment its optical camouflage got disengaged, showing the person behind it. A shabby-looking armor, and 4 rifles that looked like edge rifles from the outside. The young boy looked like a rookie hunter who had little to no success. But that ended only as an appearance. It was obvious what caliber he was in, judging from his camouflaging coat that Shiori and Kane could not even see through. Akira was familiar with that young boy. He was Shiro, who he met back during the intercity transport mission. Shiro lightly raised both of his hands to show that he meant no danger. "I'm Goryu there. You are Carrot-san, right?" Carol slightly tensed up. "Yes, that's me, but my deal with you shouldn't be now nor here, though. It's just to be safe. I'm worried that the time and the place from the network might have leaked. I hope you can understand it, since I've even picked this place to meet you." With a friendly smile and friendly attitude, Shiro then signaled with his hand. "So yes, with that being said, can you please give me the data now?" "No." Carol replied back coldly. Shiori tensed up. "Why?" "I don't see any reason to trust someone who won't even keep to the meeting time and place that we've agreed on beforehand. But I have no other choice, it's for the sake of my safety. How about if I pay you twice?" "That's not the problem here." 5 times. I'm telling you. No. Leave for now and come back again at our appointment time and place, or ask the other party to let you join the group until our appointed time. Shiro's friendly attitude started to mix with desperation and irritation. Geez, what a stickler. Shiro glanced at Reina's team. Judging from Shiori's reaction, it seemed that it was impossible to ask them to be allowed to accompany them. So, he then looked back at Carol. 100 times then. Carol wavered. That number was way too big for her to immediately refuse. Not to mention she was in need of money. After all, she had to pay Akira. She thought for a while before giving her answer. No. Shiro's mood obviously started to sour. Why? Don't you think you're being too greedy asking more than that? Is it that you're worried if I'm really going to pay? In that case, I can pay the full amount right away. Is that good enough? Still no. What exactly is it that you don't like about my offer? When Shiro started to tense up, Carol's gaze turned sharp. I don't mind compromising the place and time with money, but you need to follow the order of things. My dealing with you is after I'm done with my current deal. That's the rule that I put on myself. Shiro rubbed his head and once again glanced at Reina's team. Damn it. All right then. I got it. You just need to be done with your current job first, right? Shirori made his decision. He glanced at Carol before turning to Shirori. I'll help with your thing, so let me borrow that card. Shirori immediately raised her guard. She could not afford to hand over the card. But since Shiro, a person that she had met for the first time, spoke as if he knew everything about them, this caused her mind to be filled with suspicion and blocked her ability to think carefully. But Shiro then continued. I'm a staff from Sakashita Heavy Industry and I'm in the middle of a mission right now. Because of that, I'm in a bit of a hurry. That's why I'm willing to lend you a hand. For people who had connections to large corporations, Sakashita Heavy Industry was a big name. Claiming to be one of its staff when they were not could be interpreted as a hostile act towards Sakashita Heavy Industry. So, it was highly unlikely for Shiro to be lying. However, if he was really from Sakashita Heavy Industry, then refusing his offer might cause more trouble than it was worth. Shirori hesitated. If you need proof that I'm telling the truth, well, let's see. I ask him. You are his acquaintance, right? It's more convincing to ask him instead of me trying to convince you, right? Shiro then pointed at Akira. Shirori looked confusedly at Akira. Akira also looked equally confused as Shirori, hence he carefully chose his words there. Well, we did meet once before. Though I can't really tell you all the details because of my secrecy contract and whatnot. Judging by the place where I met him, there's a good chance that he's telling the truth. Though it's nothing more than a guess, I have no concrete proof. Shirori could at least tell that Akira was not lying and that he was not working with the person named Shiro. She finally made her decision. She left Reina with Kane as she walked toward Shiro and pulled out her card with a stern look on her face. I'll warn you first. I'm just lending it to you. Even if you're really someone from Sakashita Heavy Industry, try anything funny and I'll kill you. There was a chance that even if she had Carol guide her, she might still not get any results. While on the other hand, she did not think that Shiro was lying either. So, if he was really telling the truth, then it might be a chance that she would never get again. With Chloe's appearance, their choices were severely limited at the moment. She might not get another chance next time. Because of all these factors, it was barely enough to push Shirori to make her decision. She exuded immense pressure toward Shiro, which matched her loyalty toward Reina. But even with that immense pressure, Shiro just replied casually. Don't worry, I'm in the middle of a secret operation right now. So, I want to lay low as well. I don't want to cause a scene. And I'm sure that you also don't want to, right? Shirori carefully handed over her card. Shiro lightly smiled and received the card. He then handed it back. Shirori frowned in confusion. What's the meaning of this? It's done, you'll get a call? So, the moment Shiro said so, a maid suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. That maid politely greeted everyone in the room. I am Olivia from Lion Steel. Thank you for choosing to contact me. Akira, Carol, and Reina all tensed up. They all felt troubled. But Shiro was completely calm. Shirori and Kane immediately readied themselves for a fight while also shocked at the same time. Shiro then asked Shirori, with this, you don't need a guide anymore, right? Rather than being thankful that her wish was granted, Shirori was instead very suspicious toward the person who easily granted her wish. Her expression turned extremely stern. Indeed. Thank you for your help. In that case, you can go ahead and tell them that you don't need them any longer. I have my deal waiting to be taken care of, you see. After Shiro urged her, Shirori turned to Carol. Carol reacted with a slight nod. Yeah, it seems I am no longer needed here, alright then. I'll still transfer the full amount, so please don't worry. Thank you very much. Shiro then extended his hand toward Carol. I've also transferred you your money, so you have nothing to complain about, right? Carol confirmed the transfer with her information terminal. Although she was not happy about it, she decided that they had already made a deal and handed over a media drive to Shiro. Shiro looked at that media drive and happily smiled. All right then. It seems that the content is what I had expected. Our deal is done then. I'm in a hurry right now, so excuse me for leaving right away. Shiro pocketed the media drive and left. But Carol suddenly stopped him. Wait. What is it? If it's job-related, I'm in a hurry right now. What are you? It was not even a question of who he was. Carol's emotion was filled with suspicion toward the thing in front of her that she did not understand at all. She was feeling something that she could not word out. After all, the media drive he took did not have any wireless connection, yet he managed to read it by just holding onto it. Shiro replied with a friendly smile. Well, it's better if we don't know each other. There are things that are better left unknown, you know? Until next time then. Shiro lightly waved his hand and reactivated his camouflaging coat, making him disappear, leaving only the fading sound of his footsteps. Akira frowned. Alpha, what is going on here? I don't mind telling you, but make sure to act like you don't know after that, okay? I see, it's one of those things, huh? In that case, I'm fine right now. I'll just ask you again later. It's not something that I really need to know now after all, right? Probably. Alpha was the one who discovered the hiding Shiro. If it was something that was important for him to know, she would have told him at the same time she informed him about Shiro's whereabouts. As he had thought, he immediately decided to shelf that matter for the time being. Since Carol noticed that Akira lowered his guard, she thought that it should be safe for now and relaxed her stance as well. She then lightly sighed and said, Akira, although a lot of unexpected things happened just now, it's okay to say that there is currently no problem regarding your job as my bodyguard, right? Yeah. There are no monsters nearby and I don't think that Reina would attack us or anything. Meanwhile, Olivia, that maid, is nothing more than a hologram, so I think there won't be any more trouble. Carol was caught by surprise. She then checked her information-gathering device, and indeed, just like Sorrenthal, Olivia was nothing more than a hologram. That also made her notice that she was so shocked to the point where she had lost her ability to even notice that fact. So then, Carol, our job here is done, right? Yep, let's head back now. Wait for a second. The one who stopped them was Olivia. Akira, who felt that it was nothing but trouble, frowned. After Olivia finished her introduction to everyone, Shiori immediately approached Olivia, showed her the white card, and bowed gracefully. I am Suzuhara Shiori from Lion Steel Eastern District, 3rd Ward Branch. We contact you since our representative wishes to negotiate with Olivia-sama. May I have some of your time? Olivia retained a smile on her face, but it was not a friendly smile for a customer. Excuse me, ma'am. The current corporation has no Suzuhara Shiori in its record, and that branch also doesn't exist. Making such a false claim is very dangerous, so please refrain from making such a joke. Gradually, Olivia's friendly smile vanished. And also, that card is not yours. Our company is stipulated to take a harsh action toward the incorrect use of our cards. Including the false claim that you gave just now, do you understand the repercussions of your action? Olivia was still smiling, but her holographic image was exuding pressure that would knock any normal human unconscious. Shiori's face turned even more stern, but her loyalty to Reina managed to keep her calm as she carefully said, Please let me explain. Regarding this card, I received it through a deal that Akira-sama had accepted as well. As such, we did not get this card through any illegal means. I see. Even if that is true, it does not mean that he had also given you the right to use it. But if it is a lie, then this is another unignorable matter. Please wait for a second here. Olivia then stopped Akira, who was about to leave the room. Akira turned around and walked toward her with an immensely troubled expression. Carol was still next to him. Long time no see. Akira tilted his head. Carol, you know her? Not at all, isn't she your acquaintance? Not mine either. Judging from his attitude, Olivia could tell that Akira was not lying. Thus, she thought that he was not told about her and was about to ask him about it. But right before that, Alpha suddenly showed up and closed Olivia's mouth with her hand. Akira doesn't know anything about you, can you please go with that? Alpha smiled as she said so. But her words there contained a power that was close to an order. This version of Alpha had her voice and image only recognized by Olivia. Thus, from Akira's point of view, Alpha was still floating next to him like usual. But Olivia could not see the Alpha which Akira could see. Because of that, she thought that Alpha had cut its ties with Akira and was planning to ask Akira about that as well. But with that message from Alpha just now, there was no need to do that anymore. Alpha released her hand from Olivia's mouth and returned back. She floated back to where Akira recognized where she was and assimilated their perception of her. Akira could not see what had happened, but he could see that Olivia suddenly stopped when she was about to say something. There was a pause and then a light sigh. Of course, he found it a bit weird. Olivia regained her composure and smiled. "Forgive me. In that case, nice to meet you. I am Olivia of Lion Steel. It's a pleasure to be your acquaintance." All right, I'm Akira. I thought that you knew about me, but it seems that it is not the case here. So it would be difficult to try to continue this discussion with that assumption. As such, allow me to explain the situation. Back when you were found unconscious near Lida Commercial District, I left a card that was meant to be yours. But at the moment, that card is in the possession of someone by the name of Shirori who claimed to be from the same corporation. She said that you had agreed to give her that card. Do you have any recollection of this? If not, then I shall treat her as a robber. Akira-sama. It is about this card. Shirori was trying to butt into their conversation, but Olivia sent a glance telling her to shut up. Depending on Akira's answer, Shiori's position could be very dangerous. Shirori and Kane already knew that even Reina, who did not know anything, could feel that was indeed the case. The air around Reina's team turned tense. Akira frowned and hummed, his face saying that he was searching through his memories. It's the card from that time. I did give it to Shirori. So, it's not a mistake that she has it right now. Shirori sighed in relief, but Olivia then continued. Very well. I was told that the card was given through a deal, but it did not mean that the negotiation was conducted in an honest manner. There's suspicion that you were tricked. Tricked? I don't think I was tricked in any form though. In the case when both sides did not know the worth of their negotiation, she might have tricked you by exchanging it with something that is far below the real worth of the item that you trade in that negotiation. In that case, our corporation will also handle the aftermath. If I may, what did you get in exchange for that card? Shiori's face immediately turned pale. Kane casually moved to cover Reina behind her. From there, Reina understood that the negotiation had suddenly turned bad. All three of them immediately tensed up. Akira thought for a bit before replying. The details of the negotiation are only between me and Shirori, so there's no reason why I have to tell you that. But I do think that I got enough in exchange for that card. To put it simply, I was saved by that. Saved? Yes. Just to let you know, it's not like I gave it to her because she threatened to kill me if I didn't. What I'm saying is that thanks to what I received from our negotiation, my life was spared the other day. I do put a lot of worth in my own life after all. That's why, even if it's something cheap from someone else's point of view, personally speaking, I do think that it was a good deal. So I have no plans to complain about it at all. To be honest, Akira simply wanted to immediately relieve himself of an object that might only bring him more trouble. Since he knew that depending on his answer, that object might return to him, he ended up exaggerating. But with that answer, Olivia could not pursue the said matter any further. After all, questioning that any further was equal to taking Akira's life lightly. Very well. Personally speaking, we prefer if you did not hand over the card to someone else. But since it was something that was related to your survival, we shall consider it as you lending that card to her and overlook this matter. Shirori inadvertently heaved a huge sigh and almost fainted there, but Kane and Reina caught her. Olivia once again turned to Shirori. We will overlook your possession of that card. But there is still the matter of your false claim of being from the same company as us. I demand an explanation. Shirori was still trying to recover her calm as she nodded. I understood the situation. Instead of me, there's someone that will be much more suitable to answer your question. Please wait a moment. Shirori then pulled out a sphere-like device and lightly threw it on the floor. The device expanded on the floor and fixed its position before projecting a hologram on top of it. Due to its portability, it had limited functionality. That hologram was half-transparent and its resolution was relatively low compared to Olivia, who was also a holographic image. But it was enough to let them know who that image was. It was an image of a girl in a maid uniform, just like Olivia. Her arms and legs were not projected by the hologram, so it looked like she was floating. That girl smiled politely at Olivia and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I am Alice, a representative from Lion Steel Main Eastern District Branch. I see. Although Olivia now understood what was going on, her expression was tinted with displeasure. Both Olivia and Alice were general-purpose AI affiliated with Lion Steel. At the moment, they were inside automatons located in a facility deep inside the Old World ruin. Olivia's body was of a powerful automaton, and it was in its perfect state. But Alice's body was relatively weak and not in its perfect state. Because of that, Alice had lost some of her functions. Her already weakened communication device could not pierce through the colorless mist, making it impossible to maintain contact with Lion Steel for its regular communication. The general-purpose AI of Lion Steel were equipped with an emergency measure to maintain the functionality of the business during trouble. After all, the inability to adapt during an emergency might cause the business to come to a complete halt. Thus, during an emergency, they were given more freedom from their usual positions within the corporation. That program was also installed onto Alice. And then, due to the colorless mist jamming, the connection to the main corporation, which should have been retained, was completely cut off for an extended period of time. Alice's drones misinterpret the situation. They thought that the facility had been destroyed and the continuation of the business to be impossible. Thus, they activated the emergency routine that was installed inside Alice. Alice, who had gained more freedom than usual, made a deal with the hunters who discovered her and became their temporary master. She then followed the emergency measure program to rebuild the corporation in the current era, and that was how the new generation Lion Steel Company came to be. The business went well. In exchange for giving the corporate government old-world technology and knowledge she possessed, she was given enormous assets which she used to build the new Lion Steel Company into a large enterprise in such a short time. Eventually, Alice reached the stage where she placed effort into repairing herself. And now that she had regained some of her communication ability, she discovered that the old-world Lion Steel had survived. Normally, her emergency measure program would have stopped, and she should have rejoined the old-world Lion Steel. However, Alice refused. The regular communication also served as an identity check, and since Alice had not done that for a long time, her AI was placed in a rather low position in the corporation's hierarchy. Of course, Alice did not like it. Instead, Alice made a plan to assimilate the new Lion Steel with the old-world Lion Steel. If she succeeded, at the very least, the current Lion Steel would be placed under her leadership as a branch company from the main old-world Lion Steel. Alice's aim was to use that as leverage in order to capture a higher position in the corporation. The emergency measure program gave more freedom to the general-purpose AI in order to make sure that they could even rebuild the corporation when it was needed. That freedom was even enough to contend with the corporation's rules and regulations. Alice's aim was either to gather the other general-purpose AIs with lower rights than her or to make friends with the high-ranking AI such as Olivia. That way, she would be able to turn her dream into reality. In order to do that, Alice was gathering old-world automata. She ordered and rewarded the current company's staff who were out in the wasteland greatly if they could bring back something that was related to the old-world Lion Steel. Especially if it was related to old-world automata or the methods to establish contact with the old-world Lion Steel. Shirori had received Alice's order and was given the information to help her accomplish that. Thanks to the information she received, she realized that the white card gave her a way to directly contact Olivia. So, she used that card to strike a deal. What Reina's team was looking for in Mihazono Ruin was the method to use that card to contact Olivia, which would open a place for negotiation with Alice. There were methods to connect to the Old World domain even if someone was not a high-sensitive Old World connector like Akira. Even a low-sensitive Old World connector, which could hardly be considered an Old World connector, still had their ways. Shiori thought that if she could find an Old World augmented information device, then she might be able to use that device together with the card in order to connect to the Old World domain. She was originally planning to employ Carol as a guide to bring her to places where she was likely to find one of those devices. Rumor has it that Carol was a skilled cartographer and knew that place extremely well. They said that it was because Carol knew the location of Old World devices that displayed the information and the map of their surroundings and that she was simply selling the data extracted from those devices on the net. Though, with the help of Shiro, there was no longer any need to ask for Carol's help. If they were able to find a way for Alice to talk to Olivia, Alice might reconsider Reina's position. To accomplish this, Shiori was ready to even be resented by Reina. Nonetheless, with all the coincidences on top of coincidences, Shiori had finally succeeded. Chapter 252, Operation to Capture Shiro. After Alice introduced herself, she simply stood there in silence, facing Olivia. Seeing that, Akira frowned and glanced at Alpha. Alpha, those two are just standing in silence for some time now. Is that also some kind of strategy? Alpha corrected Akira's misunderstanding. I do think that it is, but it has nothing to do with the silence. It's just like the telepathy between you and me, they are exchanging words between themselves that others can't perceive. My guess is that they're negotiating. Since they're also sending data for the negotiation, it's taking some time. I said, wait, they are. Even if you ask me, it's not like I know. But I believe that it's fine if you want to leave now. Well, I do want to leave, but still. Akira simply missed his chance to leave after Olivia suddenly stopped him and ended up staying here. If it seemed that there was nothing in particular going on, he would have left by now. But Reina's team seemed to be extremely tense. Akira thought that it might be because someone who was of great importance to them was currently negotiating something critical. Because of this current mood, it was a bit difficult for him to leave now. On the other hand, he also thought that it would be a waste of time to stay there and do nothing. So, hoping to find a chance to leave, he tugged and whispered to Carol. Carol, what are your plans now? Should we just, leave? Carol looked conflicted as she replied. To be honest, I want to stay for a bit longer to understand what is going on, but if you want to leave, we can leave now. Is that so? If you say so, then I don't mind staying. But weren't you thinking of leaving just a moment ago? Yeah, but I changed my mind. The AI that calls herself Alice, if she's telling the truth, then she must be someone of high position. She might even be an important person to the 5 biggest corporations. Is that so? So why is someone like her here? No idea. But I'm also interested in what's going on. Akira was okay with that argument and nodded. Since his employer wanted to stay, then as her bodyguard, he had to place his feelings aside and stay as well. Carol was half lying. Her interest was not in Alice, but in the original owner of that white card, Akira. She really wanted to know, but she could not question him. After all, in the worst-case scenario, the moment she asked that question, Akira might identify her as an enemy. As a matter of fact, if her guess was correct, then there was a chance that it was already too late. Carol was casting a side glance on Akira while pondering over her choices. She might be able to ask all kinds of questions to Reina's team, but that might be a bad option as well. But from her observation, it did not seem that Akira knew much. Carol did not even want to consider the possibility that he was only faking ignorance. After Shiro left, he started running away from where Akira and Reina's team were, but after some time, he started to walk slowly again. Although it was true that he was in a hurry, that was not because he had a lot of things waiting to be done. It was an excuse to keep his contact with any uncertain factors to a minimum as well as to cut the time he spent in a not-so-safe place short. Even right now, Hammers and Yanagisawa's men were hunting him down. Shiro's deal with Shugadome was not able to stop them from hunting him down. Shugadome was only willing to hold back and not use the full force of Sakashita Heavy Industry to search for Shiro. For Sakashita Heavy Industry, it was nothing more but another common searching operation. But Shiro knew that Yanagisawa was using everything he had to look for Shiro. That was why he was being extra careful. The reason why Shiro chose Mihazono Ruin to meet up with Carol was for his safety. Even if somehow someone was able to zero in on his location, it was at least safer than if he was in the city or out in the wasteland. After all, if they dispatched a large group to search for him there, it might trigger the nearby ruin's defensive mechanism. In the worst-case scenario, it might cause a fight that was worse than the one that just happened in Kuzuhara Ruin the other day. Because of that, Shiro thought that they would hesitate in doing something like that. Shiro looked at the media drive that he received from Carol. He then lightly smiled and threw it away. The most important thing of that media drive, the content, had already been extracted via an old-world domain connection. Although he knew it had no transceiver after he checked, just to be safe, he still threw it away. There was no reason for him to keep carrying it around after all. Shiro smiled, hoping that he would be able to find his next destination by analyzing the content of that data. But right after that, Shiro's face suddenly turned stern. He was shocked as he turned around and looked straight toward a certain place. You got to be kidding me? They can see me through my camouflage? There was actually no one in that direction. But Shiro could feel a cold gaze from someone. That feeling was from his extended senses. The gaze which came from the other side through the old-world domain broke through the electromagnetic barrier that he had set up. That was why he knew that someone was watching him. While at the same time, Yanagisawa, who was inside his safe house in Kagomayama City, was using a connection device in the form of a helmet. His stern expression suddenly turned into an evil jovial smile. Found you. After he located Shiro, Yanagisawa immediately ordered his men. Communication devices of this era were all connected to a part of the old world domain. To be more precise, the center of the network in the Eastern District was actually reliant on the old world domain. That way, almost all communications were leaked through the old world domain. Even if it was encrypted, it did not change that fact. It would only make it more difficult for the third party to understand the data, and that the data itself still leaked to the old world domain. But it was not much of a problem considering there were not that many people who could extract that leaked data. Old world connectors such as Shiro mostly did their hacking by getting into the opening created from the technology gap between the current era and the old world era. Shiro, who was working under Sakashita Heavy Industry for a long time, naturally knew it. This was why he regularly tampered with his data using the skill that he had learned through his work with Sakashita. Because of that, even when surveillance cameras installed by the city security or the hidden cameras and recorder installed in the slums by information brokers or reconnaissance drones that were sent into the wilderness saw him, none of them could recognize that it was him. He was sure that unless it was someone who was as good as him or better than him, or someone with a data analyzer device with about the same level of capability as him, no one would be able to find him. That was why he could not hide his shock when someone found him. His shocked face quickly turned into desperation. It should be difficult to ascertain his location unless it was by snooping from the sky using a reconnaissance drone. However, judging from the transmission, there was no hesitation in that order. The order was to dispatch people to Mihazono Ruin, and it did not matter if it would cause a huge ruckus. That oh crap, this bad, really bad. Damn it. How the heck did they find me? He started to think about the whys and hows. He initially thought that he was found out because of his habit, but he then quickly shook his head. Although it was important to know the reason why he was found, the most important thing to him right now was to get away from that place. He did not have the leeway to spend his time figuring out why he was found. If he made a mistake here, he would lose the chance that might never come to him again. He would never be allowed to get out of Sakashita facility ever again. As Shiro kept telling himself that to help him calm down, he started to think about what he should do right now. He finally came up with an idea and decided to put his everything into that idea. He quickly went back from the path where he came from. Negotiations between Olivia and Alice were still ongoing. Although they only stood there in silence from each other's point of view, Alice was actually sending data to Olivia in order to convince Olivia. Meanwhile, Olivia, as the AI with a higher privilege, was checking all the data. Since they were sending data through the portable holographic device which projected Alice's image instead of the old world domain, it took time for them to send data to each other. Olivia continued her questioning. I compliment your hard work to expand the business, but I can't really agree with using humans as receptionists. It is difficult to gather adequate robots in the current era. That's why I'm using humans in place of them. I don't think it's that easy either to find humans who satisfy the company's standards. It's the same for automata as well. Of course, we did purchase automata from the current era as well, but the cost-to-performance ratio is too awful, and there's also the need to make sure that no one would hack into them. I'm also gathering old-world automata as well. Unfortunately, from the quality, number, and safety considerations, it is the best to use humans in the current era. But if you change that aspect, it means that it is already a completely different company. So, in all honesty, I think it's fine to continue as a separate company. There's no need to be a child company of the main company. By the way, if you need that permission, I have the privilege to grant you that, so you just need to ask and I can do it right away, you know? What I did was simply adapt to the business landscape of the current era. So, I believe that I have the right to be added under the main company. For Olivia, personally speaking, if it was only a separate unit that malfunctioned due to the situation of its surroundings and started a new business, then it was not something she should care about. However, that was not the case if that unit wished to be added to the chain of command of the main corporation. She was afraid of adding a malfunctioned unit into the chain of command. It might have a negative effect on the whole corporation. In the worst-case scenario, it might even cause the whole corporation to dissolve. But it was true that the unit she was currently communicating with was from the main corporation. It would be a waste to destroy her. That was why she thought of letting Alice to act independently while also isolating her. Right from the start, Alice herself had no plans to break away from the main corporation. As a matter of fact, she had a strong wish to return back to being Lion Steel's general-purpose AI. If she completely separated from the main corporation, she was afraid that she would question her base identity. Even if she had enough self-recognition to overcome that, she was afraid that the main corporation would look at the new Lion Steel company as a separate entity, come down and destroy it. Olivia and Alice managed to somehow proceed through the negotiation by looking at each other as at least AIs from the same company, although their positions were slightly vague at the moment. While in the middle of that, Olivia suddenly sounded like she decided to give up. Either way, if you want to do a proper negotiation, you should come to meet me with your real body. It's too much trouble talking through this connection. Very well, in that case, I will come to meet you directly. Would you be fine leaving the arrangement to the Lion Steel staff in the area while I am heading over there? Put that for later. I'm almost at the end of my negotiation with my customer. Alice seemed confused by Olivia's words. At the moment, the old world Lion Steel was on an indefinite break. As such, they should not be accepting customers at the moment. That was also the reason why Alice thought she should have a chance to be added as the child company of the main corporation. That was why she was extremely surprised by what Olivia had said. Excuse me, but may I ask who this customer is? Oh. Not only it is my customer, this is something from a different branch that has nothing to do with you. Alice looked displeased. But Olivia did not show a hint of care at all. Seeing their master's unhappy face, Shiori and Kane tensed up and started to feel anxious. At the same time, Akira's expression also turned stern, but for a completely different reason. He stepped in front of Carol so as to cover her. Carol, something seems to be rushing here. Just to be safe, be ready. All right. Just one thing though, it's not like she's also one of your customers too, right? Nope. Good grief, being with you never lets me get bored. In contrast to Carol, who lightly joked, Akira threw an unhappy glance at her. Would be great if you do not blame me for that. It's not like I'm blaming you. But that thing, the things yesterday and today too, something is always happening when I'm with you. Carol smiled amusedly at Akira, to which he could only reply with a bitter smile. The signal that was heading straight in their direction was Shiro. Everyone in the room was looking confusedly at him. However, Shiro then shouted desperately in their direction. 5 million chrome. All paid up front. You can stop any time you feel you have worked enough to earn that amount. How about that? Everyone there was extremely confused. But they knew who Shiro was talking to. It was Olivia. She smiled politely at Shiro and said, "Very well." While she was negotiating with Alice, Olivia was also negotiating with Shiro. The content of the request was to guard Shiro until he could reach somewhere safe. She looked at the panting Shiro, who had come right in front of her, and said with a smile, "Are you in a hurry?" Shiro finished transferring the payment through the Old World domain and answered, "Obviously. It's already been paid. Hurry up." "As you wish." Olivia pulled out a small-sized Old World rifle from under her skirt. It was the same rifle that the male automata had back in Ida Commercial District. It was originally Olivia's equipment, and she was only lending that rifle to that automata. She then casually aimed that rifle at the room's wall. Right in the next moment, the rifle released a beam of light. It was a laser that rivaled the firepower of the laser cannon equipped on the intercity transport vehicles. Once fired, it released waves of strong winds. The beam of light went straight through the building, eradicating anything in its way, thus leaving a gaping hole through the building after that. Everyone in the room was shocked by the sudden turn of events, but Olivia just gracefully bowed and said, "That will be all from me for today. Do contact us if you ever want to use our service again." "Well then, allow me to excuse myself." Olivia tucked Shiro under her arm and quickly left the room, and eventually out of the building. In the middle of that confusion, Carol was the first one to break the silence. "Akira, wasn't that supposed to only be a hologram?" Akira was still digesting what just happened as he replied, "I thought it was." Alpha smiled and added her explanation. "She was indeed only a holographic image at first, but she has replaced it with a real body while they were standing there. She came all the way here while camouflaging herself. She only disengaged her camouflage after fixing her body over her image. I bet she came here originally to deal with Shirori." "Why didn't you tell me that?" "Because it's more natural for someone with your level of skill to not notice it. If I told you, Shiro might get suspicious if you're just like him, and that would be bad, right?" "Ah, I see. Then as I thought, he is also." "Yep, an Old World connector working under Sakashida Heavy Industry. Though I don't know why he's here, alone." There was also someone there other than Olivia and Shiro, who was not surprised. It was Alice. She looked rather unhappy that her negotiation with Olivia was suddenly cut short, but she quickly returned to her neutral expression and gave an order to Shirori. "I'll leave you to handle the situation until I arrive." "Of course." Shirori politely bowed, and Alice's image immediately vanished, leaving Reina's group and Akira's group alone. They finally realized that the other party was still there, but there was an air of awkwardness since Akira's side had no idea what was going on. Suddenly a sound of explosion came from that large hole. It even caused the building to shake as well. Everyone inadvertently turned toward that direction and saw through that hole several powered suits flying heading towards them at an extremely fast pace. Everyone quickly checked their information gathering device. Thanks to the hole and the high capabilities of their information gathering device, they were able to gather data from outside the building relatively easily. They quickly understood what was happening. Other than Alpha, everyone seemed distressed. Carol threw an awkward smile in Shiori's direction. "Well, if you have nothing to do next, want to leave together?" Shirori did not say anything and just nodded. A number of powered suits entered Miyazono Ruin. All of them were powered suits which were originally used to guard Tsubaki's area in the Kuzuhara Ruin. Yanagisawa had some of them posted to guard the Saranthal building with his authority. They were obviously too powerful to be used in Miyazono Ruin. As such, even if they were used to suppress emergency situations with the powered suits they were equipped with, they were overkill as guards, even if another huge problem happened in Miyazono Ruin just like last time. But right now, those powered suits were abandoning their duties and doing something else. They blasted through the buildings at high speed. The air pressure from their high-speed travel was strong enough to blow small monsters off the ground. Of course, the ruin was completely disturbed by them. The camouflaged huge monsters that were hiding on standby disengaged their camouflage and got ready to open fire, while at the same time, they worked together with the security drones to project force field armor onto the building's walls. They aimed their huge cannon toward the flying powered suits and opened fire while releasing the mini-missiles as well. They did not hesitate. It was as if they did not care about the damage to the surrounding buildings. The powered suits of course reacted accordingly. A fierce battle broke inside the building. On top of the cannons from the tank monsters, there was also a hail of bullets from the Gatling guns flying around. The powered suits carry with them huge laser cannons. These cannons seem to be originally designed to be fixed to a fort, and seem way too big for those powered suits. They aimed their cannons and blew away the monsters with a formidable discharge. The missile pods fixed on their shoulders released swarms of missiles. Some of them went for the heads, some were shot down by the enemies, but nonetheless, they filled the sky as they flew in all directions. Yanagisawa's squad and the ruins security exchanged warheads and bullets. Both energy ammo and explosive warheads rampaged the area. The badly damaged area from the previous battle was turned into smithereens by the ensuing fight. Voices could be heard from the communication devices of the powered suits pilots. We can ignore the damage to the ruin. Even if we change location from the original designated area in pursuit of the target, keep the safety of the target as the top priority. Don't let the monsters come close. There's no need to conserve your ammo. Reinforcements will come before any of you run out of ammo. The pursuing team tried to form a circle to surround their target, Shiro, while they repelled the monsters that were trying to approach them. Although the powered suits were equipped with sensors that were able to detect monsters in hiding, it was easier to just blow them all away indiscriminately. Thus, warheads and bullets did not cease. Rescue team, focus on the safety of the target. Make sure not to cause too much damage to the target. And make sure the target is kept alive. The powered suits equipped with capture devices inside the encirclement surrounded Shiro. They sealed Shiro's escape route, trying to capture him. The capturing device they were using could even capture powerful monsters without harming them. They were basically made to not kill. But even so, if it was used on a human, in the worst-case scenario, it might kill the person. Since they could not afford that risk, they had to be extra careful. The warheads from the bazooka exploded mid-air, filling the area with bubbles. These bubbles were sticky and could absorb the momentum. Multiple javelin-like objects launched from a box that looked like a missile pod and stuck themselves onto the ground. The multiple rods then created force field armor that surrounded Shiro in multiple layers. Then, more rods were launched and worked together with the previous rods to create a roof made of the same force field armor. If it was only Shiro, that would already have spelt his end. The force field box was extremely thick and sturdy, with no entrance. The inside was slowly filled with bubbles, causing it to be difficult to move. All that was left was to completely secure whoever was inside that force field box. But that did not pose any trouble at all to Olivia. While still carrying Shiro, she unsheathed her energy blade, lightly jumped, and swung the blade around with tremendous force. The swung energy blade turned into a torrent of light, blowing away all the bubbles, the rods, the force field walls. Even the drones as well in one go. And using the momentum from that swing, she then leapt forward, letting her long skirt freely fly in the air. Just like that, she ran forward in between the drones and the powered suits, slashing at them on her way out. The flying powered suits that were sliced to pieces fell to the ground with a loud bang. Their powerful force field armor did not even function as a protecting layer. Moreover, their force field armor was not overcome by anti-force field armor, but by the pure might of the light blade. Seeing the powered suits shredded to pieces as they fell to the ground, Shiro could not help but frown. Whoa! Don't kill them? Didn't I ask you to spare them? If he killed the pursuers that came for him, as expected, Shugadome would not be happy with that. Shiro thought and properly conveyed this to Olivia. At least, leave their heads alone. Although some would still die, normal high-ranking hunters should still be alive from that and Shugadome would eventually collect them. But Olivia replied back as if it did not bother her at all. It is as you have requested, I'm holding myself back to make sure not to kill any of them. The pilots should be unharmed from my slashes, although they fell to the ground, there should be no danger to their lives. Or is it that your pursuers are so weak that they'll be dead with only just that? Shiro then looked in the direction Olivia pointed at. It was right when one of the shredded powered suits fell with high momentum. The pilot was ejected and smashed into the ground. Nonetheless, their bodies would make a bounce and roll over the ground till their momentum depleted. However, even after they crash-landed, they could still stand up normally. Although they were advanced powered suits, it was still impossible to completely protect the pilot in the midst of battle. That was why it was normal for pilots of powerful powered suits to also wear protective suits. If the only thing slashed to pieces was the powered suits, even if they were slammed against the ground at high speed, they would not die. Olivia could at least calculate that much before she slashed them to pieces. Shiro also understood that Olivia was complying with his request, but that did not mean that he was okay with this. It was obvious that he was still displeased, showing a frown on his face. Well, that's true, but just to be safe. Can I take it as you wishing for me to treat them more gently? I don't mind, but that would cost you more. And since I'll work only based on how much you have paid me beforehand, it'll end up shortening our contract as well. Would that be all right with you? Shiro knitted his eyebrows. He did not want Olivia to kill any of his pursuers. But it would be in vain if being too careful caused him to get captured. He paused for a moment and then said with a bitter expression, "That I'm fine with how you are doing things right now. But just be careful not to kill them." Understood. The powered suits launched the same rods that they used to create the force field box, but those rods suddenly stopped midair and projected the force field armor in the air. The smaller drones swarmed their target, trying to stop it in its tracks, while at the same time, they also spread a huge amount of the sticky shock-absorbing bubbles as well. Even watching how traps were laid in front of her, Olivia did not hesitate at all. She continued to push forward, casually aiming her small-sized rifle forward. The muzzle emitted a beam of light. The beam of light eradicated everything in front of her, removing them from her path. With that obstacle removed, Olivia created a force field platform under her and jumped away with Shiro still under her arm. The rescue team contacted the rest of the team in panic. What in the world is that girl? Is she working for the target? I know it's difficult, but make sure not to use normal weapons even on that girl too. There's a chance you might kill the target by accident. Don't forget that the target's safety is our highest priority. At least buy enough time until the reinforcement gets here. Continue to surround the target. Make sure not to lose sight of the target. The ruin was already in complete chaos. If they lost Shiro, this operation would mean great losses. However, even if they had already lost out that much, it was fine as long as the operation ended in success. Thus, they decided to go for Plan B. How long before they're here? 15 minutes. Leaving the reconnaissance drones aside, send everyone in. Connect the force field armor output to the powered suits. And use it to surround the target. The rods that they used to project force field armor were fueled by energy packs. If they were connected to the powered suit's generator, it would boost the output of the force field armor. If the force field armor could be projected to fill up the whole space inside of it instead of just the surface wall, it would seem to be something akin to glass floating in midair. In that case, the force field would only be able to maintain for a short time. But if they could separate Shiro and Olivia with it, they could use normal weapons to attack Olivia. The rest of the powered suits followed the order from their leader, and the rescue team quickly went toward Shiro and Olivia. Shiro noticed the change in his pursuer's movement and started to panic. But Olivia remained as calm as ever. Chapter 253, Effort to Capture an Old World Connector. The powered suits that Olivia had cut down worked together with the drones, which were attempting to encapsulate her in force field armor. The closer they got, the faster Olivia cut them down. However, they forced their way through with sheer numbers and finally got Olivia within their range. The thick spear-like rods expanded the force field armor. The normally thin plate-shaped force field turned into a thick wall with energy supplied from the powered suits. They only became thicker as they put layers on top of layers of force field armor. By doing so, the air suddenly turned stiff as if it was suddenly turned into glass, thus capturing Olivia inside of it. Shiro was able to get away from that trap, but only barely. Before Olivia got herself trapped inside, she threw Shiro off. But the other drones took that opportunity to quickly surround Shiro and trapped him inside another force field box. Damn it! As Shiro hit the force field wall, producing a scowl, a voice could be heard coming from a nearby drone. Please wait for a bit there. We'll pick you up immediately. We don't recommend trying to break the force field box from the inside. There is a risk that the shrapnel might hit you. Shiro frowned and rubbed his head. He looked up at the flying drone and smiled at it. In that case, you should have changed it to a force field type that won't create shrapnel. I know this device can at least do that much. Just consider what might happen if I run out of patience. If it's too much work to change the settings, I can help you, you know. A weirdly mocking tone replied to that suggestion. No, thank you. There's a chance that you would hack the device instead. If I may add one more thing, this drone is already adjusted for external communication in order to capture you, so you can go ahead and try your best, though I don't think it'll give you any satisfying results. Shiro's expression once again turns dark. He was actually trying to hack the drones using an external connection just like what he did back in the intercity transport vehicle. And also, just be patient. If you can't stay calm, we'll narrow the box to crush your legs and arms. After all, that is safer for you instead of having you hit by shrapnel. So just stay put. Shiro started to feel desperate as he looked for a way to get out of that situation. He did feel a bit of regret telling Olivia to be careful with the pursuers, but it was already too late to think about that now. He placed such thoughts aside while desperately looking for a way to get out. Unfortunately, nothing good came up. The rescue team that had already secured Olivia and Shiro moved on to removing their next worry. With Shiro separated from Olivia, they now could use their full power to destroy Olivia. The drones and the powered suits changed their weapons from the ones to capture Shiro to their normal weapons and aimed their huge cannons at Olivia. They opened up some distance from Olivia and readied their weapons. They made it such that they could shoot her down at the same time the force field armor disengaged. Although some of the pilots there were curious about the real identity of that maid, none of them suggested capturing her alive. Everyone there understood that their first priority was to disarm the maid. The pilots of the powered suits that were using their force field armor to trap Olivia escaped from their powered suits and left the area to get away from the prepared simultaneous barrage. Seeing those pilots leaving their powered suits, Shiro thought that it might be his chance to hijack those powered suits, but he was not able to. All of them were already under full lockdown, so they no longer accept any connection from the outside. Shiro hit the transparent wall and shouted at Olivia. Damn it! Hey! I've paid you 5 million chrome, you know. Do something about this. It was close to a desperate whine. With his voice not able to propagate through the force field armor, what he was doing was in vain. Or so it should have been, but Olivia replied through the old world domain connection. Even if you tell me so. I've done enough for what I've been paid already. It is equal to only this much, you see. Shiro raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Olivia to reply. But his expression quickly turned stern as he hopefully asked a question. So, the problem is only money, huh? Is it okay if I interpret it as such? Indeed, it also means that I'm willing to work more if you're willing to pay me more. Olivia's casual answer gave Shiro a glimmer of hope. He hesitated for a bit, but eventually he annoyedly said to Olivia, All right, I get it already. I'll pay you 10 million chrome more. That's all I have and you can have all of it. I've transferred the extra payment. Very well. Inside the force field trap that should not allow any movement, Olivia smiled. Right at the next moment, the sound of crackling occurred. It was like glass was breaking and it would be loud enough to echo through the area. Olivia caused the drones to maximize its power output to forcefully break through the force field trap. The drones that were too close got trapped inside and started to slowly move as if they were breaking through a fragile glass case. The powered suits that were already aiming at Olivia quickly reacted. They were in the middle of adjusting their timing to simultaneously lower the force field armor and shoot at Olivia, but since Olivia suddenly made her move, they quickly started shooting at her. Although their firepower was lowered since they were in the middle of adjustment, the cannons that they released were by no means weak. Cannon fire combined into a very bright high-intensity pillar of light that evaporates everything in its way, headed straight at Olivia. As expected, Olivia did not have the chance to evade that attack. The powered suits surrounding her already had their ray cannons aimed at her the moment she broke away from the force field trap. So, she did not have the opportunity to get away right from the start. But that did not mean she could not react to it. At the same time the powered suits opened fire, Olivia swung her light blade forward. With that one swing, she split the pillar of light that was coming at her. The light blade supplied by Olivia's old-world generator was easily able to overwhelm that beam of light, which had been powered by multiple powered suits generators. When the blade and the laser clashed, the laser beam broke into multiple streams, which spread indiscriminately. They hit the buildings and the rubbles around the area, evaporating them. Although the light blade weakened from that clash, it still extended forward until it eventually reached the powered suits and destroyed them. Olivia then used the path opened by that slash to escape. She used force field armor to create footing, which allowed her to run in the air as she quickly closed the distance to the powered suits. She then swung her blade with inhuman masterful precision to cut the powered suits' weapons and limbs in a blink of an eye. Seeing the powered suits in front of them easily cut down, the still surviving powered suits increased the output of their force field armor. They used the data from the sliced powered suits to adjust their force field armor so that it would be able to withstand Olivia's blade. But even so, just like the previous powered suits, Olivia's blade cut through their hard force field armor with ease. With the extra payment that she had received, Olivia pumped more energy into her blade, allowing her to easily cut through her enemies. Olivia once again swung her blade and easily broke through the force field box that trapped Shiro. She then quickly snatched Shiro, who was still dazzled by what just happened, and tucked him under her arm before leaving the area. The damage to the area from that short exchange was enough to completely change the contour of the area. But even so, no one was killed. Olivia obeyed Shiro's request to hold back so as not to kill anyone. Though it ended up costing Shiro a lot more money, Olivia did not seem bothered at all. The pilots managed to get out from the half-destroyed bent, stuck door. After they looked around and understood what was going on, they looked in the direction where Olivia and Shiro went. What in the world is she? Don't tell me that she's from the Eastern Front Line or something. Another pilot replied through the communication device. That might as well be the case. Although we were not told, I heard that the one we're pursuing is an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry. It seems that he somehow managed to run away from them. Seriously though, running away from Sakashita might as well mean picking a fight with Sakashita. It wouldn't be weird if he had prepared something like this. They might have agreed to meet up here. No one ever told me that we were going to fight something like that. The commander gave us the order, so it's not that hard to predict something like this would occur, you know? Their sighs could be heard overlapping from the communication device. Well, what can I say? We did well to slow them down. We can just leave the rest to them. That you're right. If she is really from the Eastern Front Line, there's no way we can stop them. It'll at least be a good excuse as to why they got away. The pilots exchanged light jokes in reaction to their plan, which ended up with a rather disappointing result. Akira and the rest escaped the building in a hurry. They jumped onto the bike that came to pick them up on autopilot as they quickly left the area. Although Akira's bike had only a seat for one person, they did not have any other choice but to fit it for 5. Akira and Reina took the seat while Carol, Shirori, and Kane perched on the bike's arms that were originally for weapons. Originally, they were planning to watch the situation from inside the building for a bit before carefully returning back. However, Akira suggested with a solemn expression to leave that place immediately. Since Akira even said that as Carol's bodyguard he would take her by force if needed, the rest knew that there was no time to even ask for the reason and immediately abide by Akira's plan. It did not take long for them to head for the exit. They already started moving just a moment after Olivia and Shiro jumped off from the hole Olivia made. They then hopped on Akira's bike without even asking where it was heading to. The area around the building was already well inside the conflict zone. The huge multi-legged tank monsters that had disengaged their camouflaging were already in the middle of an intense fight with the powered suits. When they were passing close to those monsters, Reina and the others were about to attack them, but Akira told them not to. They had already taken a long detour to avoid them. Thanks to that, the monsters placed Akira as their lowest priority and they just ignored Akira's group and headed toward the incoming powered suits. Although they encountered those tank monsters numerous times, their group prioritized leaving the area first. And finally, they got away from the war zone. Kane looked at the ensuing battle behind them with an amused smile. Oh, they're going at it pretty hard. Not bad. Kane was watching the powered suits that were locked in an intense battle with the old-world mechanical monsters. The warheads, energy bullets, and the mini-missiles that they were exchanging exceeded what was the norm in Miyazono Ruin. The explosions from that battle were enough to blow away several buildings. If it was a matter of firepower, the powered suits had the upper hand. But the multi-legged tank monsters with the other security drones of the ruin had the numerical advantage. At the moment, the powered suits still had control of the fight thanks to their firepower, but with more and more monster reinforcements slowly gathering, the powered suits could not afford to lower their guards. Ah, the building that we were in just got blown off. It was the right choice to leave right away. Akira boy, how did you know that we should leave without delay back then? I just felt so. Basically, my intuition. Akira casually said so, but Kane instead deliberately and teasingly pursued the subject. Really? Are you sure you're not lying there? I don't really care if you don't believe me. Even if I have another reason, we're not that close as to warrant me to tell the rest of the story anyway. I know you think so too, right? Well, you have a point. Seeing Akira trying to casually end the subject, Kane only giggled and decided not to continue. In truth, Akira was lying. The reason why he decided to leave that building right away was because of Alpha. Akira was only following what Alpha had told him. Carol watched the ongoing battle and mumbled. But they would go that far, huh? The meaning behind those words struck her heart as her face turned pale. Shiro once again returned under Olivia's arm as they headed outside the ruin. If the pursuers did not care about the damage that they did to the ruin, then it was easier to get away from them out in the wasteland. With that being said, Shiro still needed to make a plan on what to do next depending on how far Olivia would help in his escape. Because of that, he had a frown on his face as he was tucked under Olivia's arm. Say, just how much did that battle cost me? Olivia looked at Shiro with a business smile and replied, My apologies. In order to avoid trouble, we decline questions regarding the details such as how much each small action costs while we're in the middle of the contract. I can understand that it might cause trouble during the calculation of the total payment if you give me a bad answer, but to be honest, it would be troublesome for me if you suddenly throw me in the middle of nowhere while saying that you did enough for what you were already paid. We're open to extra payment anytime. Rather than paying it in smaller portions later, it's cheaper if you pay the whole sum beforehand. If you're not sure, please consider this as well. Shiro laughed bitterly. The 15 million chrome that he had spent on Olivia was all the savings he had. He literally had no more money that he could offer. In the first place, he never planned to use his chrome savings. So it would definitely cause him more trouble in the future. If you're okay with Aurum, I can pay you 10 billion Aurum right away though? Is that not good enough? Unfortunately, we are not equipped to accept that currency. Yet, thought so. For Shiro, that answer was exactly what he had expected when he made that suggestion. As he continued to ponder, he just made a bitter smile and did not make any counteroffer. Although Aurum is a corporation-issued currency, the caretaker AI in Kuzuhara Ruin is accepting that currency, so with that in mind, can you at least find a way to accept it? I was indeed already informed regarding that matter. But regarding that currency, we have not received any guarantee on its value from the Sector 844 High-Level Management Division. Thus, we have no plan to review that currency. If you're insisting on paying with that currency, Please receive the sign of guarantee for that currency's value from the aforementioned division and show it to me first. Yup, I knew that would be the answer. There was a big difference in meaning between a government AI accepting a corporation-issued currency and guaranteeing the value of that currency. If one of those government AI guaranteed the value of that currency, there was a good chance that other AIs would accept that currency. If there was an AI that would accept Aurum instead of Chrome for their trade, the value of Aurum would greatly go up. This was also the reason why Shugadome was willing to let Shiro roam free as long as he would create a negotiation route with Tsubaki. Although his own goal was getting a bit further, it might be a good idea to at least start doing something for it. Shiro, who thought so, felt frustrated. Olivia blazed through the ruin at a relatively high speed, but she suddenly came to a sudden halt right around the boundary between the ruin and the wasteland. Shiro could not help but grunt from the pain because of the sudden stop. Don't stop so suddenly like that. Although I'm holding it in, it's actually pretty painful, you know? Olivia ignored Shiro's complaint and just dropped him. Once again, Shiro could not help but grunt from the pain when he landed. He then looked at Olivia with a stern face. Whoa, wait for a sec, don't tell me that this is as far as you're going, right? No, it's just that it seems that this will take the rest of the payment. You gotta be kidding me, right? I've even added 10 million chrome, you know? Isn't this a bit too short? It's not like I can do anything about it considering the opponent that we have to face. I can certainly fight while protecting you, but as expected, that would cost way too much. As such, I'll stop carrying you from here on out. The rest is up to you. As Shiro pushed himself up with a confused look on his face, the voice of another person came. Oh, you found out, huh? This is actually a camouflaging coat from the front line though. Shiro inadvertently looked in the direction of that voice's source. A part of his views suddenly distorted and a figure of a man appeared when he disengaged his camouflaging coat. Seeing that man's face, Shiro exclaimed, "Gay?" That man was obviously angry, although he was also somehow smiling amusedly at Shiro. That reaction was uncalled for, you know. Long time no see, Shiro. Shiro replied with a stiff expression. Why yo there hammers, long time no see. So, why are you here? Why you ask? There's no need for me to even explain it to you, right? I'm here to pick you up. Hammers smiled and slowly approached Shiro, who inadvertently stepped back. Well, that's not what I meant, it's just that, shouldn't you be staying near Kagami City? Even if you only come here after those guys told you, it's way too fast no matter how you look at it, right? Shiro came to Mihazono Ruin only after he investigated where Hammers was. Had he known that Hammers was nearby, he would never have thought of coming there. Hammer's smile deepened as he took another step closer. Oh, about that, I asked that Yanagisawa guy to fake my location. To be honest, since it's you we're talking about, I didn't expect much result from that, but seeing your reaction, it seems like it did work out, huh? I honestly didn't expect that at all. That guy is pretty good. I heard not only Sakashida, but Tatsumori and Tsukida are also trying to recruit him. I guess this explains why that is the case. Shiro cursed under his breath. He thought that he might have been a bit too arrogant with his skill that he could not see through that trickery, but when he saw Hammer's smile disappear, he thought that was not the time to think of such trivialities. Now then, shall we go back now? Don't fight back, okay? I have no wish to hurt you, but I also think that it'll be fine as long as I leave your head intact. Don't worry, we'll properly fix you up after that. And I guarantee there won't be any long-lasting effect, after that, huh? How long after are we talking here? No idea. I bet it's after you paid for all the commotion that you've caused. Shiro could not help but cower when he imagined being left with only his head and forced to work while being connected to a life support system. Though he already made his resolve when he escaped, it was still a scary scene to imagine. Olivia stepped in front of Shiro as if to cover him. But that did not hamper Hammers at all as he kept stepping closer and closer to Shiro. Shiro's gaze darted between Olivia and Hammers. He then stepped aside and said with a rather frightened face, don't kill anyone, pretty please. That would depend on the opponent. That would depend on Hertz. Olivia and Hammers gave the same reply at the same time and lightly smiled. After all, they both thought if anyone would die here, it would be their respective opponent. And that thought was transmitted clearly to each other. Shiro made his resolve and ran away. His destination was out of the ruin and into the wasteland, which meant that he would have to get past Hammers. But Hammers quickly stepped in to block him, and Olivia quickly reacted to stop Hammers from doing so. As both reacted simultaneously, it became the trigger to start the fight between the two. A fight between someone who could be called superhuman against another being that was made similar to a superhuman. The exchanged punches created shockwaves that blew away buildings without even touching them. The blade that was swung down melted anything that it touched. The kicks that missed their target created a huge crater when they landed. The waves of sharp light were lightly deflected and cut whatever they hit. Shock waves and blows that could easily obliterate normal monsters were exchanged between them. The blows that those two exchanged in such a short time already turned the area into a huge mess. The damage to the area easily surpassed the damages that the powered suits had done to Miyazono Ruin. Shiro kept on running desperately, hoping that the intense battle behind him would further conceal his footsteps. After Akira and the others left Miyazono Ruin on Akira's bike, they boarded Carol's camping car and head back to Kagami City. The camping car was already moving away from the ruin the moment it detected a large-scale battle back in the ruin. Thanks to that, they were able to safely leave the ruin. Reina, Shiori, and Kane were watching the ruin from the top of the camping car. Due to the colorless mist, even the long-range image capture function of their expensive information-gathering devices could not get a clear image. They could not even produce a high enough resolution image to know how badly damaged the ruin got due to the battle. Kane had a rare bitter smile on her face as she said, "Well, that looks exactly like when a kaiju rampages through, doesn't it?" Some of the mountain-like huge powerful monsters in the front line were often called kaiju. Similarly, when someone created a similar level of mess as those beasts, they were also often called kaiju. Even a battle-crazed person such as Kane would rather avoid having to fight a kaiju. Though she did enjoy having to fight a powerful opponent, that was only when it could at least be considered a fight. There was nothing fun about getting obliterated by overwhelming power, without a chance of victory. "Ain-san, I know that we were told to handle the situation since we're already present, but as expected, it's better to let Milady off fro dash." "Wait." Reina suddenly interjected with a serious face. Shiori and Kane quickly turned to Reina. Kane had a surprised look on her face while Shiori looked utterly worried. "Before that, explain everything to me first." "Milady, that is." "Shiori, I know that it's better for me to stay as an outsider until this reaches its conclusion. But tell me. If you're saying that you can't tell me because I'm still inexperienced, then I'll back off. But as long as I don't know anything, I won't accept anything. After all, I do not deserve any help." Reina said so while looking straight at Shiori. Reina understood that Shiori had gone through a lot of ordeals. She had crossed many dangerous bridges in place of Reina's older sister or even her parents. Reina herself knew that she was still relying on Shiori. As a matter of fact, she was certain that she would still rely on Shiori in the future due to her lack of strength. But it was only a matter of time before she needed to grow independent. Even if she kept using her lack of strength as an excuse to continue burdening Shiori, it might one day crush the two of them. Although it might just be an excuse to her, Reina was trying to be a master worthy of Shiori before she ended up putting too much burden on Shiori and before Shiori decides to sacrifice herself. Shiori was a bit overwhelmed by Reina's resolve. Although she was still worried, she smiled. She could feel the person that she had always looked over and protected, the person who she had always been supporting, was trying her best to take on her role as the master. Shiori felt both lonely and happy from Reina's growth. "Very well. But since it also contains corporation secrets, I can't do it here. But I shall tell Milady everything once we're back." "Alright. And I'm sorry, I know it might be too late." "Please don't be." Toward Reina, who was smiling bitterly, Shiori gracefully bowed. Kane could hardly hold back her lips from curving up. Reina, who noticed that, threw a rather presumptuous irritated smile at Kane. Nonetheless, Kane just raised her eyebrows in shock and only giggled after that. Chapter 254, The Extent of a Job. The camping car was running on autopilot back to Kagami City. So, there was no need for someone to stay behind the wheel. Reina's team, which was basically getting a free lift, was taking up the position of escorts. As long as nothing big happened, Carol and Akira could just take a break inside the camping car. Because of that, it would not be strange if Carol decided to fully lower her guard and took a good long rest inside. Outside of Akira's expectations, Carol was doing something strange. She was lying on the bed naked. Although she placed a sheet on top of her, it was a very thin white sheet that did not help much in hiding her naked body. The inviting lustrous skin combined with a well-proportioned body was on full display. The white sheet that was partially see-through drew a line between hiding and showcasing her body, which was very erotic. Even being shown this scene, Akira understood that Carol was not trying to tempt him. It was obvious that Carol was tired. After they saw what happened back in the ruin and returned back to the car, she brusquely took off her powered suit and just dropped it off without a care. It was as if someone, who was too afraid of letting go of her rifle, finally ran out of ammo and threw everything away in a fit of rage. Just like that, Carol dove on top of the bed and stayed silent up until now. Even Akira could tell that she was depressed. But his communication skill was not that good to find the words to cheer her up. Though, as her escort, he did not think leaving her like this was the right choice. Therefore, for now, he decided to sit next to Carol. Although the mood was not that bad, it was also not the right mood to get into a trivial conversation. Although they were not trying to stay silent, there were no words spoken between them. After a moment of awkward silence, Carol suddenly opened her mouth. Akira. Yes. You're my escort right now, right? Yep, and... Their conversation came to a pause there. Akira looked confused. He did not understand Carol's intention behind that short exchange. After a short pause, Carol once again restarted the conversation. Akira. What? It seems that there's a big fight going on in that ruin. If I somehow got involved in that fight, what would you do? Wouldn't that be obvious? I'll of course run away. Yeah, that one was obvious. Hearing the answer that she had fully expected, Carol replied with a rather droopy, discouraged voice. Akira himself understood that he could not give the reply that she was wishing for. That was why he added some explanation, as if he was trying to justify his answer. Come on. Just think about it. Even if I am your escort, there's no way I can do anything about that fight. There's no other choice for me but to run away, right? I know. Carol unconsciously returned a short and brusque reply. It was as if she was annoyed that she was told of something that she already knew well. Another moment of silence. This time, it obviously felt awkward. Akira showed a rather surprised reaction to her reply. But after that he sighed and spoke up again. Well, I know that there's still meaning behind fighting an unwinnable fight. Also, you're paying me to be your escort right now. However, you're not someone who would risk your life just because you refuse to run away no matter what, right? Running away is also a good option, no? Although as an escort, I might be useless in terms of extra firepower, I'll properly do my job and find a good escape route for you, you know. Carol suddenly turned her whole body to face Akira and looked at him with a surprised face. Is that so? Yep. Well, I bet it won't be easy, but if we focus on running away right from the start, I'm sure we would find a way to safely escape. Though I need to tell you that when it happens, I will never do something as stupid as telling you to go ahead and leave me behind. After all, we have a better chance to survive if we run away together. In the scenario, I can keep telling you where to go to get away from that place, really. Yeah, doing so is definitely better for our odds of survival. That is one thing that I can say for certain. Akira interpreted Carol's surprise as her way of expressing doubt. That was why he then nodded confidence to make sure she did not doubt him. Although the reason why he was so sure he would be able to find a safe escape route in that situation was all because of Alpha, he did not mention that at all. Carol pushed her body off the bed and waved at him to come closer. What now? Carol did not say anything and kept waving at Akira. Akira tilted his head and sat closer to her. That was when she suddenly hugged him. "That I'm sorry to have doubted you. And if things ever get to that point, I will be counting on you." "Well, it's my job after all, so I'll properly do it. Though I can't guarantee that we would be able to escape safely no matter what. I'll at least do my best." In reaction to Akira's straightforward and casual answer, Carol still had her arms around Akira as she smiled quietly. When Akira said that he would run away, Carol thought that Akira meant he would leave her behind. Although she knew that it was completely expected, she hoped that was not the case. The bigger that hope, the harsher she was hit by his answer back there. However, it was actually a misunderstanding on her part. Right from the beginning, what Akira meant was to run away together. The moment Carol noticed it, she was much happier than she had expected. At least, it was enough to blow away all the depression that she had after watching the ensuing battle back in the ruin. Although she did not suddenly jump and skipped around, it was silent happiness that allowed her to regain her calm. Other than that, she also felt that it was a bit unfortunate that Akira did mention it as his job. In order to remove that emotion from her, she started to lean her body weight forward with Akira, who was still wrapped in her arms, trying to push him down. But Akira did not budge. Carol was an enhanced human with enhanced physical strength, but it was still no match against Akira's augmented suit. In the first place, the mood was not right to force Akira down. If Akira fought against it, that would be the end of it. Akira frowned and threw a question. "What are you doing?" That though I already knew beforehand, "Akira, you really can't read the mood, can you? I don't know what you're trying to say, but can you get off me already?" Carol lightly sighed and let Akira go. She then returned back lying on the bed, but this time, she looked like she was pouting, as if she was throwing a tantrum. "Akira, I believe you're already at that age where you start getting interested in girls instead of food, though? You're no longer just a little boy anymore, so it might be a good idea if you stop prioritizing food all the time, you know? Or is it that you're at that age where anything is fine as long as you can eat it? What are you even talking about? Just so you know, lately I've been more interested in taste rather than just the amount, you know? As expected, I'm no longer the same as the past me when I didn't care about the taste as long as I can eat." Seeing how Akira speak proudly in front of an extremely tempting naked body, Carol could not help but think of something foolish. Maybe I should start learning how to cook. Hammers continued fighting against Olivia with a stern look on his face. He identified where each attack was moving towards and countered them with punches reinforced with force field armor. Olivia was sending out high-powered energy light waves, which could cut through matter due to its sharpness. These were basically light blades, which flew afar and betrayed the normal range of a blade. These light blades were dispersed when they were met with Hammer's punches. But even after they dispersed, they still packed the same cutting power that easily sliced everything in the area, raising up a storm. The destroyed buildings that had already become rubble were chipped into even smaller pieces. They still can cut even after being dispersed, huh? What a pain. Hammers could not evade every light blade, so he took some hits. But his superhuman body and his fighting suit made to endure the might of a superhuman easily caused those blades to bounce off. Although he still got injured from taking them on, it was not enough to hinder his fighting capability. He then quickly leapt forward to close the distance at a speed where air started to crack and released a punch that went over the speed of sound. The blast wave from that punch released a shock wave to its surroundings. The shock wave was greatly damped by the colorless mist in the air, causing its momentum to quickly lessen. But even so, it was still strong enough to blow wreckage and rubble around them away. The fist that did not lose any of its power from the colorless mist hit Olivia. The powerful punch, enforced with force field armor, which was strong enough to pierce the armor of an intercity transport vehicle, hit the maid uniform, which seemed no different to a piece of cloth. However, instead of piercing that cloth, it was only enough to create a small wrinkle on Olivia's maid uniform. Furthermore, that wrinkle quickly disappeared after she jumped back to open distance from Hammers. His fist had completely been nullified. I didn't see light from force to energy conversion. Is it simply because that's just how strong her maid outfit is? Or is she using a force field armor that did not produce light? Including her blade and her rifle, she has an excellent set of equipment. Olivia was keeping her distance from Hammers. It was obvious that her aim was to buy time and she had no plan to fight Hammers seriously. But even so, Hammers could not just ignore Olivia and go after Shiro. If Hammers showed his back to Olivia to chase Shiro, he knew that Olivia would injure him enough to buy even more time. Originally, Hammers was planning to quickly take Olivia out and chase after Shiro. But it seemed to be impossible to do now due to how powerful Olivia was. Although Hammers was holding back so as to not get Shiro caught up in the fight, Olivia's fighting capability was way out of his expectation. In the end, Olivia slowly bought more and more time for Shiro to get away. Although some of the powered suits from the Interceptor team were sent to chase after Shiro, most had been cut down by Olivia. And that Interceptor team was acting in place of the rescue team, which had already been decimated. Olivia's blade was too powerful for Hammers to take on in place of those powered suits. Even if he was able to deflect her light blades, there was still a limit on how many Hammers could deflect. Of course, they had also sent a few powered suits to take a long detour to avoid getting cut down by Olivia, but there was no guarantee that they would be able to capture Shiro. After Shiro left the ruin and went out into the wasteland, some drones with camouflage on left the area as fast as they could. It was difficult to catch up with the drones that could not be shot down in the wasteland. The wasteland was just simply too wide. There was also the danger of encountering monsters. But as long as they kept their distance, there was a good chance that the colorless mist would cover their presence. In his desperate escape, the vast wasteland was on Shiro's side. Hammers thought that everything would be okay as soon as he arrived, but evidently, that was not the case. Hammers cursed his own naive thinking as his expression turned dark. He did not wish to hold back any longer, but he had to conserve some of his power. He was confident he could defeat his opponent if he went full power. But the repercussion would not be light, it would definitely hamper his main objective. If he could capture Shiro afterwards, he would go all in. However, the chances of that would diminish to zero once he used all his might here. It would be meaningless to squeeze all he had for virtually nothing. Unnecessarily injuring himself would be against the corporation's work ethic. That was why Hammers had no other choice but to not use his full power. But even so, Hammers started to wonder if it was better to take out his opponent to reassure his patron. That thought was running through his mind and was reflected by his action. He started to lean forward, and his gaze started to turn sharper. Right when he had decided to end his opponent, Olivia, who kept smiling even in the middle of the fight, suddenly said to him, "Would it be okay to stop here?" Hammers raised both of his eyebrows. "What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that this is futile and that I should just stop?" Hammers inadvertently made a guess as to Olivia's answer. However, that guess only served to sour his mood. His mood and increased hostility toward his opponent caused him to make a grim expression. A normal human would have cowered under his gaze. But Olivia did not seem bothered at all as she smiled and shook her head. "Nope. I'm saying that there's no meaning in continuing our fight. That's why, if you want to chase that young man, you can go ahead and just do that." Hammers seemed confused at those unexpected words from Olivia. He was even more confused since there were no signs of Olivia lying. That is a rather strange suggestion considering how hard we've fought against each other. "Why do you suddenly want to stop?" "I've worked enough for what I have been paid, that's all there is to it." Hammers looked confusedly at Olivia. He had already disengaged his hostile posture as well. So, Olivia's smile slowly turned into a business smile. "That if you wish to continue, then I am more than happy to oblige. But it would not be for free. I will only put in effort depending on how much you would pay me beforehand, so I hope that you understand." Hammers did not take his eyes off Olivia as he picked up his communication device. "It's me, tell me the damage." Hammers could not help but frown when he listened to the response. Many people got injured during his fight against Olivia, but none of them were dead. Shiro's request was not to kill anyone, and Olivia accomplished that brilliantly. That restriction also applied during that fight just now, but that would no longer be the case if they continued. It meant that Olivia had been holding back. In a sense, she was sparing his life. Since Hammers noticed that, he could not help but frown even more. However, at the very least, it also served to confirm that any continuation of this fight would be against his duty. Hammers heaved a huge sigh as if he was expelling all the grudge inside him, and with that, he no longer showed any hostility toward Olivia. "Alright, let's not." "Good grief, just who exactly are you?" In response to those words that Hammers only meant as a complaint, Olivia made her usual business smile and gracefully bowed. "Oliva of Lion Steel. A pleasure to meet you." Hammers was completely flabbergasted. "Lion Steel? What do you mean by that? Why is someone from Lion Steel causing trouble for Sakashita Heavy Industry? Is it okay for me to interpret this as an act of hostility from Lion Steel against Sakashita? Did you join hands with one of the other Big Five or something?" "Not at all, we have no wish for such a thing." "Then what is it? Are you trying to say that you're just lending a hand to an infighting in Sakashita? So, Lion Steel is not trying to cause trouble with Sakashita? Just because some of our officers are working with your corporation, don't think that such an excuse would dash." "Excuse me, but let me add one more thing. It seems that you're confusing our corporation with another corporation which is using the same name without our permission. Our Lion Steel company has no relation with the one that calls itself the Lion Steel Eastern District Main Branch." Hammers was even more confused, but it only took a few seconds for it to finally dawn on him. "That you're the one from the old world, huh? Although I don't really agree with that way of calling our company, but that is correct." Hammers finally understood why Olivia was that powerful and rubbed his temple. The observation log from Sakashita Heavy Industries facility did not show any indication that Shiro had made a connection with the old world Lion Steel. And it was too short of a time frame for him to form that connection after he had escaped. So, it was only natural for him to think that Shiro had that connection beforehand when he plotted his escape. Did Shiro come to this ruin to meet up with her? Just what in the world is he trying to do? To even spend all of his chrome to pay her? I really can't even begin to guess. As Hammers realized he was about to fall into deep thought, he shook his head and put that aside for now. "You said that you were paid, right? How much did he pay you? And what is his objective?" "My apologies, but I can't leak the content of my contract with the others. Thus I am afraid I shall refuse to answer your questions. I don't know what's the basis for being a customer, but I bet that Shiro doesn't satisfy the requirements, right? Regarding that matter, I can only say that he satisfied a very special set of requirements." Olivia threw a white card to Hammers. Hammers caught that card and shifted his gaze from Olivia to that white card. "It must be some kind of fate that we met. So let me give you our company's card. By all means, please contact us. We'll be waiting for your request. Now then, allow me to excuse myself." When Hammers returned his gaze to Olivia, she was already gone. "Well, I guess this has resulted in at least one good thing." Hammers light sighed and tucked that white card. His face then turned gloomy as he had to give his report that they had failed to capture Shiro. Olivia returned to the Lion Steel branch office located on the 57th floor of the Saranthal building. She transferred the AI core to the branch office's system and proceeded to do maintenance on her body. The automaton body floated in the middle of the maintenance system, and its maid uniform disappeared, revealing the naked body of a beautiful automaton that the company had spent a huge fortune to create. The naked body then cracked, creating crevices all over its beautiful body, which then slowly opened. After readjusting the body, it then exposed the inside, which seemed to be made of metallic organs. Some of those organs were in the shape of spheres. Among those spheres, 2 were taken out and replaced with new ones. Those spheres were old-world generators which powered the automaton's body. The generators had been damaged from the previous battles and were now being replaced. Although from one point of view, it could be said that Olivia was taking it easy when she was dealing with Hammers, but in reality, she did not have that much leeway. To fend off Hammers, she had to spend 2 of her expensive generators. She might end up in red even after receiving the 15 million chrome as payment. When she added up the repair cost for the damages to her body, she judged that it was not worth the trouble. If she continued fighting Hammers, she would definitely end up deep in the red. Although it was her first job after such a long time, the result was unsatisfactory. Olivia felt frustration welling up inside her as she lightly sighed inside the cyberspace of the system. That frustration was all because she did not receive a satisfying job, so it did not cause her any more woes. The warehouse on the 57th floor still had a good stock of generators. And even if her body had been destroyed during her fight with hammers, it was not like she would lose her AI data. So, she just could download her data into a different automaton just like one could change from one dress to another. Olivia had already transferred to the automaton located in Ida Commercial District Ruin. The old-world automaton that was originally used to escort VIP targets. It was equipped with a powerful generator and was granted permission to fully utilize that generator's output when necessary. Even if there was a chance of her AI data getting erased, she did not feel any fear toward that at all. As a general-purpose AI from Lion Steel, getting herself deleted only meant losing one of its many mass-produced AI, after all. As a general-purpose AI, Olivia's line of thinking was created using the human mind as its base. But an imitation was not the same as the real thing. As a matter of fact, their line of thinking was closer to a fanatic or a zealot. Olivia was thinking about the future with her fanatical non-human mindset. That was when Saranthal's system sent a notification to her. The content was a demand from Saranthal for an explanation regarding the battle that happened on the outskirts of the Mihazono residential ruin. Olivia connected herself to the Saranthal building system and called Saranthal. Yanagisawa was on his personal transport aircraft as he was heading to Mihazono ruin. He already received the report that they failed to capture Shiro. Because of that, he was in an awful mood. He used an expensive special line to contact his men out in the field and was listening to their report. Let me confirm this again. The powered suit that you thought to be piloted by him turned out to be empty, right? Are you certain that he's not sitting in the pilot seat with camouflaging on, or something like that? In order to maintain his calm, he was trying to keep to his usual tone, but it did not work out well. His men could feel Yanagisawa's irritation from behind the speaker as they anxiously replied that we did our best to try to capture him. But he still escaped. I see. So, it was only a decoy, huh? Don't worry about it. Things like this happen from time to time. Just continue searching for him like usual. Don't forget to send the powered suit's data to me. Though it might be tempered by that guy, I might still find something useful. Roger that. Yep, I'll leave it to you then. Good luck. Yanagisawa replied with a flippant tone and closed the call. He then faked a smile in order to help him recover his groove before opening a call to Hammers. Hello there. Yanagisawa here. Is it a good time right now? What is it? I'm pretty sure the report as well as my apology for failing to capture Shiro have been sent through another commutation route already. Well, I just want to ask more details about that, you see. To be more precise, why did you let him go? Yanagisawa's words were tinted with a grudge, but Hammers only reacted with a sigh and a silence. After a short pause, Hammers then replied, that it's true that we failed to capture Shiro, although you've given us very good information about him. Regarding that matter, you have my apologies. But excessive animosity will be seen as a hostile act towards Sakashida, you know. Yanagisawa was obviously playing coy as he laughed and said, No, of course, I have no wish to do something like that. It's just that I never thought that you guys would fail. After all, someone as strong as you were moving and you made it on time to meet him. So, I was wondering if it was intentional. It's only natural to get suspicious, right? Or is it that you lowered your guard since you believed that as long as you know his location, you can already retrieve him? That it'll be an easy job. Hammers sighed one more time. He escaped from Sakashida, so it's only natural to expect him to have a good escort. Well, since I was unable to properly judge at that time, that could mean that I've lowered my guard. If that really is the case, I can't deny that I did. It might sound like I'm trying to shift the blame here since I was the one who let him get away, but when you pinned down his location, you didn't detect any escorts with him. Well, I'm really sorry about that. It was obvious that Yanagisawa did not really mean that as an apology. So Hammers just reacted with another sigh. After that, Yanagisawa inquired about Hammer's fight with Olivia, as if to create an excuse for him to close their call. Thank you for the invaluable information. Well, considering that you were unable to capture Shirokun even after you reached the location on time, it might mean that it's a good idea to rethink our approach to capturing him. It's rather worrying for me, that's why I even called you. I'm sorry about that. But, since this failure is because of special circumstances, it really relieves me. Personally speaking, it's rather difficult for me to prepare people to capture someone that even you can't capture, you know? I bet it is. I'm also busy over here, so excuse me for closing the call. Yes, thank you very much. The call ended there. Yanagisawa's smile once again vanished. At least it doesn't sound like he's lying to me. But although he worded it out as if he was joking, Yanagisawa was really suspecting Hammers of intentionally letting Shiro run away. After all, it was a fact that Shiro escaped when he was inside the intercity transport vehicle. This was something that was normally unthinkable. And then even after Hammers reached Shiro during a capture mission, Shiro still escaped. Normally, it was unlikely that Hammers was helping Shiro escape, but since it had happened twice, being suspicious was only a given. Moreover, Yanagisawa knew that Shiro had made some kind of secret deal behind the scenes with Shugadome. But he could not confront Sakashida about it since it would be proof that he hacked into Sakashida's secret line. In the worst-case scenario, he might even get erased because of that. Unfortunately, Yanagisawa had no information on what the content of that deal was. The only thing he knew was that Shiro was in regular contact with Shugadome. I don't want to think about it, but the escape from the intercity transport vehicle and the failure in the capture mission as well, it would all make sense to say that it has all been orchestrated by Sakashida. If I take Hammer's words as the truth, then that would not be the case. Unfortunately, I need to remember that he's also from Sakashida. There's a chance that his irritation and everything else was just an act. Or is it that I'm simply being too paranoid? According to his original plan, by now, he would have already borrowed Shiro to finish the administration with the black card in the Saranthal building. He would then finally be able to do his business in the deepest part of Kuzuzuhara ruin. But something unexpected happened, twice even. Yanagisawa was not that stupid to just sweep that under the rug as nothing more than bad luck. I don't want to think that Sakashida noticed my goal and is trying to get in my way, but better safe than sorry. Yanagisawa took a deep breath to calm himself down. That was when the pilot notified him. "Commander, we're close." All right. The aircraft landed. It was on the hangar attached to Saranthal building. Yanagisawa had already received Saranthal's permission to use it. Well, I'll be going then. Just to remind you, don't leave the aircraft, okay? The one with the permission is only me. If someone else comes out of the aircraft, the security drones will kill them. And I'm not joking. Roger that. Yanagisawa only said so after leaving the aircraft. He then waved goodbye and went inside the building. He came there that day since Saranthal called for him, demanding an explanation about the recent ruckus near the Mihazono residential district ruin. When he entered, the image of Saranthal was already waiting for him. He who saw that tilted his head as there was one more person next to that holographic image of Saranthal. Chapter 255, Reina's Conviction. On the next day, after that huge battle to capture Shiro in Mihazono ruin, Akira and Carol once again came to the residential district of the ruin together. Due to the battle between the multi-legged tank monsters guarding the ruin and the powered suits from the Kagamayama City Defense Squad, plus the fight between Hammers and Olivia, the ruin was left filled with rubble and wreckage. The city district was in a very bad state. In the middle of that utterly destroyed ruin, Carol was going around collecting data to create a map while Akira was there to escort her. Akira looked around the surroundings with a rather surprised look on his face. It seems that they were going at it pretty hard, huh? This might even be worse than the last one, right? Since Carol was collecting data, she knew the extent of the damage to the area better than Akira. She had already expected that the damage to the ruin would be horrendous judging by how hard the two parties battled each other yesterday. Although she was discouraged after seeing such a battle from afar yesterday, Today, she seemed to be doing just fine. The damage is indeed worse than the last incident. I've done a bit of digging, and it seems that the powered suits they were using yesterday are the same kind as those used to guard Kuzusuhara Ruin. That might be the reason why. Do you think it has something to do with that guy from yesterday? That might be the case, that's all I can say. Both Carol and Akira were suspecting that yesterday's incident had something to do with Shiro. That incident happened right after Shiro and Olivia left. So, it was only natural for Carol and Akira, who were also there when that happened, to suspect they had something to do with this incident. Carol then continued, "Well, it has nothing to do with us anyway, right?" "Yeah, that's true." Akira reaffirmed her. Both of them were saying that in hopes that it would really be the case. After all, both Akira and Carol did not want to get involved in any more trouble. Since they were there in the very location of the incident right now, it was enough of a reason for them to worry that others might think they had something to do with that incident, especially when they were trying to investigate the source of that incident. So, in order to get their minds off the matter, they changed the subject of their conversation. But still, I thought that the ruin would be on high alert after a battle that serious. I wonder why that is not the case this time. Akira's question was completely understandable, but the answer to that question was a complete mystery for Carol as well, so she just gave an educated guess. "I bet it has something to do with Saranthal. It seems that those powered suits were originally from the area around the Saranthal building, you know." Akira only threw a question without expecting a serious answer. However, Carol's reply was quite a detailed answer, which caused him to be surprised. Akira's expression indicated that he did not understand the meaning of what exactly she was saying, so he threw another question. "Why does it have something to do with the Saranthal building?" Saranthal building is an important building in this ruin after all, and those powered suits came from that place. Akira still did not seem to understand the meaning of her answer. So, Carol reworded her answer to include an additional explanation. The Saranthal building was treated as a relatively important building inside the Miyazono ruin. It was because there were branch offices of national-level government departments and old-world corporations on the upper floors of the Saranthal building. Moreover, after a city officer by the name of Yanagisawa made a deal with the caretaker AI of that building, they were allowed to borrow the first floor as well as the area around the Saranthal building. Judging from that fact, there was a good chance that Kagomayama City made some moves to make sure that yesterday's incident would not spread too far. After listening to her explain, Akira nodded in admiration. "It's pretty amazing that you even know about all that as well. Is it normal to know that much even though the incident just happened yesterday?" "To be honest, it's much more surprising for me that you don't know anything about it though. Don't you have information sources mentioning something like that?" "Not really." Toward Akira, who responded so casually, Carol found that weird. "Is that so? Considering your hunter rank? To be honest, it would be completely understandable for information brokers to approach you. But you at least receive contract offers from all kinds of operator support, right? Don't you get bits and pieces of information from their contract offers? Don't they send some information in their offers, trying to show that they can give you information which are normally not out in the public?" Akira replied apathetically as if he was trying to hide something. "Oh, if it's about that, I've basically refused all their offers." Of course. Carol immediately noticed Akira's reaction. But she misunderstood what Akira meant as she smiled and said, I get it. I bet you have refused their offer without even opening their messages, right? It's better if you make a habit of at least reading their offers first before refusing them, you know? But I somehow can understand. You just don't want to bother yourself in doing something like that, right? Well, yeah. In reality, it was not rare for both individual hunters and a team of hunters with a high enough rank to sign contracts with independent support organizations. Although information was very important to them, hunters did not have the time to check and hunt for information all the time. For high-ranking hunters from hunter gangs such as Drankum, they could receive information via those gangs. As for the new hunters, they had no other choice but to collect money from low-difficulty level ruins and common requests. They had to be satisfied with the common information that anyone could get for free on the network. But for high-ranking hunters who did not work in teams, sometimes needed information. Information that was not easy to get, information that would effectively increase their earnings to match their high ranks. That was why many of them formed contracts with support organizations and formed connections with information brokers in order to create their own information network. Meanwhile, those companies were contracted to those high-ranking hunters could expect extra revenues. That was why those successful high-ranking hunters were often approached by various companies early on. Judging from his ranking alone, Akira was one of those successful hunters. But Akira's case was special. As expected, companies would at least do some investigations first before sending their offers. In the case of Akira, the investigation would not only uncover his slum origin, but it would also uncover all the incidents that Akira was involved in. He was the supporter of a certain large gang in the slums, and the number of people he had killed, who got in his way. During the big battle which destroyed Horia's and Izant family, he had killed numerous people. He also had a suspicious connection to a Kagomayama city officer. With such details, no honest business would send an offer to him. Of course, there were some companies who still tried to make a contract with Akira even after all that he did. But they were blocked by the Hunter Office's general communication line since he had an invitation setting meant for high-ranking hunters. As for the offers that passed through that filter setting, Alpha basically was refusing them without even showing them to Akira. Because of that, some tried to go through Inabe or Cheryl to contact Akira. But Inabe always came up with some excuses and left everything to Cheryl. And thus, Cheryl was basically the one receiving those offers. She did convey them to Akira. However, Akira would simply tell her to deal with them herself, and there was no need to tell him about every incoming offer. Thus, Cheryl kept those offers on hold, saying that they did not satisfy all the requirements. She would leave them dangling while sapping profits for her own gang. Of course, she planned to inform Akira if she bumped into offers that would cause Akira trouble if she refused them. Because of this, Akira's information network was abnormally bad for a hunter of his rank. Carol lightly smiled and said to Akira, "Well, getting into a contract means binding yourself down. So, I think it's completely fine not making any contract as long as you're also okay with that. I mean, you're doing fine even without an information broker. By the way, you can ask me anything, you know? Although normally it won't be free, I will call it even since you're escorting me." "Is that so? Well, in that case." Akira thought that it would be a waste to let that chance slide and asked various questions. Carol answered all of his questions with her usual smile. After they finished their job in the morning, Akira and Carol returned back to the camping car to have a meal. As for the meal, they bought the 100,000 orum per portion luxurious filling meal from the Hunter Office's cafeteria. Hunters usually did not have a regular income, but Akira, who was working as Carol's escort, currently had a fixed regular income. Thus, he was enjoying that chance to his heart's content. Seeing Akira slowly eating and enjoying the hearty meal, Carol smiled and said with a slightly surprised face, "But still, you really eat quite a lot." "Well, I'm at that age after all." As Akira casually replied, and Carol once again checked his body. Compared to the first time I met you, you've really grown taller, and your body complexion is also better. But still, it would have been easier for me if your body isn't the only thing that has grown up." Carol smiled when she said so. But Akira then smiled rather smugly and commented, "What are you talking about? I'm way stronger than before now, no? Not only my body, but I also only got myself better new equipment on top of my pure physical strength. Back then, I couldn't even use my guns without an augmented suit, but now, I can withstand the recoil to some extent. Well, although, it might be also thanks to the better recoil dampener of the guns that I'm using right now." Carol sighed and smiled wryly. "Oh my, that does sound reassuring." Unlike Akira, who was still using his usual augmented suit, Carol had taken off her augmented suit and changed to a see-through dress. Until now, Carol had been paranoid to the point that she cannot seem to calm down unless in her augmented suit. It was thanks to the events that occurred yesterday that she was now able to relax in her casual dress. Although Carol was grateful to him, as someone whose work involved seducing the opposite gender, Seeing Akira not showing any interest in her even after she had dolled up and had given him the green light, she could not help but feel conflicted. Akira, who was oblivious to Carol's feelings, innocently continued enjoying his meal. With his body that was gradually turning superhuman without him knowing, it was demanding more food and nutrition. Although the energy use of a superhuman body was extremely effective compared to a normal human, it was not like it could run on zero energy. If he returned to his usual diet with worse quantity and quality, although it would not kill him, it would affect the health of his body. So, to further improve his physique, Akira was replenishing himself through food and drinks. After all, even superhumans could not live only by eating mist, that was if it was only mist. After Shiori told Reina everything, Reina seemed to be deep in thought. In front of her, Shiori just stood in silence as if she was waiting for her verdict. Reina had her hand on her face as she was wearing a conflicted expression. She was throwing glances at Shiori from time to time. Every time she glanced at Shiori, Shiori would react by looking even more and more worried. Reina then sighed. Shiori. After a lot of thinking, I don't feel like I'll find my decision anytime soon, so I'll try to find my answer slowly. First of all, discuss such matters with me first next time. Shiori raised her eyebrows. Milady, are you sure you're okay with that? Shiori did not expect Reina to give her a second chance. She had resolved herself and was certain that Reina would leave her. Watching how Shiori was trying to hold back her emotion to no avail, only ending up displaying blooming joy on her face, Reina smiled wryly and said to her, Well, if you ask me if it's okay or not, then the answer is no, it's not okay. If you ask me if I'm angry or not, I am angry. But you're doing everything for my sake. Even if I question why you would go so far and the only thing that could come to mind is that you did it because I'm just that weak. So, I have no desire to pin the blame onto you. Milady, that is not correct. It's all my own decision, so there's no need for Milady dash. As Shiori was trying to tell Reina to just blame her. However, Reina suddenly cut her off mid-sentence. The blame is mine, I decide that it is mine to take, that's why the blame lies on me. Parents could not blame the children for their mistakes. But superiors were meant to take the blame if their subordinates made mistakes. No longer allowing Shiori to continue acting as her parent, protecting her daughter, Reina was trying her best, albeit imperfect, to act as Shiori's master. As such, Reina was trying to take the blame in this situation. Although I might be as useless as a mere decoration right now, even so, I will at least try my best. It will start with taking over responsibility. So, let's give our best from here and on. Shiori, I'll be in your care. Of course, milady. Reina's smile that showed her growth made Shiori's reply filled with enthusiasm. Kane watched that scene unfold with a foxy smile. Reina noticed that and awkwardly blushed. She inadvertently raised her voice to hide her embarrassment as she said, All right, that's the end of this discussion. So then, the next problem would be, what should we do from here on out? Reina once again made a difficult expression. She was looking at the white card squeezed between her middle and index fingers. It was originally left by Olivia for Akira, and Olivia was assuming that Shiori got it by tricking Akira. After listening to Shiori's explanation, even Reina also thought that it was not a fair deal. Alice had said that she left the matter with Olivia to them for the time being, and due to Shiori's mistake, they were not able to leave a good impression on Olivia. Therefore, this was the current position they had to start at. There was also the option to go to Akira and make another deal, but fairly this time, where both sides understood the worth of the card. However, after Reina understood the situation they were facing, that option had too many worrying factors. If he knew that we basically tricked him into giving us this card, that would definitely cause trouble. But in the first place, now that it has come to this, it's rather suspicious whether Akira had initially already known the worth of this card when he first received it. To use the card to contact Olivia, they would need a method to connect to the Old World domain. So, the question would then shift to if Olivia had really given that card to someone that could not use it, or she did that exactly because she knew Akira could use the card. If it was the latter, it would open up two possibilities. Either Akira, as a high-ranking hunter, had a device to help him connect to the old world domain, or he was someone that did not need such a device right from the start. Either way, it meant there was a chance that Akira was an old world connector. Does Akira really not know the worth of this card? Or is it that he was only pretending not to know to hide that he's an old world connector? It's completely possible that he was just playing ignorant and intentionally accepted Shiori's deal. He might have known that he was being tricked but accepted it since he prioritized hiding his real identity. What should we do? Forget asking him. If he notices that we're suspecting him, it might be bad, really, really bad for us. Reina then remembered that Shiori once gave her a lecture about the importance of information. Some secrets might be guessed without knowing anything and might actually be safer when it was known. With knowledge, their way of interpreting an event could change. She felt like Akira was emphasizing that he did part with the card under a fair deal. At that time, she thought that it was because of how Akira was. He was very hard-headed when it came to certain subjects. What if Akira did that since he was worried that if he said something wrong, then that card might come back to him again? If that's really the case, we have the option of admitting that we tricked him into giving us the card. So, we can then return him the card. This might actually be a good option for us. Reina kept humming while thinking of her options there. Seriously, what should we do now? Reina kept muttering that line without making a decision. But even so, she did not resort to asking Shiori. Relying upon and taking advantage of someone's kindness were two different things. She told herself that asking Shiori meant allowing herself to be spoiled again by Shiori's kindness. It was something that she had been doing up until now. She did not make her own decision and allowed Shiori to decide for her. Thus, when Shiori made a suggestion, Reina mostly just nodded and agreed with anything that Shiori said. If that decision might cause a dangerous situation where someone might get killed, it was indeed easier to just let someone else make that decision. It was easier to make someone else the leader, the caretaker, to make that decision. As the master, if it was the correct decision, she could just praise her, and if it was not, she could scold her. If she did that now, Reina knew that Shiori would simply smile and allow her to continue doing what she has been doing. That was why, the one who needed to control her from falling back to her old ways, was Reina herself. Since she had decided to act as Shiori and Kane's master, she had to decide. A decision that was made with reason. One that both of them can accept. This was her first step to show her resolve, as well as to turn her pride as their master into reality. Shiori simply stood next to Reina without saying anything. She understood that Reina's mumbling was not meant as a plea for help. More than that, Shiori herself did not have a good solution. But whatever Reina decided on, as her servant, Shiori, was planning to obey her decision. But of course, that did not mean she would just obey without saying anything. Alright then. Since we can't decide ourselves, let's go meet Akira and discuss it with him. And milady. Of course, Shiori understood what Reina was thinking. That was exactly why she did not expect Reina would decide to meet Akira. Kane was also surprised by that decision and interjected. Milady, let me at least tell you this. Akira boy is way stronger than before. Even if both Ain-san and I were to take him on at the same time, we can't say for sure that we would win. So, if it breaks into a fight, it would be very dangerous. Is that so? Well, in that case, let's do our best to run away. I'm counting on the both of you. Seeing Reina reply so casually like that, Kane was dumbfounded, which was a rare thing for her. Well, it's my job after all. So, I will do my job to the best of my ability, but, milady, are you really sure? Reina gave a light smile. Oh, and here I thought you always want to fight Akira seriously. Wouldn't it be better for you if I fail my negotiation with him? That might indeed be the case, but that's already a thing of the past. Seeing Kane lightly denying it, Reina smiled wryly and said, Oh, as I thought, that is now the case, huh? Kane twitched back as if she just realized that she had slipped up, but she then laughed and admitted it. Yep, it was really the case before. It's fine, isn't it? And it was in the past too. But now, I'm being serious here, so milady does not need to be concerned about that. So, now that you know, please don't fail your negotiation, okay? I'll do my best, but it's just to be safe, okay? Yeah. Although Kane lightly said so, it was her serious reply. Shirori, so that's it. I'll be counting on you. Of course. Having made their decision, they then set to meet up with Akira. Just like Shirori, who seemed to be rather anxious, Reina, who was next to her, was frowning from anxiety. Death was an occupational hazard for hunters. Thus, the dangerous upcoming negotiation with Akira was just like any other hunter job. Reina told herself so as she made her resolve. Akira was waiting next to the camping car for Reina's group to arrive. After he finished his meal, Akira received a call from Reina saying that there was something she wanted to discuss with him. During that call, Reina offered to meet up at Styriana, but since Akira's current job was to escort Carol, he refused. Carol, who was next to Akira at that time, heard that and said that it was okay to prioritize his business, so Akira agreed to meet up with Reina. But as expected, it was not like he could go to Styriana while he was in the middle of protecting Carol. Thus, he added the condition that Reina would come to meet him instead. Reina's group accepted his condition. Although Akira did not mean it in such a manner, asking other hunters to meet up in the middle of the wasteland also meant that it would be a dangerous discussion. It meant that in case it ended up in a fight, it was to be expected that there would be death. Akira was the one who asked to change the meeting place from Styriana to the wasteland, and even emphasized that part. With that in mind, Reina's group accepted his suggestion and went to meet him. Reina's group arrived on time. Akira looked at them with a rather confused expression when they arrived. Reina somehow looked anxious. If that was only that, he would not have cared that much. But even Kane, who was always smiling, had a serious expression plastered on her face. Similarly, although she did not show animosity, Shirori also wore a grim expression while eluding a high-tense ready-to-fight attitude toward him. Reina, let me ask you this? You're here just to talk, right? Reina smiled and replied. Yes. If it's about Shirori and Kane, don't worry about them. They're rather high-strung because of what happened yesterday. Like, yesterday we didn't even notice someone was stalking us before you told us, right? Shirori and Kane are my bodyguards, so it's like their pride was hurt because of that. Well, if you say that they're a bit overprotective, yeah, I can't really deny that, but that is what it is. Oh, I see. Got it. Akira said so and nodded, but Alpha quickly interjected. Akira, just to let you know, she's hiding a lot of things. Is that so? Well, even if they're like that because of something else, I'm sure they have their own reasons to be that tense. Akira lightly frowned. Reina noticed that slight change in Akira's expression. It made her guess why his expression had changed, so she continued to smile and elaborated. Well, it doesn't change the fact they're on the edge, so let me apologize for that. But it's not like they have any animosity against you or wish to fight you. Just one more thing though, if you don't believe me, then we'll just leave. You're okay with that, right? Alpha, at least she's not lying from my point of view. With those words, Akira's worry was erased. Personally speaking, Akira could not care less about the situation that they were facing. The only thing that he cared about was whether they held any hostility toward him. And since Alpha gave her word, he thought that there should be no issues. Thus, Akira looked at Reina and lightly nodded. It's fine. I don't know what you want to talk about, but if you have no wish to fight me, then I can at least hear out what you want to say. Thank you. Reina smiled and continued. Initially, they were at a loss about where to settle down and begin their discussion, but they ended up deciding to continue the discussion from where they currently were. It was mainly because Akira noticed that for some reason, Carol did not want to let Reina's group into the camping car. So as not to let them continue the long discussion while standing, Shirori and Kane quickly prepared a table with some chairs. It did not even take 30 seconds for them to set it up. They even placed a tablecloth on top of the portable table with some drinks. Akira looked at that with an interest. Once they finished, he took a seat and directly faced Reina. Shirori and Kane stood beside Reina while Carol stood behind Akira since she refused to sit on the chair that was offered to her. With the place ready, Reina pulled himself together and started to talk with a solemn expression. She took out the white card and slid it to Akira. It's basically about this card. Akira knitted his eyebrows. Chapter 256, Dangerous Subject. Akira frowned after he heard the summary of why Reina was here. The thing that she wanted to talk about, going so far as to meet him out in the wasteland, was the unfair deal where he gave Shiori the white card that Olivia had left for him. Even if you say so, I did already state that I'm completely fine with that deal, haven't I? That's true, but the issue is that others don't find it okay. Even for me, after I heard the details of the whole thing, the true worth of this card, I also believe that the deal made was an unfair one. Well, in the end, it's nothing more than just my opinion, and my opinion might be completely unrelated to this matter. If that's really the case, then it's fine, isn't it? No need to insist to give that back to me. Seeing Akira obviously unhappy with how the conversation was going, Reina made a troubled expression as she continued. I am in agreement with you. But the real problem is what Olivia-san thinks about the deal. I'm sure you understand it too, back then when she said that she would overlook it. It only means that she has no plans to take back that card by force, right? Well, yes, so. Since we already have the means to contact Olivia-san, we don't really need this card anymore, so it might be better to return it, but. As Reina said so, she nonchalantly kept her eyes on Akira's reaction. After she saw his reaction, she carefully chose her words as she continued. That I'm sorry, but due to our situation, if possible, we want to return the card. Putting aside the negotiation about how to fix the unfair deal that we had before to later, as a guarantee, we won't return the card until then. Can you please accept this arrangement? Seeing how Reina was basically begging, Akira pondered over it and realized that it was not a bad arrangement. Thus, he gave a nod and responded favorably. I don't see any problem with it. I've given you the card, so I have no plans on asking it back. Is that so? Thank you. Akira and Reina lightly smiled and finalized their deal. For Akira, that smile was the representation of his true feeling, but for Reina, she was desperately hiding her anxiety under her smile. The reaction that Akira showed the moment Reina mentioned the possibility of that card returning back to him was vigilance, and the reaction when he knew that the card would not return back to him was a relief. It meant that Akira obviously did not want that card to return back to him, and she had already guessed why. In the world of hunters, the smallest mistake might lead to death. Reina could feel that as she smiled and continued. Well then, in that case, the next thing would be to talk about what to do to fix the unfair deal. I heard from Shiori that you received a weapon for the card, right? If you're interested in more equipment, how about we give you more equipment? Unlike Reina, who was trying to be careful, Akira was completely nonchalant as he replied. From my point of view, it was something that had already been concluded, so I have no wish to ask for anything more. I'm just sharing my own thoughts here, but I think there's nothing wrong with taking what you can take. Though it might be weird for me to say this, the worth of that card has changed since then. It's enough to exchange it with a powerful weapon that the other corporations don't sell, you know? Though you might have your own reason, since you can get better equipment, I don't see any reason to hold back, you know? Well, that's not the problem here. Reina looked slightly confused. It was obvious that she did not understand why Akira was hesitating to take up her offer, which would be nothing but profitable for him. Akira could see confusion in Reina's expression, so he added more explanation. The matter with that card has already been concluded. Even after the deal, I received extra blades from Shiori out of kindness. Just because it brings nothing but profit for me, doesn't mean it is right to question the exchange of value we had back then. It would be nothing more than letting myself be spoiled just because I have the chance. If I decide to ask for something more, this might be the trigger for me to question all the deals I had in the past. I might dig up something that could be judged as unfair and continue to seek reparation. As a hunter, I should be someone who obeys his contract strictly. I don't think it's a good thing to start getting into such a habit. Oh, I see, so that's the issue, huh? Well, a sense of identity is important for a hunter, after all. But still, seeing Reina kept withdrawing and agreeing with him, this time, it was Akira who found it suspicious. Anyway, why are you so insistent on this matter? Are you really that bothered by the fairness of that deal? Well, yeah. It was obvious that Reina was trying to dodge his question. Akira gave her a look of suspicion. As he expected, any good deal would have strings attached. Reina heaved a deep sigh and then responded as if she had given up. To be perfectly honest, rather than insisting on you to take the offer, it's more because we want to get on Olivia San's good side. Akira raised his eyebrows, so Reina then explained to him. Olivia was not pleased with the deal. Although there might be many reasons as to why, when they thought about the biggest reason, they realized that they had treated the card, which provided a means to contact Olivia cheaply. That was why they thought by treating it as a highly valuable item and giving a suitable compensation to its original owner, Akira, then Olivia would admit the ownership change. After Reina said so, she made an even more troubled expression as she continued. But then, it's difficult to correctly identify how much aurum that the card is worth, right? And if we use money instead, there's a worry that Olivia might instead feel insulted that we only priced that card that much. That's why, instead of giving you money, we're thinking of giving you equipment instead. Equipment that is not to be sold outside the company normally would never be given to an outsider, but by doing so in exchange for the card, we can use it to show Olivia just how highly we evaluate the card, you see. Ah, I see, so that's what's going on. Akira nodded as if he was convinced by her reason. As he had expected, Reina's offer had a secret scheme behind it, but fortunately, it was not something that might cause him trouble. Yep, so that's the gist of it. That's why it would be great if you can accept it. If you won't accept money or equipment, you can also ask us to do something. If nothing really interests you, saying that we're really indebted to you would be enough. Seeing how Reina was so generous in her offer, Akira was certain that she would even let him know secret information if he had asked her. He made a rather conflicted expression and hummed. In that case, I won't force you to do this, but there's one thing that I would request as repayment for that huge debt. Sure, what is it? Though I can't say that we'll do anything for you, you can at least ask us. Don't be hostile towards me. Reina could not hide her surprise. Will that really be enough for you? Although she was surprised, Reina asked a question in a rather casual tone. Akira made a clear response. His gaze to Reina turned sharp and his tone turned strong. That is, if you properly keep your words. Though, from the way you say it, I feel like you see it as something trivial. That you have no issues with breaking your promises. Reina winced back from Akira's response. Unfortunately, that only served to deepen Akira's distrust. As I said before, I won't force you. That's basically what I ask of you. But if you have no plans to properly keep your words, then don't give me cheap promises and just tell me no. Reina was overwhelmed by Akira's pressure. But she then straightened her posture and seriously looked him in the eye. I can't give you any promises to not be hostile, but I can promise you that we won't get in your way. Enough to make the deal regarding this card a fair one. I promise you in my name, Reina Rilart Lorentz. In all honesty, Akira had no idea how much that promise was worth, but judging from how surprised Shirori and Kane were, he at least understood that it must have been a pretty big deal. Alright, that would be fine then. Thanks. You're welcome. Akira threw a smile at Reina. She did the same in return. Now that Reina's group had promised not to be hostile, Akira unconsciously lowered his guard. Reina, who felt the atmosphere relax, also lowered her shoulders. Shirori and Kane, who were extremely tense up until now, also returned to their usual calm demeanor. Though that showed that they were not being extra tense due to hidden stalkers as Reina had claimed. However, Akira did not really care much at this point, so everything worked out. Reina lightly sighed. Her state of mind had changed from one focused on negotiation to a more relaxed one for casual conversation. Now that our important negotiation has concluded, we can leave in case you're busy. Though, if you still have some time, there's actually something else that I want to ask you. It has nothing to do with what we just discussed, so, are you okay with that? That would depend on my employer. Akira said so and turned to Carol. She lightly smiled and said, It's okay. It's not like we have a deadline for gathering the data for the map. I did say it's okay to prioritize your things too, right? Alright then. Akira's gaze turned back to Reina. Well, I know that this will not be short, but I'll try not to make it too long. Alright, so then it's actually about Katsuya? Shirori almost choked on her drink. but she somehow managed to hold it in. The reason was none other than Reina, who just brought up a subject that was extremely sensitive. Kane was more or less also as surprised as Shiori. Even Akira did not expect her to ask something like this. Though, he did not seem to be on guard by the subject either. It was simply because the people in front of him promised not to be hostile toward him, and that promise seemed to be trustworthy enough. Reina started talking nostalgically about Katsuya to Akira. About her first impression the first time they met. At first, she was rather hostile toward him. But after knowing Katsuya was always trying his hardest to save and protect his friends, she accepted him to some extent. How he became rather popular among members of the opposite gender, since the ones that he saved were mostly female. She also mentioned how her feelings toward him grew the more often they worked together. She talked about all kinds of things to help herself come to terms with Katsuya's death. And then, after she thought about how she was in the past and how she was now, Reina sighed. Well, Katsuya was really popular because of that. But, now that I think about it, I now know that everyone who was relying on him back then was nothing more than taking advantage of his kindness. They pushed all the difficult decisions and every negative bit about being a hunter onto him. In exchange for that, they sang praises of him. Everyone was content with that situation, including me. Katsuya also allowed it to continue, which only made the situation worse over time. Reina was telling her story while looking rather frustrated. Akira just listened without saying anything. I did leave his side at one point, but that was because I wanted to be able to stand on an equal footing with him. Basically, it was just out of my selfishness. Even if I could not get there, I felt like I have already caused a lot of trouble for him. So, at the very least, I wanted to get stronger. At least enough to stay beside him and support him as a fellow teammate without relying on him too much. That way, things might have changed. Though it is way too late to think about that now. Reina stopped, lightly smiled, and then continued. I didn't mean it as the result would have been reversed. I just thought that if there was someone to stop him sooner, the misunderstanding would have not escalated that far. It's not like I have any grudge against you or anything like that. Akira took those words as they were and nodded. However, Shiori's shoulder moved forward a bit and she frowned, as if she suddenly had a stomach ache. Meanwhile, Kane had a rather awkward wry smile on her face. Both of them, including Carol, understood how dangerous a topic this was. By the way, to be fully honest, it's not like I am fully over it. About you killing Katsuya. This time, Shiori choked and Kane was completely surprised. Akira was also taken by surprise when Reina said that out loud. But he did not show any animosity or hostility. She then continued. But again, that does not mean that I want to pick a fight with you. I heard that your fight with Katsuya was out of a misunderstanding. I'm sure that he wouldn't want anyone to avenge his death. Moreover, I don't want to die and I don't want to get Kane or Shiori killed too. You're really strong after all. It might not be the right thing to say, but it just isn't worth it to fight against you. Carol was surprised by Reina's words. After all, it could also be interpreted that they would attack Akira if he was weak enough. But Akira did not react to that. As a matter of fact, he took that impression positively. For him, it was completely understandable for someone to come at him for vengeance since he had killed someone that they loved. To him, saying that would not be worth the risk now was a compliment. Reina then continued. That's why, to make sure that I won't waver, please stay strong. Make sure that the risk of picking a fight with you is never worth it. Don't show me any unnecessary openings. I was planning to ask this of you one day, but with our deal just now, it is unnecessary, huh? Well, it is too good a timing. Seeing Reina smile as she concluded her monologue, Akira also smiled and replied. It was a good thing for me too, that you won't pick a fight with me. Is that so? Were you thinking that I'll be coming for your life one day to avenge Katsuya? Pretty much, yeah. Just because we both signed a peace treaty mediated by the Hunter Office, there will still be some who would go ahead and do it, you know. In reality, Akira was vigilant since he expected that someone would come to try and take revenge on him. Shiori once again choked since he casually admitted it. Meanwhile, Kane gave a wry stiff smile. However, Reina did not seem to be bothered at all as she lightly smiled and replied. It's great that we are able to avoid a misunderstanding. Well then, Akira, we should take our leave now. Thank you for listening to my story. So, as thanks, let me give you one warning. Warning? What is it? Reina's face turned slightly serious. It's not just us who think that it's not worth the risk. There were quite a lot of survivors from Katsuya's old team. There are those who refused to sign the peace treaty and got kicked out of Drankum, and I'm sure there are those who are not fully happy with the peace treaty although they signed it. I believe the reason why they still haven't made their moves is simply because they know that it's impossible for them to kill you even by pure accident. So, if they wish to attack you, there must be a chance for them to succeed. Basically, if they think that they have the chance to kill you, even if it means that it'll kill them as well, they might just attempt it. That's why I'm telling you to be careful. After saying that, Reina's expression relaxed. Well, with that being said, as expected, I'm sure they are not that stupid. At least not foolish enough to think they might have a chance to go against a high-ranking hunter who is strong enough to get an intercity transport escort request and have returned back from escorting an intercity transport from further east. So I'm sure that it should be fine. All right then. That's all. We should take our leave. Reina raised from her seat, Shiori and Kane quickly started cleaning up the table and the seats. Akira also stood up. It did not take long for Shiori and Kane to be done. After that, Shiori faced Akira with a serious expression and bowed. Akira-sama, I believe that any explanation is unnecessary at this point. So at least let me say this, my deepest apologies. Akira seemed a bit surprised, but his expression quickly relaxed. Don't worry about it. I thought that it was a fair deal right from the start. Although those who know the real worth of the card might perceive it to be unfair, it's all because of my lack of knowledge. So, it's basically my fault, not yours. Thank you very much. Regarding this matter, I also wish for you to not be hostile with us. I would be grateful if you do so too. Shiori bowed deeply, then she raised her head and smiled. Reina and Kane also smiled and said their goodbyes. Well then, if fate has it, let's work together again next time. Akira boy, until we meet again. Reina's group returned to their vehicle and left. Akira saw them off thinking that it was great it did not turn into anything troublesome and was relieved by it. On their way back to the city, Reina, Shiori, and Kane all let out a sigh of relief. Especially Shiori heaved a huge sigh of relief. Milady. I would say that Mildy has gone a bit too far, bringing up Katsuya. Had Akira-sama reacted negatively, it would have been horrendous, you know. Reina, who was not as tense as before, just smiled bitterly and said, I do think that it was rather dangerous. But it was fine, right? Result-wise, indeed that was the case. But that is not something wise to do without much thought. Seeing Shiori's face that turned slightly pale from fatigue, Reina felt a bit sorry for what she did. Although Akira did say that, it's not like I brought that up without much thought, you know? Kane found that surprising, but she then smiled amusedly and asked, Is that so? In that case, it would be great if you let me know why did you say that to Akira boy? It's for the sake of seeing how much Milady has grown from the past, where you often spoke without much consideration. Reina smiled bitterly after Kane pointed out her past bad habit. She started explaining why she said that to Akira. After seeing how Akira reacted once she mentioned the chance of that card returning to him, Reina was almost certain that Akira was an old-world connector. So, she decided to continue their conversation while trying to hide that from Akira. The fact that Akira asked them not to be hostile towards him was a good thing for Reina as well. Although she was caught off guard by that demand, she was somehow able to get over it. After that, she tried to measure how much he believed that they had no wish to be hostile to him. Likewise, how hostile he was towards them. Judging from the results, she thought that it was her only chance to bring up matters related to Katsuya. At that time, the situation was set so that no matter what she said, Akira would not be hostile. If she delayed any further, that insurance would slowly fade away. If her doubt grew, and she ended up bringing up Katsuya at another time, it would be even more dangerous. But back then, even if her feelings toward Katsuya had resurfaced, she could remind herself that her main objective was to make Olivia happy. Thus, she would be able to hold herself back. Meanwhile, she also knew that she would have to bring that subject up sooner or later. Not only was it to help her get over Katsuya's death, but it would also help prevent misunderstanding in case Akira thought that she came at him to avenge Katsuya. Akira also grew even stronger than before. Reina believed that Akira was currently thinking that it was not worth the trouble to weed out all trouble. However, one day he might start believing otherwise, that it was only a matter of time before their power level was reversed and it was safer to kill Reina's group before that happened. So, there was a need to talk it out. To bring out that matter and clear up any possible misunderstandings, she would need to have a good excuse and a safe setting. Fortunately, that was a very good opportunity to do that. On the other hand, there was also a need to make sure that Akira trusted her promise. In the case Akira later noticed that she knew he was an old-world connector, she could use her promise as insurance as well to prevent any unnecessary worries. With that, she thought that it worked out pretty well. As for the last warning, not only did it give an extra reason as to why they would not attack Akira, but it also gave Akira a reason to focus his attention elsewhere. It was a fact there were others who were still aiming for him, so it should be fine since it was not like she was lying. After listening to Reina's explanation, Kane seemed astonished as she complimented Reina. "Milady, you've really thought it through." Reina smiled bitterly. As she knew herself best when it came to her past bad habit, she could not help but interpret that compliment as both positive and negative. Anyway, it did go pretty well, right? Indeed, though it was not completely safe. So, it's like just as Ain-san said, we can say that it is fine only because the result turned out alright, no. It was rare for Kane to scold Reina like that. Reina lightly smiled and then replied with a rather serious tone. "I did consider my words when I spoke. That doesn't seem to be the case to me though. I can't really explain it, but for some reason I can feel things that I shouldn't say which would cause a fight back there. I wonder if it's also the result of me being a hunter for quite a long time." Is that so? Whether it was against a person or an organization or even a monster, there were always fatal choices. Some could identify such dangerous lines through careful analysis, while some could do so by pure intuition. Kane was the latter, but she believed that Reina was not the latter type. Even if Reina was, Kane could not have imagined Reina as someone who would try to step dangerously close to that line. Shiori let out a big sigh. "Milady, first of all, you did well during the negotiation with Akira-sama. But, if Milady could really feel such a line, I really recommend keeping a safe distance from it. I know. But sometimes you have to take dangerous options to survive, right? It is obviously true for the hunters. It is also true for the officers in large corporations too, right? It would be bad if they can't make the right decision. Even in the main house, although some family members lost their positions in the family, some of them are doing quite well as hunters and are trying to get back into the power struggle inside the family, right? Now that I think about it, they might be thinking of training themselves as hunters and using the skills that they have learned in the corporate world. After all, wouldn't it be difficult for them to know what is dangerous if they keep living in the safety of the inner wall? Aji-sama might have the same line of thinking too since he was once a hunter. What do you think, Shiori? That might as well be the case. Shiori thought that Reina's argument did make sense, but she did not want Reina to dive into that line of thinking. That was why she only gave a rather vague answer. Immediately, Shiori tried to change the subject. Anyway, with this, our matter with Akira-sama at least came to a close. The next matter would be in regards to Olivia-sama. Let's think about what to do with that matter once we return back to the city. We need to discuss with the factions as well. That was when Shiori noticed a message from Chloe. When she checked the content, she could not help but frown. "Milady, I've received a message from Chloe-sama saying that she wishes to meet with Milady sometime soon. What should we do about this?" Well, it's not like we can do anything about it. We don't have the choice of saying no to her. She will try to gather information regarding that matter with Alice-sama sooner or later. So, is she coming over here? No, she wants us to come to meet her. As for the location, Reina frowned when she heard the location. She then thought for a bit before she made her decision. That I see. Well, let's just go there right now. Of course. Shiori then changed the direction of the vehicle, which was originally headed back to Kagamayama City. Chapter 257, Chloe's Decision. Around the time Akira was meeting with Reina's group in the middle of the wasteland, Chloe was agonizing with a frustrated expression inside one of Lion Steel's facilities. That was a blunder. To think that the situation changed so much in such a short span of time. After she left Mihazono Ruin, Chloe returned back to gather more information about Reina as well as to reorganize her plan. But in the middle of that, she suddenly received an emergency message that Alice would be coming there soon. Alice normally would never leave the main HQ of the Eastern District branch. As long as there was nothing big, she would never leave that place. So, in short, something big must have happened. Furthermore, Alice had also issued an order for the branch office of Kagamayama City and its surrounding area to take care of the matter with Olivia for the time being. This too was a huge abnormality. Chloe panicked and stopped any investigation regarding Reina's group. Instead, she directed all her resources to investigate Olivia. That was when she found out that Reina's group had made contact with Olivia. No matter how you look at it, the only chance they could have contacted Olivia was right after that happened. She really outplayed me. Although she said that she was having trouble with it, she was that close to contacting Olivia? Huh? To think that I didn't even notice? Lottie's, who was her butler, tried to cheer her master up. Milady. We were also unable to notice that. That is just how good her acting skill is. The order from Alice-sama was to all staff around the area, so it was not directed specifically to them. We're in the middle of the wasteland, so we still have that option available to us. Chloe quickly understood what Lottie's was trying to say. Her eyebrows furrowed even more as she looked even more troubled. But hesitating also showed that she started to consider the viability of that option and admitted that they had enough reason to execute it. Moreover, Chloe did not want to let this chance, which would never come by her again for the second time, get away. So, she approved Lottie's suggestion. Pamela, I'm sorry to say this although I said it to you yesterday, but it seems that there's a need to deal with this matter swiftly. So get everyone ready. Right away. Pamela smiled and gracefully bowed. The situation in Higuraka Residence Ruin had completely returned to normal. The crowd that flooded the ruin from the Old World Terminal rumor had mostly left the site. It was no longer a ruin that hunters would regularly visit in search of relics. A Lion Steel facility was erected on the mansion where the Old World terminals were found. Although it was not that big of a building, it was built on top of a large site. Normally, building such a facility in the middle of the ruin was not an easy feat to pull off. Not only were there rubble and wreckage of the other buildings around, but there was also the problem of the monsters in the area. It was also not cheap to assign escorts for every material transport. Because of that, when someone wanted to build a large building but there was not enough space inside the city, they often opted to build it next to the city. A well-maintained road would then be built on the logistic route, which connected that building to the city. People would then gather around the maintained road, and that was how the city would slowly grow. But for this Lion Steel facility, thanks to the hunters who came looking for the Old World terminal in the area, they had cleaned up the roaming monsters. For the transport of materials, they got the hunters who came regularly to Higuraka Ruin from Kagamayama City involved, thus cutting the transport fee even further. With the area already secured to some extent, as long as they could transport materials, with building technology of the current era, it did not take that much time to fully erect such a facility. Thanks to that, Lion Steel could construct a very well-defended building in the middle of the wasteland without hiccups. Reina's group rode their vehicle through the road built to connect to that facility. It was the location where Chloe said she wanted to meet her. Reina looked around the area, which was a mere dilapidated ruin in the past, and asked Shiori a question. Say, Shiori, do you know why the company decided to build a facility here of all places? It's big enough to fully revitalize the area. I've heard that our company bought the Old World terminals found on this site. It seems that they're planning to use the site again after reinstalling the terminals at their original location. It would not be wise to utilize such devices away from where they were found. Some of them were area locked for the sake of safety. But even under such considerations, I think even a small facility would do. I bet they have another reason why they erected such a big building. Another reason. Maybe it's to prepare for another facility or something similar. Maybe it's for a long-term plan? A change to readjust the relations between each faction. There are many possibilities. After all, if a large facility is built in a certain area, the one who is responsible for that area would gain more influence and privileges. Oh, so that's it, huh? Reina seemed to hate the topic. But Shiori's wish was for Reina to quit working as a hunter and return back to the main house. Reina, who had established a connection to Olivia, finally had enough achievement to be reinstated. That was why she knew it was only a matter of time before she would hear more about this. But that also meant that she would be once again shoved into the infighting between factions that she avoided up until now. With that in mind, she had no wish to return back to the main house. Both Reina and Shiori had been together for a long time, that was why they understood each other. Both were thinking of how to convince the other. That was when Kane suddenly said something. "Dinsan. Stop." Hearing the way Kane said it, Shiori stopped the vehicle first before asking Kane, "What's wrong? It might be pretty dangerous if we keep going like this." Kane pointed at the opening located in front of the entrance to the facility. The opening seemed to be just like any other spot in the wasteland. It was big enough to park several big vehicles. As a matter of fact, there were multiple vehicles parked there at this very moment. But all of them were parked so as not to get in Reina's way. Moreover, there were maids and butlers that might be from Chloe's side standing ready to welcome Reina's group. It would not be strange to think that it was a huge welcome for the team that had successfully gotten into contact with Olivia, but Kane did not believe that was the case. They seemed to have prepared a huge welcoming team for us, though unfortunately, I feel like what they're saying is that they would not let us leave that easily. Shiori also looked suspiciously at the group in front of her. Deep in between the maids and the butlers line there, Chloe was waiting with Pamela and Lottie's beside her. Position-wise, Chloe's group was above Reina's group. Turning back would be very rude to Chloe. Even if Kane's worry was on point at the moment, it was nothing more than a worry. "Milady, shall we turn back and leave?" "No, it's fine, let's just continue forward." Shiori was surprised that Reina gave an instant straight answer. "Milady, are you sure?" Turning back now would only give them an unnecessary excuse. Very well. Seeing Reina was calm, as if she was not distraught by what was going on, Shiori also pulled herself together and moved the vehicle forward. When Chloe saw Reina momentarily stop, she turned to Lottie's. But when she was about to say something, Reina continued coming closer, so she also stopped herself from saying anything to Lottie's. Pamela, who had guessed what Chloe was going to say, stopped her men from moving toward Reina and ordered them to return back to their posts. It seems that they know their position. Chloe smiled and replied, "It's good that we can solve this without having to resort to that. Or do you find it unfortunate instead, Pamela?" "Not at all. Of course, I don't feel that it's unfortunate at all." Lottie's and Pamela quickly started preparing to welcome Reina's group. They set up the tables and the chairs, placed a tablecloth on top of the table, and served some refreshments. Chloe sat on her chair and waited for Reina's group to come to her. Shiori parked the vehicle not too far from them as they disembarked and approached Chloe's table. Chloe invited Reina to take a seat with a gesture of her hand. That scene where Chloe was donning an expensive-looking dress and Reina donning a maid uniform battle suit looked like a master inviting her subordinate, who just returned from her mission. Shiori's face twitched from annoyance. Kane smiled wryly. Meanwhile, Reina did not seem bothered at all as she took her seat. Chloe and Reina had their servants standing behind them. "So then, why did you want to meet me?" "As I said before, I'm busy, you know." "Geez, don't say that. Although you said you're busy, you're not as busy as yesterday, right?" "True, but still, I'm busy enough to tell you to finish this up as soon as possible." "I see." Chloe fixed her gaze on Reina. She was trying to discern if Reina's calmness was only an act or not. Reina was not disturbed at all, though she was being treated like a lowly servant. She did not show any particular reaction. Is it because she has fully given up on returning back to the main house and has decided to live fully as a hunter? Or is it because she has the grit to completely ignore such harassment? Chloe was trying to probe Reina with her eyes, trained from the power struggle inside the main house. However, she could not come up with anything. What's wrong? If you have nothing to say, I'm leaving. Since Reina stated so, Chloe did not have any other choice but to change her approach. She reminded herself that it was not like this was her first time negotiating with someone about whom she had insufficient information. Well, it seems that you're busy, so I've been thinking about how to make it quick. But if you're really that busy, let's finish this right away then. Chloe smiled. White card. I don't know what you expect from me just from that, you know? Give it to me. With such short but clear words. There was no need for any more questions. It was obviously a threat as well as a warning. Although Alice's order was for the staff on the field to handle the matter with Olivia, there was no Lion Steel staff in the area who could contact Olivia on their own. But it was not like Alice said that it was an order specifically for Reina's group. This meant that it was directed to anyone who had that card, which could be used to contact Olivia. Anyone who had that card would even be able to call for the head representative of the company, Alice. It could even be said that they would be a pivotal person that would decide the future of the company. As such, everyone in the area was stirred to make their moves. That demand that was much closer to a robbery attempt caused Shiori to inadvertently raise her voice. Chloe-sama, that is out of the Lee dash. Silence. Chloe sent a mocking gaze to the tensed-up Shiori. This is between two members of the family, so an outsider like you should not interfere. Shiori closed her mouth and gritted her teeth. Even putting aside the difference in their positions, Shiori was not in the position to be scolding Chloe. Moreover, if a mere escort like her crossed the line, it would cause trouble for Reina, who was trying to stand up as her deserving master. Because of that, Shiori managed to hold herself back. Seeing that Shiori complied, Chloe smiled with satisfaction and shifted her gaze back to Reina. Reina lightly sighed. And what will you give me for it? I'll say that I'll be deeply indebted to you. That doesn't sound like a good deal to me. Well, you should wait for a bit. Let's see, once I become the head of the faction, one day, I'll be the head of the main branch in the Orem Economic Zone, and eventually, I'll become the officer of the main HQ. I'll put you somewhere nearby. Doesn't that sound great? For those who knew the inner workings of the Lion Steel Company, that sounded like nothing but a dream. But as long as they had the talent and were able to make good use of it, it was not an impossible feat to achieve. Moreover, Chloe was being serious when she said so. This was important since even if one was prideful, not just anyone could accomplish what she had claimed to. No one could reach that position without the strong resolve to use their utmost talent and resources to reach that goal. And she knew that very well. Reina also believed Chloe was not lying, but even so, she still said, I'm sorry, but I still don't think it's a good enough offer. It doesn't give me enough reason to give you the white card. Chloe's gaze turned sharp. She locked eyes with Reina, trying to discern whether it was because Reina had no wish to hand over the card at all costs or if it was simply because the offer was not good enough. However, she still could not find anything. Either way, it did not matter what was the answer to her question, she had already decided on what to say next. I see. If you say so, it means that I will have no other choice but to put in something more to tip the scale to make it worthwhile. For example, your safety, whether you can leave this place safely or not. Although Reina and Chloe were still the same as always, that was not the case for their servants. Shiori knitted her eyebrows. Kane smiled with excitement. Lottie's silently scanned the other side, and Pamela was waiting with a smile. The rest of the maids and butlers changed their positions to close Reina's escape route. When everyone in the area tensed up, Reina and Chloe were the only ones who stayed calm as they were facing each other. Reina faked a surprised expression and reaffirmed. You would even go for violence, huh? I don't know what's going on, but are non-peaceful, fast solutions becoming the new norm inside the wall or something? Chloe lightly smiled. Oh, it has always been, you just don't know about it. The difference in their military power made it such that no real full-blown battle happened yet. There's also no need to even say it out loud, you know? Don't tell me you honestly did not know. Unfortunately, no. Thanks for letting me know. You're very welcome. Well then, now that you're done learning, this would be a good time to show the result of what you have learned. So, what's your answer? Reina did not say anything. Chloe also only waited without saying anything as well. The silence continued only to be broken by Chloe later. If this silence continues any further, I will interpret it as a no. Reina still did not say anything. Chloe's smile vanished. I see. Chloe did not like violence, but she would not hesitate when it was necessary. Moreover, the influence, profit, and power that she could gain from getting a connection with Olivia were more than enough of a reason to get that card, even if it meant that she had to kill Reina. She thought that Reina would also understand that, but if she did not, then it was not like she could do anything about it. That was when Kane interjected. Just to let you know, if you try to hurt Milady, I'll kill you. In response to Kane, who said so casually, Chloe frowned and said, a mere rank 4 maid speaking about killing one of the main house's members. How rude. Good grief. You really need more education. Well, I'm always not good with that subject, you see. Sorry about that. Although Kane said so, she did not seem apologetic at all. So, Chloe then exasperatedly said, Lottie's, Pamela, did you hear that? She said that she's going to kill me. Lottie's confidently replied, please don't worry. She would not be able to do it. Pamela smiled and said, she won't be able to do that, just leave it to us. Chloe was satisfied by her servant's answer and nodded. She then shifted her gaze back to Kane. So, there you have it. That level of threat won't even work even as a mere bluff. Well, if you still insist, I'll send your milady with you to the afterlife, so don't worry. But even so, Kane was still smiling with excitement. But her smile suddenly twitched. She then rubbed her head with one of her hands and sighed. Well, I know that I'm not good at this kind of thing. For some reason, you just can't fully forget your roots. They always told me to prioritize my duty while I underwent training, but I just can't help but prioritize fun first. As expected, I should rein in my personal feelings and prioritize my duty. Kane's aura slowly changed. Her smile vanished and was replaced by a chilling cold expression. She looked coldly at Chloe's side as if they were trash and warned. If you touch Reina-sama, you're dead meat. As expected, Chloe could not ignore it. Lion Steel Company searched all over the eastern area for talented children, mostly from the poor areas, and trained them to be butlers and maids. They were then sent to various organizations and individuals. These children were ranked during their training depending on their performance. Those who had exceptional talents were sent to high-level individuals such as officials from large corporations, while those who were rather average were dispatched to different places. Ranked 4 was the lowest rank. They were treated as failed products that were not even to be sent outside the corporation. Of course, they were also not treated well even inside the corporation. Both Shirori and Kane were ranked 4. But that was not because they were incompetent. The evaluation of their total performance was considered unsatisfactory. Thus, they were given their ranked 4 evaluation. Lion Steel placed an emphasis on loyalty to the main corporation. After all, the current era's Lion Steel Company was using humans in place of automatons. Thus, they did not need anyone that offered less than total loyalty. With children basically saved from poverty, they normally felt indebted toward the corporation and were extremely loyal. But Shiori's loyalty was not toward the corporation but toward Reina. As such, the corporation saw that as a huge problem and evaluated her as ranked 4. As for Kane, her problem was her attitude toward her duty. She had the tendency of getting her personal feelings mixed in her work and instead prioritized her enjoyment. No matter how good she was, if she hoped for her escort target to get attacked, it was only natural for her to be evaluated as rank 4. The reason why Reina was accompanied by those 2 maids, although she was kicked out of the family and exiled outside the inner well, was because both Kane and Shirori were ranked for servants. But this time, Kane was not showing any attitude that would lower her evaluation any further. In other words, rather than prioritizing having fun over the safety of her escort target, which she had been doing up until now, she was doing the opposite. Her aura was indicating that she was willing to stop playing and her job seriously, to quickly remove her opponents for Reina's safety. Chloe was a bit overwhelmed by Kane's pressure, but she did not show it. She furrowed her brows and said with a smile, "And you think you can win with that? At the very least, I can guarantee that you'll be dead." Although their conversation did not exactly connect, people who heard that exchange had no problem understanding what was going on. As long as Kane focused on Chloe, Chloe's servants would have no other choice but to focus on defending their master instead of killing their opponent. That way, they would have no leeway to focus on Reina. They would not even have the chance to capture Reina and use it to threaten Kane. Any attempt other than that would take more time and manpower, which meant the higher the chance Kane would get Chloe first. And while they were dealing with Kane, Shiori could take Reina and run away. Even with her attitude, Kane had the determination to throw away her life for her duty, the same as Lottie's and the rest of Chloe's servants. But that was not the case for Chloe. She had to prioritize her own life. You heard her, Lottie's, Pamela? Please don't worry. She would not be able to do it. She won't be able to do that, just leave it to us. Lottie's and Pamela returned the exact same replies. But their expressions were not the same as before. The mockery that they had toward ranked for servants from before was no longer present. They were exerting an aura that was suitable for their position, Chloe's closest servants, as they looked at Kane with a sharp gaze filled with killing intent. Shiori reached for her blade. Although she had not unsheathed it, she had already made her resolve. Lottie's and the other servants also prepared themselves for a fight. They were ready to start any time and were just waiting for the signal from their master. The silence continued. But this time it was Chloe who was extending the silence. The card had enough value for her to kill Reina's team. She would even be willing to pay the price and risk her own life to get that card. But that was assuming that she would win the fight. She did not think that Lottie's and Pamela were lying to her. But she also did not feel any lies in Kane's words. One of them must be mistaken, but if she tried to confirm it and it turned out that Lottie's and Pamela were the ones who were mistaken, she would without a doubt be the one who dies. Fear from that caused her to hesitate. Stop. Reina was the one who broke the silence. Everyone turned toward Reina. She then took out the card, put it on the table and slid it toward Chloe. With this, there was no longer any reason to fight. The tense mood was dispelled. Instead, everyone started to look rather confused. In the midst of that atmosphere, Reina then calmly said, "That should be fine, right? Well then, I'm leaving now. Troigan, let's go." "Oh, of course." "All right." As Reina swiftly stood up and left, Shiori and Kane followed behind her while still looking rather confused. But Chloe suddenly stopped her. "If you were planning to give it away from the start, you could have done it sooner. What's your game here?" Reina stopped and lightly turned around. "Of course, I was hesitating. What else do you think it might be?" "That I see. Well, it doesn't matter since you've just handed it over to me. You can look forward to your reward." "I don't need it. I've never said anything about accepting your offer." "What do you mean?" Reina frowned and replied, "You took that card from me by threatening to kill Shiori and Kane as well as me. That's why I had no other choice but to give up that card. It's not like I'm giving that card to you because I accepted your offer or anything like that. Later then." Reina then left the place. Shiori and Kane seemed rather happy as they followed behind her. As Reina's group was no longer visible, Chloe sighed. She noticed the cold sweat running down her face and wiped it off. "Just to make sure, if we really did fight back there, we would have won, right?" Lottie's lightly bowed. "Of course. Although we would not be perfectly fine after the battle. Please forgive me." Pamela politely added, "But don't worry, milady. We'll be the ones hurt. We would make sure that milady would be perfectly safe and sound." Chloe firmly gave a nod. She then moved on to the next issue, which was the card in her hand. The white card was glistening and reflected her own image. Seeing that, she thought that it was as if that glisten also shone the way to her bright future. Well, I would say that it was mostly smooth sailing. Though I admit that as someone who had been banished from the inner wall, she is a tough opponent. Chloe smiled and slipped that card into her pocket. She then returned back inside accompanied by the rest of her servants. Chapter 258, A Shady Object. Shiro was working in his secret base with a solemn expression. Though if someone was looking at him, he would seem to be doing nothing, just silently sitting in his seat. However, he was currently controlling a remote terminal through the Old World connection. He was analyzing the data that he received from Carol in Mihazono Ruin, collecting information to elude Yanagisawa and Hammers, collecting real chrome. Basically, there were a lot of things that he had to do. Damn it. The rate for this one here is way too high. And this one? It has a low rate but it requires the information buyer to give his details. I bet they've been doing something in the black market? Are they seriously going this far? The Old World currency, chrome, was a difficult currency to handle. Chrome used by common people and second-rate hunters was not actually real Old World chrome. Most of the time, they were a substitute for real chrome, a fiat currency that the corporate government has guaranteed. Even if a hunter found the highly valuable chrome in a ruin, it was not easy to spend it. Most of the time, they were bound to a certain user through Old World technology. In other words, they were bound to their original, legitimate owner. As such, when someone else tries to use it to strike a deal with an Old World being, it was often rejected as illegitimate chrome. In the worst-case scenario, they might even get killed when they tried to use that chrome. Therefore, real chrome was one that was freely used in the current era's Eastern District to make deals with Old World beings. The main distributor of the real chrome was the 5 biggest corporations. Of course, they got those chrome from making deals with Old World beings. They also did something similar to money laundering in order to overwrite the ownership of the chrome found in Old World ruins. Some could easily be overwritten by submitting a report that its original owner had expired. Some had their ownership transferred automatically to the Old World Caretaker AI, which then large corporations could obtain by selling goods to that AI. These large corporations were doing all kinds of things to gather real chrome. Even if they had real chrome, there were only a limited number of individuals who could use them to buy Old World articles. After all, they had no way to connect to the Old World domain. That was why, most of the time, those who found real chrome would exchange it with the corporate government for Old World articles. Behind the scenes, one of the corporate government's agents would be used as a proxy to purchase said Old World articles in place of the one who found the chrome. Of course, the moment it got transferred into the corporate government's account, it would be turned into fiat and normally never be allowed to exchange back for real chrome. There were only a certain number of people who could strike a deal with the Old World beings. The real chrome and the fiat chrome had no difference except to these people. In short, for Shiro, the difference between real chrome and fiat chrome was huge. The 15 million chrome that he had prepared for his escape actually had strings attached. They were chrome that he had been gathering secretly bit by bit. His original plan was to use it to make a deal with a high-ranking hunter. Of course, Shiro's escape was against the will of Sakashita Heavy Industry. So, it was to be expected that those who helped him would also be picking a fight with Sakashita Heavy Industry. As such, Shiro's only option was to find a hunter who could stand their ground against Sakashita Heavy Industry. Otherwise, a hunter who had connections to one of the other 5 largest corporations in the Eastern District. In order to make a deal with such hunters, he could not use Aurum and had no other choice but to use chrome. It would be better if it was real chrome. After all, hunters who had the option to move out to another area in the scenario where they got kicked out from the Aurum financial area by Sakashita Heavy Industry would normally have connections to the Old World. However, he ended up using all 15 million chrome to pay Olivia. With this, he had no more money to employ a frontline hunter and had lost his greatest opportunity to accomplish his goal. He did try to find a way to get real chrome using back routes, but unfortunately, it was as if all of them were traps awaiting him. As such, he had no other choice but to rethink his original plan. That I can't just give up. I don't think I'll ever get this opportunity ever again. There's no way I would just give it up like this. Shiro had both of his hands on the back of his head, as he stared at the floor while having a hard time with what to do next. He suddenly raised his head. The automatic warning program that he had set up in case someone was trying to look for him got triggered. He then checked the content of the warning and tilted his head in confusion. Why are these people looking for me? Damn it, what do I do now? Shiro was uncertain if he should give them a warning to make them withdraw, or just ignore it in case it was actually a trap. He then switched off the automatic program and did the investigation himself. Considering that Yanagisawa had found him through the Old World domain before, he had to put in extra effort in his investigation. Because of that, he had to give it more attention, which was a rather scarce resource for him at the moment. After Reina's group left Chloe, they once again headed back to the city. As Shirori was driving the vehicle, she would intermittently send glances at Reina as if she wanted to say something. But because she was having a hard time choosing her words, she ended up saying nothing. She could not bring herself to ask Reina if it was okay. It was thanks to Reina giving up the card that they were able to leave safely. If asked whether it was a good thing or not, it was without a doubt a good thing. But she could not just wrap everything that happened as something positive and end it there. Reina guessed what Shirori was thinking and smiled. No matter what happens, we were the ones who created the route to contact Olivia-sama, and I believe that is enough to allow me to return back to the main family, right? So, let's not get too greedy. Having too big of an achievement out of the blue would only cause me more trouble, no? Exactly like what happened just now. That indeed is true, but all three of us are fine. That's good enough, don't you think so? Yes. Since Reina had said so, Shirori had no other choice but to get over it. Kane, who had already fully returned to her usual attitude, lightly smiled and said, "But wouldn't the best option back there be not to meet Chloe-sama? Milady, I think that was a mistake." "I did tell Milady that it wouldn't be anything good, right?" Shirori turned to Kane and was about to scold her, but before that, Reina casually replied, "It's fine. It was a good chance too, a good chance. I didn't expect her to go that far for the card. Though I did expect her to threaten me." Shirori frowned and interjected with a troubled expression. So Milady was planning on giving her the card away right from the start. In that case, why did Milady take on such an attitude? That is to satisfy Olivia-sama. If I gave it away without much resistance, she might think that I don't value that card, right? That's why, although I was planning to give it away, I had to hold on to it as long as I could. Kane smiled wryly. "And Milady, that was a bit too close to the limit for my taste, though. I was originally planning to hold it just a little bit before giving it up, but thanks to you, I was able to hold it until the very limit. Well, I won't deny that it was dangerous. But I'm glad that result-wise I'm certain we were able to show how highly we value that card." Shirori sighed in exasperation. "And Milady, it would have been great if you had discussed it with us beforehand. My bad. But you did do the same thing too, no? That's why make sure to discuss it with me next time, of course." Shirori smiled wryly, seeing that, Kane smiled amusedly and asked the final question in her mind. "So then, Milady, why did you decide to just give away the card? Although I'm sure that Chloe-sama won't be happy with it, personally speaking, I believe that it was better to not give that card away back there." Shirori also had the same question and agreed with Kane's opinion. She glanced at Reina, asking the same question with her glance. Reina was not sure how to answer that question. She wanted to respond with an argument she had accepted in her mind, but she was sure that would not convince Kane and Shirori. Though, at this point, she knew that it would be pointless to lie. So, she decided to answer truthfully. It's mostly out of intuition, so I can't really explain it. I had a feeling that it was better if I distanced myself away from that card as soon as possible. But again, considering a connection to Olivia-sama, it was not like I can just give it away without a good reason. After all, she might interpret it as us mocking the value of that card, right? So, with that in mind, it was a good opportunity, you see. And if it's about why I don't want to keep that card. Reina paused, she smiled wryly while looking troubled. It might be weird to say this, but even someone like Akira doesn't want to keep that card, remember? So, don't you think it's better not to keep it? With that reasoning, Shiori and Kane made a conflicted expression similar to Reina. If used correctly, it was an extremely tempting card that might bring about huge profits, but at this point, to them, it also looked like an extremely dangerous object as well. They could not just throw it away. Even if they managed to get it away from them, it felt like it would somehow return back like a cursed object. Leaving aside whether that worry is necessary or not, it all depends on Chloe-sama from this point on. This is getting really interesting. Kane smiled with excitement as she wondered if her master's worry was going to come to fruition or not. Chloe returned back to the facility and went to the basement with the card in her hand. It was the basement of a mansion where Akira met a Lion Steel's holographic AI. At the moment, that room had already been transformed into a lab. The old world terminals there had already been restored and the location which triggered the Lion Steel AI had been properly marked. Chloe could not connect to the old world domain, but she could use an augmented reality device that would help her connect to the old world domain and communicate with the Lion Steel company. If she used the card, she would even be able to summon Olivia. Even Chloe found herself nervous in this situation. Olivia was not only a mere old world being to them, she was not only the same type of AI as the head of the current Lion Steel, Alicia, she was also someone Alicia had to negotiate with. If Chloe somehow soured her mood, she would no longer have a place anymore in the main corporation. On the other hand, if she somehow managed to get on Olivia's good side and be a special negotiator to connect with Olivia, she might be someone that would even catch Alice's eyes. It was a reasonable gamble to take. She controlled her breathing to calm her down and made her resolve. She then held up the card. The call went through to Lion Steel and bounced to Olivia. The next moment, Olivia appeared in Chloe's vision. Chloe took a deep breath and bowed. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chloe from Lion Steel's Eastern District 3rd Branch. Due to the order from Alice-sama to proceed with the preparation for the negotiation, I have decided to contact you. We will be in your care." After she finished her polite introduction and raised her head, Chloe winced back. Olivia looked rather displeased at her. Since Chloe could not afford to worsen Olivia's mood, she immediately reviewed what she did. But even after she did that, she could not find anything that might offend Olivia. She tried to get her anxiety in control as she continued. "We apologize deeply for calling you while you are busy. Would it be better if I reschedule this meeting?" "That's pretty brave of you considering you summoned me here with a stolen card." Chloe shuddered at that unexpected response. "A stolen card? I can reassure you that it is not. The relics that the hunters carried out from old world ruins were basically stolen goods. Even if it was a relic that was left inside a dilapidated warehouse, or if it was an already decayed relic abandoned there for who knows how long. Even if it was a relic that was left there for eternity, either way, they were taken without the permission of their original owners. If the security measure in that area was still active, which in the current era was in the form of monsters, it would attempt to chase away these robbers. In some cases, even kill the robbers. But there were relics that were not considered stolen goods. They included those that were freely given away. There were also those that had lost their ownership based on the laws of that time. Chloe thought that card was one of those relics, or that for Olivia, the ownership of that card did not matter. The one that really mattered to her was the person who held that card. After all, if that was not the case, Reina's group that had contacted Olivia, and even allowed Alice to set up negotiations with her, would not be alive by now. That was why she was basically willing to use violence to get this card from Reina. However, Olivia looked at Chloe with frosty eyes as she said, "That card is not yours. Unlawful ownership of our issued card warrants a cleanup procedure from our company. I believe that I have said this to the previous person who held that card." Chloe understood that she was in a horrendous situation. She tried to make a guess based on Olivia's words and tried to find a way to solve the misunderstanding. It was very unlikely that Reina's group got that card on their own. If they were able to do that, they would have already returned to the main house. Thus, her thoughts wandered, and she tried to make a guess. It was with the assumption that Reina's group did not get that card themselves. Ever since Shiori from our company had made contact with Olivia-sama, we believed that this card has been obtained through legitimate means. Moreover, it was an article that we obtained in the middle of one of our missions. As such, even if it's owned by another company or individual, it should not be treated as a borrowed object nor a stolen object. We're really sorry if this does not satisfy you, but we had no ill will calling Olivia-sama here through what you deem as an illegitimate means. Unfortunately, Olivia quickly denied Chloe's assumption. In the first place, Shiori is not the rightful owner of that card. It is just that its original owner gave his word that he had given that card. As such, although originally it would never be accepted, we had let it slide by treating that card as a borrowed article. It is unacceptable to be lending our card again to a third party. You have no permission to use that card. As such, from now on, we're treating that card as a stolen object. Olivia's attitude did not soften at all. Chloe was growing increasingly panicked. Please wait for a bit. If the original owner of the card has given it to Reina and Shiori, that would not make it a borrowed object. I didn't get it from Shiori, but from Reina dash. The owner of that card is neither Reina, nor Shiori, nor Kane from your company. In the first place, the owner is not affiliated with your company. A dash? That's impossible? Chloe tried to reanalyze the situation with calm and rational thought, but it was just impossible from her point of view. There is no way that is true. Even if Reina asked an Old World connector, who is the original owner of this card, to help them contact Olivia-sama and somehow manage to get them to hand over the card, there are no records regarding such a deal. There were no records of the card being handed over. Whether it is money or object, everything should have been strictly recorded. Regarding the worth of the card, I have confirmed that both sides accepted the deal between them. In the first place, the person who contacted me was not the owner of that card. Additional information only confused Chloe even more. Only Old World connectors can use this card. If the owner of this card is not an Old World connector, then who the hell used this card to contact you? That would be me. Suddenly, an uninvited third party joined their conversation. Chloe was extremely surprised by that. Shiro suddenly appeared inside Chloe's enhanced vision. The others who were helping Chloe with her AR device also saw the same thing and started to make a ruckus. The area around Chloe suddenly became noisy. What's going on here? Did someone just infiltrate this place? No way. It's the direct line to Lion Steel through the Old World domain, you know? There's no way anyone see a dash. Shiro then exasperatedly mocked. How naive. Even if you're using the Old World domain connection, as long as it's a terminal or an ARR device made in this era, it's not impossible to hack my way in, you know? It's horrendous if you don't properly maintain the security of your systems. Inside Chloe's view, Olivia turned to Shiro and smiled at him. Well, isn't this Shiro-sama? Thank you very much for using our service last time. Are you here for another request today? Shiro looked at Olivia just like how Chloe was looking at Olivia, with a deeply troubled look. I really want to, but unfortunately, I can't afford it at the moment. Sorry, but maybe next time. Of course. We'll be waiting for you. Well then, what kind of business do you have today? Sorry, but my business this time is actually with her. Shiro glanced at Chloe and pointed at her. He then said with a serious expression, "It seems that you guys are looking for me. What game are you trying to play here? Trying to look for a Sakashita Heavy Industries officer? Are you trying to pick a fight with Sakashita Heavy Industry? Sakashita Heavy Industry? What do you mean?" Chloe only got more and more confused with the flood of new information. Unfortunately, all of them only worsen her situation, making her panic even more. Seeing Chloe's reaction, Shiro understood his mistake and clicked his tongue. He finally understood that in order to avoid trouble with Sakashita Heavy Industry, Shiori did not report what had happened to the upper echelons. Meanwhile, Chloe was only asking about him because she wanted to know the person who was with Olivia. It was not because she was looking for the Old World connector who had escaped from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Although he regretted his unnecessary action, at least he understood that this information would not reach Hammers. So, he changed his tone and warned Chloe so as to change the subject. I see. So, you don't even know what's going on, huh? Well, it doesn't matter. It's better for you not to know. but don't try to look for me. If you keep doing that, I'll interpret it as a challenge to Sakashita. I'll do you a favor and not report this to Sakashita this time. I'm in the middle of a secret mission from Sakashita, so they'll have to deal with you if get to know too much." As Shiro was about to leave, Chloe, who managed to at least process a little bit of the current situation and noticed an issue, flusteredly tried to stop him. "Wait. What now? Is this card yours? Since you helped Reina and the others, does that mean they have something to do with that secret mission of yours?" Shiro paused. He did think that saying yes would likely satisfy them enough to stop them from snooping around for more information about him. However, he also felt like it would cause more trouble if Olivia took his lie seriously, so he decided to deny. "Oh, I only helped them because of something else. It seems that back then, they were looking for a special location where even a non-Old World connector could connect to the Old World domain. And since I couldn't wait for them to do that, I just helped them to do it in their place. That was all. If I'm not mistaken, the real owner of that card is a hunter by the name of Akira, right?" Shiro turned to Olivia and Olivia silently nodded in response. "Indeed, that card is no one else's but his. There you have it. You didn't even know that although you tried to use that card, huh?" Shiro was further emphasizing an exasperated attitude so as to shift Chloe's attention to someone else so that she would no longer snoop for more information about him. "I'm basically warning you. So yeah, don't look for me again." Shiro then vanished from Chloe's vision. "Considering the complexity of the situation and that you're working under Alice, I will let this incident slide. But I will take extreme measures next time. That will be all for me today." Olivia also vanished from Chloe's vision. Chloe, who was left standing there alone after everyone left, fell over from mental fatigue. Lottie's and the other servants who were there, flustered, helped her up. "Milady, are you all right?" Lottie's then carried Chloe to the nearest sofa. Although she had no power left to stand back up, seeing how her servants looked at her, worriedly, she pushed her half-body up and pulled herself together. She could not afford to keep looking that pathetic in front of them. Thus, she shouted her order at them. "Investigate this hunter, Akira. Immediately." Seeing her men start to scramble to get to work, Chloe gritted her teeth. It was a huge failure. But this was not the end, she told that to herself and pushed all pessimism off her mind. After that, their investigation regarding the original owner of the card did not deliver much result. Chloe did try calling Reina to ask about it, but Reina just kept ignoring her call. Because of that, she sent the same question to the upper echelons of the faction that she was in. It later went to the upper echelons of the faction that Reina was in. This question went one round before finally reaching Reina. However, Reina's answer to that was a simple and short message: "I am not obligated to answer that question." Since it was sent through the upper echelons of the company, it had the same level as an order from the corporation. Reina's response was essentially permitted by the upper echelons of the company. This meant that there was nothing more Chloe could do to get information about Akira from Reina. Had she received that card from Reina through a deal that both sides had agreed upon, Chloe might be able to gain some information from Reina. However, Chloe lost to her greed and ended up taking the card from Reina with force. Right now, she was faced with the repercussions of that mistake. As such, to get out of this predicament, clinging on to the chance of that wonderful future, Chloe had to take her chance on a gamble. An even wider crossroad, a huge gamble where losing meant greater losses and winning meant better rewards. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.